Good morning everybody and a very warm welcome to Trent Bridge Live and to Moving Day. Yes, today is day 3 in this Division 1 clash between Nottinghamshire and Yorkshire in the Rothesay County Championship, and it's a day where Nottinghamshire lead by 333 runs as Yorkshire are currently on 154 for 3. But let's remind you of everything that happened on day 2 here at Trent Bridge with the day 2 highlights.
Round the wicket here to Kishan first up, who cuts firmly and will get 4. And he will make that a half century in his first knock with a short ball from O'Rourke. That's a lovely shot as well, right over the top of it. Will O'Rourke then, and driven by Liam Patterson-White. He's got plenty on that, past Jack. O'Rourke in again, and Kishan has played that one nicely actually. Just losing his balance slightly, but kept it enough to get it away. Here's George again, very wide on the crease, and that is disappearing out down our way for 6 runs.
Kishan's on 83. Kishan pulls this to leg and through the diving mid-wicket fielder, and he's gone to 87. Best to Kishan, pulls this one and he's gone. Pulls it straight to mid-wicket. He was dropped in that position. Second ball of the morning, and now perishes just shy of a century. Game where it's perfectly normal. Oh, Patterson-White comes at best here. I'll just break off for a second because he's launched this down the ground. He's got underneath it. Didn't see it land. Has it gone fully into the...
Oh, yeah. Definitely went fully.
Boards, yeah.
George Hill then making his way in, leaving our commentary position behind at the Radcliffe Road end. But there you go, 4 more, over pitching this time and straight down the ground by Liam Patterson-White, and maybe Joe Clark might take a lesson or two about how to hit it just off the straight.
O'Rourke bowls now, edged, caught and gone. Caught at first slip, and the catch is taken by George Hill, and it's the end of Farhan Ahmed. He's gone for 2. It's 8 wickets down. Nottinghamshire 378 for 8. England by 142. Best bowls driven. Lovely, finds the gap square. That's one for Harry Duke to chase, but to be honest with you, nice to see the effort, but I don't think I would have been running quite so hard because I think that always had the better of him.
392 for 8. We've got Will O'Rourke bowls now, and Pennington very much enjoying himself, and there's a big cheer, and I think that cheer was from the Notts balcony. At the same time, the same innings. He's gone again and got hold of this one, and Harry Duke, there he goes, terrier after a ball. Brawl. There's Will O'Rourke bowls, and Pennington will help this away on the leg side. Man out on the leg side fence. O'Rourke round the wicket, bowls to Pennington. Drives it straight past him. Trying to do it with the runs here. And again a leg side ball deposited high into the Fox Road. Oh, it's nearly hit somebody 3 rows from the back.
They've not seized moments. Not sure who they'd be, but Patterson-White pushes 1 down to the incoming long on where Bess fields, and that will take him to 50.
Bess round the wicket. Here comes Patterson-White. Now he's lifted it. That's going to be fairly close to the ropes. I think it just landed in front. Pennington on 43. Again, a lovely stroke from Dylan Pennington through the offside for 4. He can go for the big hit. Bess bowls, and that's turned away square of the wicket on the leg side. Biggest roar of the match for Dylan Pennington. Where's that come from? Well done. Already sorry, 150 for 1 in reply. Says chip back, and there's a caught and bowled, and Pennington goes and strips away from the one they're on. He comes again now and gets hold of this. Big hit down the ground into the building site for 6. All hours this morning that did, as Patterson-White comes again. Once more, it's just gone to check in on the new developments down at the far end. Little surprised it wasn't called by O'Shaughnessy. Ball on its way, and there he is again, and this one's going straight up in the air, and this should be the end. Hill underneath it, gobbles it up, and that's the end of that. 487 for 9 becomes 487 all out.
3 slips in place and a Bascoin round the wicket to the first of the left-handers, and he's gone. First ball of the innings. Adam Lyth is out, and that pretty much sums up Yorkshire's day so far.
Dismiss live first up, Pennington. And that one's an outside edge that will race to the boundary. 4 runs.
Third over of the Yorkshire first innings. Then Abbas has gone leg stump, and that's a beautiful shot by James Wharton. Just leans on that regularly, wouldn't it? If you were going to get it for 5 runs. Turns 1 square on the leg side and picks up 4 to take his score to 21.
30 from 57 deliveries. Patterson-White goes full, and that is driven down, dispatched by Finley Bean. of excitement in the Notts field. So Patterson White, well, that one's driven firmly by Finley Bean. We've seen him produce that shot already. Patterson White into him, and Bean flicks it past the man at short leg, and in doing so will trudge on through for a well-earned 50 runs.
Ball to him in his 8th over. Chance caught by Hamid at mid-off, and he's hit the ball again in the V, but this time couldn't keep it down, and Pennington gets the wicket.
Milan driving as it caught, and Milan has to go.
So they were the highlights from day 2, and at the start of those highlights you would have seen a couple of big partnerships really. Liam Patterson-White was part of those partnerships. The first one with Ishan Kishan, and then Dylan Pennington later on in the day came in to bat, and he decided to have a little bit of fun, did Dylan. He got his highest first class score ever with 61 off 61 balls, a strike rate of 100. Not really seen in the first class format, but he decided to have a little bit of fun. Hit some big sixes over the Fox Road stand yesterday, and with striking like that we'll be saying, Dylan, you need to bring you back to Media Day next year, because yeah, he really did strike the ball pretty fiercely, and also his first 50 for Nottinghamshire as well yesterday. And somebody that saw his striking at the other end of the wicket was Liam Patterson-White, and he took a big wicket in the second to last over yesterday, that of David Milan. So what did Liam Patterson-White have to say on everything that happened on day 2? Well, he caught up with the Trent Bridge media team at the end of day 2.
How do you assess the day and Notts' position at the halfway stage?
I think it was a good day for us, really. You know, to get those lower order runs at the end of the day really put us ahead of the game a little bit. Obviously, I think we would have taken those 3 wickets at the start of our bowling innings. But yeah, to get the wicket of Milan late on in the day is obviously really important for us.
And you had a great personal knock. Do you want to talk us through that as well?
Yeah, I love batting here. I mean, obviously it's a Kookaburra ball, quite a flat pitch, but very nice to contribute with the bat again here.
And how do you find it kind of staying in overnight and coming into bat the next morning? How do you keep that focus up when you've had to kind of wait overnight?
Just almost like I'm batting on, going out again on 0 really. I know I was only on 10, but just to reset the mind and just understand what my job is in the team, and to try and get those lower order runs and just bat for as long as possible.
And how's the turnaround been from T20 into County Championship? It was a quick turnaround, which you're probably used to, but like, how do you find it?
It's tough. It is tough. It's my first proper experience with it, playing all of the games in the Blast. But yeah, to have one day of training and then straight into a game is difficult, but you've got to relish the challenge.
And how do you go into the next 2 days? What's the game plan for the morning?
Try and get them all out. It's as simple as possible, really. I think we've just got to hang in there a little bit. You know, I think there's a lot of overs for myself and Farhan out there. The ball's now spinning a little bit more, which is nice for us. But yeah, probably a lot of overs, and just, like I said, just try and hang in there and take the wickets.
So the thoughts of Liam Patterson-White there at the end of day 2. He mentioned about patience with the ball. He mentioned that it's starting to spin out there, so obviously himself and Farhan Ahmed will be looking to try and take as many wickets as possible. It is quite simple really, isn't it? But the umpires and players are making their way down the steps, so that means that we are just a few moments away from the start of play. And that means that I need to hand over to literally the best commentary team that are here at Trent Bridge at the moment. Yes, it is. It's Jonathan, and it's of course Dave Bracegirdle.
And a very good morning, everybody. Welcome to Trent Bridge. Huge thanks to Aaron Lord for setting up the day on Trent Bridge Live. Those of you that have been watching the pictures this morning will have seen the highlights of a full and interesting second day, and a little chance to catch up with Liam Patterson-White there. Thanks to Aaron. I thought he was about to say the best commentary team in their prize bracket available at Trent Bridge today, but whatever it was he said, he's not too far from the truth. We're just about the only commentary team here, but we do have the great Kevin Howells here with us. The headmaster's in town. Jamie Rayner will be with us
When
before
he-
too long when he
when he
pitches
turns up, yeah.
I'm Dave Bracegirdle, and already butting in before he's introduced the voice of Yorkshire cricket. Good morning, Mr. Deutsch.
Apologies for butting
No,
in.
you're
I really am
alright.
sorry.
Taking over. Somebody needs to steer this ship.
Yeah, good morning, folks. Interesting times, of course, in the match. John Sadler said to me on his post-day interview last night, when I put it to him, Yorkshire can't win this match, can they? Yeah, of course they can. Get parity with the bat, and then there could be a bit of jeopardy in the third innings. Wouldn't be an easy chase, of course, but it seems like a fanciful idea, doesn't it, from this spell? And I think in the first instance, from the visitors' point of view, they'd love to see Finley Bean get over the line for 3 figures from an individual basis, and that'll mean that the score is advancing to some extent, and maybe like what night watchmen do sometimes. Dave, Dan Moriarty might have a bit of fun before we see Johnny Bairstow.
Yeah. Does John know it is a 4-day match and this is day 3? Because you said get parity just like it's going to be just like that, because Yorkshire 333 behind going into day 3.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, maybe a 6-day chance of a result that way. I don't know, but anyway, it feels like there's only one team that can win going into the back half of the contest, and that feels like the hosts. And Yorkshire are going to have to bat well in the first instance to take it deeper and start to get to the stage where they'll be confident that they can get a draw out of it.
Yeah, I'm just going to, just swap microphones for a moment as we're joined by listeners to 5 Sports Extra 2. You just want to look after the ship for a moment, because there seem to be...
Liam Patterson White then is going to start proceedings at the Stuart Broad end of the ground, and Dan Moriarty will face the first ball of the day. 23 overs, 4 maidens, 1 for 56 yesterday for LPW. Not to mention quite a lot of fun with the bat, because he made 87 before he was caught by George Hill coming in from the cover boundary off the man he's about to bowl to, Dan Moriarty. 1 of 4 wickets for Dan. 4 for 91 for him yesterday. So slip in place, short leg. Hasib Hamid has brought himself in a catching position at a straight mid-wicket on the leg side. He'd only be a dozen yards or so from the bat. Left-handed, of course, Moriarty. They're just making some final minor adjustments. Lyndon James is in the gap between short leg and Hasib Hamid. There's a man backward of square, backward point, mid on, mid off, and cover as Moriarty gets it away, backward of short leg, and will get off the mark. First ball of day 3.
How's that? Am I...
That's excellent. That was all just done nearly within the confines of that space before the first delivery.
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure why why the setup's not quite working today as it has been over the first 2 days, but anyway.
Here's LPW again. Finley Bean, 14 shy of a 6th first-class century it would be. Pushing forward to his first ball of the day. I think there was a lot of pleasure yesterday among the lads, by the sound of things at the end of the day, that he'd stuck some runs on the board as he pushes that one back to Liam Patterson White. He's got to start again this morning. Don't think we need to be telling him how to do that. I think he's got his own way of doing things, and it's been pretty successful so far. He's over the wicket and bowling is LPW. That's punched to Ben Slater at cover. No run. There's plenty of dust being kicked around, either from the batter's feet moving at his end or from the bowler following through at his. 2 to come in the over. Short ball pulled by Finley Bean. He'll be happy with a few of those this morning if he gets them, because that's gone for 4 through mid-wicket and takes him to 90 from his 203rd delivery. 159 for 3. Every little helps. The first bad ball of the day. Just dropped it in too short, the left armour. And with Lyndon James being fairly straight there at mid-wicket, there is a pretty big gap if you do drop one short. Final ball of the day for the over, even patted back. Don't want to wish the day away. And it's time for an update by the sound of things for BBC Radio Nottingham.
Yeah, comes at us bright and early, doesn't it, the 11 o'clock news. So we'll get that out of the way. Decent first over of the day for Yorkshire, 5 runs added. Finley Bean moving on to 90. It's going to be Mohammed Abbas to have the second over of the day, so not starting spin at one end and with pace at the other. Yes, we can add 5 runs to that total already. 159 for 3 is the score now. Finley Bean, the opener, young opener, is on 90 not out. He's already at a boundary this morning off Liam Patterson White. Notts have an overall lead in the match of 328. They really need to get some wickets early on this morning to try and go on and force a victory. Yorkshire 159 for 3. So it's going to be Mohammed Abbas, then the Pakistan test bowler, who's had 4 full seasons with Hampshire before joining Notts for the second part of this season. Fergus O'Neill, the Australian, who was listening to us yesterday, certainly back home, played the first 4 matches, and then Mohammed Abbas took over, and he begins with a fairly gentle looking delivery on the pads of the left-handed Moriarty. The night watchman drops it out as far as Ben Slater, and there's no run. 159 for 3. Sad news, which has already been announced over the tannoy this morning and up on the big screens. The passing of the Indian spin bowler Dilip Doshi, who was here for Notts in the late 70s. I remember seeing his debut against the touring West Indians. Went on to also play county cricket for Warwickshire for a number of years. Dilip Doshi sadly dying over the last day or two. Just a brief hold up while Steve O'Shaughnessy came in from square leg and just tidied the bails up. Clearly one of them must have been a little crooked. Here's Abbas into Moriarty. This has dropped on the leg side. Dan Moriarty is a night watchman. Any tales of heroic saviour or gallant stroke play coming in as a night watchman, or is it a new role?
There's been a couple of occasions where he's scythed the ball around. He can play quite a nice drive through that extra cover, but he's not really been in that many situations where you'd have said he could have achieved hero status, I don't think, as a night watchman.
Not overly attacking. 2 slips, catching short mid-wicket. Plays this one nicely though up to mid-on. That catching short mid-wicket is Jack Haynes. Already got the protective pads on. It's a 5-3 offside field. 2 slips, backward point, extra cover, and Captain Hamid is at mid-off, and then on the leg side, apart from Haynes in there very close, there's a mid-on regulation mid-wicket and a long leg. There's Mohammed Abbas into Moriarty, turns it again straight to Haynes along the ground. Waiting for Joe Clark to turn round. He's at backward point. Interesting to see if he's wearing his own kit today, having gone out the full day yesterday. There he is on our screens, those of you watching the monitors on Trent Bridge Live. In fact, that might have been Lyndon James actually on the screen, but just waiting to see with Joe Clark when he turns what number shirt he's got on today. It's like playing Joe Clark bingo as Moriarty pushes it out to Lyndon James, and there's no run. 159 for 3. Follow on target 338 for Yorkshire. If they bowled out for below that, Notts would have an option to stick Yorkshire in again, but it's going to be a terrifically tough task for the Notts bowlers to take another 17 wickets without a bit of a break, you fancy, but this game one way or another must finish by tomorrow evening as the Abbas bowls, and this one's turned away. Nice stop by Jack Haynes. So a maiden for Mohamed Abbas to begin with, 159 for 3. And yeah, Joe Clark now turns round and is wearing number 33, so all is good today. He's had his laundry delivered. Finley Bean on 90, Dan Moriarty on 1. If you weren't with us or followed yesterday in this innings, Adam Lyth out first ball for 0. James Wharton made 36 and Dawid Malan out just before the close for 19.
LPW is going to continue from the Stuart Broad end of the ground. Just seen video shots up at Headingley of Stuart struggling to keep the hair in place on his pre-day blurb out in the middle of the pitch ahead of the final day of the test match. That looks like it's, if the weather holds off, will be a fascinating final day.
Who's that, Stuart Broad?
Yeah.
It's his birthday today, 39.
Many
Great
happy
man.
returns, Stuart. LPW in and bowling, and that's pushed into the offside by Finley Bean. He played here in that first match I covered with you back in 2019, because I think his first victim of the match was a certain Harry Brook. And I just remember Harry pinging the ball around for a few minutes, 7-4s I think he hit in about 30 before Stuart trapped him LBW, and thinking this lad can play, as Finley Bean pats one back.
There's a couple of other Nottinghamshire birthdays today.
Another dot ball.
Sorry, I was watching the monitor then, which is about 5 seconds behind real life, and I thought I'd got 5 seconds before he came into bowl, but I haven't.
Halfway through the over, Patterson White in again, still over the wicket. Bean steps back and hauls that one away wide of mid-on, where there's a tumbling backward roll to stop it. 1 run.
Yeah, the other 2 Nottinghamshire birthdays today. Vernon Philandrew just been in touch with me. He was born on this day in 1985, the South African.
He had it trapped on the crease there. There is a stifled appeal. Drops at his feet. Sun just breaking through. Final ball of the 58th. 160 for 3. Patterson White in, and Moriarty plays that. It just lobs slightly towards Hasib Hamid. End of the over. So Moriarty on 1, Bean now 91, and the sort of quiet start that Yorkshire would have wanted at least, because 3 overs have gone and they haven't lost a wicket yet.
A cricket broadcasting birthday would have been celebrated today, anniversary of the birth of Brian Johnston, the great Johnners, born on this day in 1912. I wonder if Kevin Howells would have worked with him in his early days at the BBC. I don't know. I don't know if I'm getting a look from Kevin. No, a shake of the head from Kevin. It's Andrew Radd who does the commentary on all the Northants games for BBC Radio Northampton. I see he's put a nice piece this morning on X. Says he was the man that got Andrew Radd to where he is today, commentating on Northants, but said he's the man that gave him an idea for a future career. He wanted to be a cricket commentator, just listening to Johnners as a young boy, which is a nice thing to say and to remember today.
He was a great listen, wasn't he?
160 for 3. Finley Bean on 91 as next one's pushed into the offside, and he did a programme which I think when he was alive I didn't really follow. I mean, it was never trendy to follow Radio 4, was it, until you get to a certain age? But I think he did a thing, Down Your Way, and he'd go and visit parts of the country. And I listened to many of those sort of later on, once we'd sadly lost Johnners. As a young boy, I remember getting his autograph down the far end, back of the pavilion. Him and Bill Frindle were coming out of the old pavilion one day together. I wouldn't have been too old then. Short pants, get it a signature in in one of the cricket annuals, no doubt. 160 for 3. This is down the leg side into the pads of Moriarty. A shout from Ishan Kishan. Unless they play different rules in India, that's a bit of a wasted appeal. Ishan. Beg your pardon, Finley Bean on strike. 160 for 3.
I think he was absolutely a truly great broadcaster, wasn't he? His appeal was very, very sort of wide in that respect. And you used to love that little schoolboy sense of humour, and of course we famously remember the leg over comment, but there were plenty of other chuckles besides.
Mohammed Abbas to bowl to Bean, and he eases this up to the skipper. Wrote 2 or 3 very, very funny cricketing books as well, which you can no doubt get for a £1 or so around the bookshops. A lot of the county cricket clubs do have cricket book sales from or a time or two. So we've got them back at Durham, which is great. I don't know if you've been up to Durham yet this season, but in the when you go into the media centre now, there's once again the cricket bookstall there. It's pushed out onto the offside. There's no run, and there used to be one at Headingley before the redevelopment of the new stand. They used to have one down at the far end at Headingley, didn't they?
Yeah. The one in Durham. Been up there for a 4-day round last Friday for the T20, and they were open for business on all those 5 different occasions, and quite a few people in having a look. The first book I saw, actually, with a red cover, was the history of the Bradford League, so that piqued the interest. And look at that.
It is one of the joys, actually, of getting to the Chesterley Street ground very early on in the morning, because you can have a bit of a browse of all the books there. And I had a tenner's worth this time. 1 or 2 old books. This is Runaway down to 3rd with Joe Clark in hot pursuit. So 2 more to Finley Bean. Moves on to 93.
But just going back to Jono's brace, I mean that was cricket, wasn't it? When you were growing up listening to the game, you either put the TV on if you were at home, and you'd be listening to Richie, and that was the sound of the soundtrack to television, Jim Laker. And on the radio, it was Jono's, wasn't it? And Don Mosey and the likes of those guys, obviously FST, Trevor Bailey,
the Boyle,
CMJ, and that was just, they drew you in, and you wanted to listen more and more, and you were entertained and informed and all of that. It was fantastic.
Bean on 93 now. Left-hander taps his bat vigorously. Perhaps there's a nerve or two there, maybe not. Turns this to leg, and there's no run, but also no success for Mohammed Abbas, who's now through 12 overs in this innings, 5 maidens, 21 runs he's gone for, and he did get the wicket of Adam Lyth first ball. Yorkshire 162 for 3. Very good morning. If you're just joining us, it's a cloudy morning. We haven't really touched on the weather. They say perhaps if you're a little unlucky, there might be I like this word that they often use in the weather forecast. There might be the odd rogue shower passing, but I don't think it's anything too significant, and certainly we should get pretty close to a 4 days play in, whatever. So remains to be seen just how far advanced this game will be by 6:30 tonight.
I'm sure you can probably remember, certain moments where if those people weren't speaking over it, it wouldn't have felt quite the same as Patterson White bowls to Moriarty. There's a bit of turn there past the outside edge, and he pushes forward, and it's due to the gloves of Ishan Kishan. The one of the few that stand out for me, I was at Pudsey St Lawrence one afternoon in the 81 series, and having been at Headingley for the Botham's Ashes match, as he comes in again, and that's defended. They were at Edgbaston for the next test, and I can remember somebody said, Botham's just got so-and-so out, and I dashed out to the car. I can see me running out to my dad's car at the side of the ground there, outside the periphery of the ground, sticking the radio on and listening to that spell of 5 for 1. Was it something like 5 for 1 beef he got at Edgbaston in about 20 odd balls, and that was all that team talking me through all that. It was fantastic. Moriarty defending to LPW.
One thing they were very, very good at, and I know I'm as guilty as anybody at doing this.
Patterson White in again. More turn, and Moriarty playing the original line and missing it.
Generally, we didn't know what, we would hear these people for international cricket, for test match cricket, and we didn't know what Sarfraz Nawaz might look like for Pakistan, or Asif Masood might look like, or so and so and so and so. Cricket is accompanied by pictures today. Yep.
Patterson White in, and Moriarty defends again.
A lot of people will be following the live stream. They can see what the people look like, but I don't describe the physical gait of Liam Patterson White, say 5'10", or this, that, or whatever, to the degree that they used to. they really painted the picture.
Yeah, as Moriarty opens the face and runs it to backward point, and there is no run to complete. 60 overs of this Yorkshire first innings at 162 for 3.
Particularly with the overseas players, and I remember particularly, what would I have listened to? 1967, there was the 3-match tour of the Indians and then the Pakistanis, and you'd listen to that on the radio in between the hour that would come up on the television, and then the television would go off for Watch with Mother or this, that, or whatever. So you'd go back on the radio and listen, and then whatever. But they would really give a description of one or two characters in the touring sides, and really did, it just added to the magical nature of it all. We don't have buses going up and down the Harleyford Road anymore either, with blowers these days, of course, and we don't even have buses going up and down the Loughborough Road here at Trent Bridge, because we can't see those anymore. Away to our right, the new build, the Dave Bracegirdle residential care home there, that's blocking our view away to the right. We can't see the build-up of traffic like we used to be able to do, and see all the different coloured buses here, but it all just helps paint a picture for the listeners. But John has...
when did that go up? That wasn't up when I first started.
No, the last couple of years. Last couple of years. And there's no balconies, as you can see, on this side, so if there are one or two people who do want to watch the cricket, they do have to go up to the roof garden at the top. We've advanced this morning by the tune of 5 overs, 162 for 3. Bean's on strike on 93, pushes this back to Mo Abbas, and no addition to the total.
Have you been up there? Because you're not going to get to see much cricket, are you? Because of the top of the Smith Cooper stand, really.
Well, do you know, that's the logic I applied, but we did have a friend of a friend of a friend who was an electrician who worked there and was listening to us one day, and sent photos in, and you pretty much see well in and see all of the square. I don't think you can sort of see the third of the pitch towards the pavilion, but you can see the square, and I think you'd be able to sit up there and watch a decent amount of cricket all day, as this one's dropped on the leg side, if that was how you wanted to choose to spend your day.
And it's good morning to the late Jamie Rayner.
I think I've successfully...
We put a memorial stone up in his place.
He's in the building, but I think I've successfully sorted out the problem I had with the initial headphones. So, end of this over, I might have a switch back and let Jamie have these, and we should be good to go.
Can you imagine turning up at 3:20 on a Saturday afternoon for Bradford City against Notts County?
There's a Bass bowling to Bean. He defends this one. The lad's had a busy morning. I'm sure he's helped himself to a full English as well before he's set off.
I'm looking forward to this morning's excuses. Yesterday, car trouble. Today's flight from Leeds Bradford to East Midlands was delayed by 2 hours or something.
162 for 3. No success for Notts this morning. Yorkshire have added 8 runs in the first 5.5 overs. That's Mohamed Abbas. Rhythmically smooth, runs in, right arm round the wicket, repetitive action, of course, and bowls, and Bean just drops it on the leg side, which has been reinforced now. There's Freddie McCann in there alongside Jack Haynes as a catching short mid wicket. There's just the one slip, Liam Patterson White.
It's a good move though, isn't it, by Nottinghamshire to bring Mo back on. And Finley Bean, start of the day in the 90s, not desperate, but obviously very, very keen to achieve that landmark, and he's got the best bowler for the opposition to contend with.
Making him play more often than not. There's Abbas in once more, attacking the stumps, and being again content just to play it up to mid-on. And there's no run. Dylan Pennington, who had a good day yesterday, career best 61 with the bat, picked up a key wicket of James Wharton. The only thing that slightly spoilt his day, and I've heard a number of people talking about it, I've had a little bit of correspondence, one or two people, and I think we did. I think we just felt it was a little harsh when Notts were penalised the 5 runs. Umpire Russell Warren was quickly on it. We don't want cricket balls flying here, there and everywhere, endangering the players' safety, but I didn't see that was an instance yesterday as this turned to leg, nicely fielded by Farhan Ahmed. So there's no run there. 162 for 3 here at Trent Bridge. Notts Yorkshire, day 3. Notts getting the better of the duel at Headingley in round 7. This is round 8, and a reminder, and I'm only saying this as a reminder because I think it's extraordinary. Notts haven't done the double over Yorkshire, 2 wins in the same season since 1891. That's absolutely extraordinary. And
Whereabouts were you sitting?
well, I mean, it's amazing, isn't it? That length of time. I mean, Yorkshire have been the dominant side for pretty much the length of the county championship. But you'd think there would have been one year where Notts were dominant and Yorkshire had an off time of things. But 1891, the last time Notts won both fixtures. 162 for 3. Jonathan will try and manfully guide you through the next over, whilst I'm going to juggle a couple of headphones and hopefully make sure they're all working so we can bring Jamie in.
Yeah, well, he's just, he's got the barber's just doing his hair at the moment. He's getting a shave. Oh no, he's not got a shave, has he, actually? He's just selecting the correct clothes from the wardrobe and having a manicure, and he might be with us shortly. Yorkshire lad has been in touch. He bought a ticket for the final day at Headingley. This doesn't sound good. I've not checked what's going on weather-wise, but he said he's never going to believe a weather app again. My gut said just go to Headingley because I was there in 81 to see England's famous win, but today I put my faith in technology. Never again. So, Doshi, you've got another listener. Hashtag I'm an idiot, he says. That's not sounding good from HQ.
Well, I think I'm back.
You were never away. LPW to bowl to Dan Moriarty, who I think might have had a hole in his bat there, the way he played at that one, but it somehow got through to the gloves of Ishan Kishan. Down with his back to us, I should explain, by the way, for those watching the pictures and wondering what on earth I'm talking about. And he pushes forward again to a delivery that looks as though it turns away from the outside edge. There are 2 men close in for company on the near side. The leg side, Dan even might be able to even shake hands with him without having to move much. That's so close, plus a slip. And then a ring field otherwise as the left arm spinner's in again.
The one thing I took from Patterson White's interview at the end of the day yesterday was it just starting to spin a little bit more as the day wore on. So that will be a great comfort to him and no doubt to Farhan Ahmed.
162 for 3. As Moriarty pushes out squarish on the offside and there's no run. Nottinghamshire could, of course, I mean, it's not vital, but they could really do with the winning points here, given the position, and Surrey breathing down the necks at the top end of the table, and Yorkshire, of course, at the very least wouldn't want to lose this, given the more perilous position they find themselves in just beyond the halfway stage of the season. Another defended dot by Moriarty.
Yes, expecting Surrey to beat Worcestershire, but they only got 1 batting point, so if Notts did draw this, they would still be top of the table, but only by a point or 2.
And Moriarty defending into the offside again. No run. Yorkshire plays Surrey, of course, in their next but 1 match. That's at Scarborough. Essex at York this coming week, starting on Sunday, and then after a bit more T20 cricket, they head off to Scarborough for 2 weeks in succession. Surrey and then Sussex.
Very nice indeed. Well, Jamie, you've joined us. Very good morning from BBC Radio Leeds. Commuting this week. Jamie Rayner has pitched up.
About time. My apologies.
It's all right.
Good to be with you, Dave.
He said that looking at JD as if it wasn't good to be with JD.
We like to give each other a bit of stick, so I'm just waiting for the response.
Well, Finley's on 93. He's found himself marooned at Mohamed Abbas's end for the last couple of overs, so Abbas has been able to bowl a couple of maidens at him, keep him nice and honest. Again, we've got those 2 fielders on the leg side. If and when Finley gets within a scoring shot of a century, we'll let the Leeds boys guide him through. In the meantime, a Bass bowls a ball on the stumps, which is just dabbed down as far as Jack Haynes, and there's no run. Crowds come back in their numbers again. I know we do get people who tune into the live stream and will see banks of empty seating, but all the stands are open, so people spread themselves around, and the favoured viewing point, of course, is the elevation that we get from this end of the ground and people getting behind the arms. There's a lot of people there watching on. 162 for 3 as a Bass bowls again to Bean, drops it on the leg side. If you're just joining us for the first time, we mentioned it yesterday. Finley Bean has happy memories of playing just down the road here. We actually dug out the scorecard yesterday in 2022. He scored 441 against Not Seconds at the second 11 ground, which is just one big hit away from where we're watching here. Out of a Yorkshire score, what was it, 814 for 6 declared or some such. That's a day in the dirt for the bowlers. There's a Bass. Sun returns as this is pushed out to the Not skipper, Asiba Mead, who took a catch yesterday, a routine one, as Wharton, who'd elegantly timed Dylan Pennington down the ground the previous ball for 4, just to the onside of straight. This time he took the aerial route to the offside of straight and hit it straight into the hands of Asiba Mead. 162 for 3 is the current score, but when Wharton fell it was 99 for 2, and then towards the end of the day 154 for 3 when David Milan was caught at slip by Freddie McCann. The ball taking a deflection off the keeper and just looped up for McCann to take a simple catch. If anybody can, Freddie McCann. A Bass in again. Nice stuff here from Bean. He goes from 93 to just see if it goes to the rope. I expect it to. Yeah, Dylan Pennington almost in the end was escorting it over the rope, not there close enough to put the dive in. So boys, over to you, and it's your responsibility to guide him over the line from a White Rose point of view. Finley's on 97.
Yep, dare say there'll be plenty of Yorkshire supporters now just saying don't throw it away, Finley. He's been out there for 20 odd balls already this morning to add 11 runs to his overnight 86, wasn't it, he got yesterday. So let us see. 1 stroke possibly away.
Top scorer in the match. He's gone beyond Slater now by 1 anyway.
You don't get many over pitch deliveries from Moa Bass. There's still a couple to come in the over, and he's not going to go at that one, which is hung out wide of off stump. Just attempt to. Are you going to take that on? No, he's not. And I think that 441 and a lot of the innings that he played in Div 2, which of course has been the main part of his career so far, showed that he's got a great deal of patience and a good temperament, and he's had to show that again here. Can he finish the job? The ball just went loose on its way back to the bowler. Dylan Pennington getting a few steps in to go and retrieve it. The last ball of the 63rd. Man just been brought in, Jack Haynes, just off the cut strip to the leg side of straight, and a Bass round the wicket. Bit of an inside contact on that from Bean to mid wicket, where Slater fields to complete over number 63 at 166 for 3. Yeah, you're all right, me duck, said the bloke on the gate at Lady Bay this morning. Said that to me the last couple of days. I said, is that just a Nottinghamshire nudge that Yorkshire, you want a few of those today from the Yorkies to get yourself well in front? And he laughed. Term of endearment, me duck.
Was he leaning out of his white car as he said it?
I tell you what, it must be a well-paid job, that, because he's driving a Jag, isn't he? I noticed that. I had a quick look back at it as I drove around. He's driving a Jag. He's a car park attendant. We're doing the wrong job, lads.
Good morning, Pete, if you're listening. He usually is.
You'll not let me in tomorrow. You don't have the requisite pass, I'm afraid. Patterson White then to Moriarty, who, as has been the case for much of his morning so far, is defending, as he's faced 27 balls and added just the one run he scored off the first ball of the day. 166 for 3. Two men waiting expectantly for a catch just around the corner there. Ben Slater, one of them under the helmet, and Moriarty defends it to him. It's a bit like a narrowing channel of 3 on either side, converging slightly in terms of width of the ring field, and Moriarty's pushed one backward of third man. A bit edgy about it really, but he's happy to pick up 2, taking his score to 3. 168 for 3. Patterson White into his 28th over now. He has turned quite a few this morning. 1 for 64. Yorkshire's run rate still just above the 2.5 and over mark, so they're having to be very deliberate, very patient. And then that talk from John Sadler, as we see another dot there last night, about they can win the game. Well, of course, they'd have to score at a pretty fair old lick to get to parity, to give themselves any chance of bowling out Nottinghamshire a second time, and then time to knock off any lead. So with every dot that passes, it's taking it closer to that being an impossibility. There's another dot there from a push from Moriarty. Looks like Farhan Ahmed is getting himself loose up at mid-off.
We had 298 runs scored on the first day and 309 on the second.
And about 29 so far today. Less than that, in fact, today. As Moriarty pushes out into the offside no run. What was it? 154. So only 14 scored so far today in 35 minutes.
No, the point of that was, we're around about 300 on each of the first 2 days, and Yorkshire beginning this day 333 behind. So, just to put some numbers behind John's word there, well, we want to get to parity at least. It's going to take them all day, and very, very difficult, I would imagine, then to see either side able to conjure up a winning position from tomorrow or during tomorrow. Farhan's going to have a little bowl first time this morning. 10 overs, none for 22 yesterday for the 17-year-old.
It sort of feels again like, from Nottinghamshire's point of view, they just want a wicket and they'd love to see the back of Finley Bean, but also just an extra little bit of mind games. You've had your best bowler on, and he just kept the lid on Finley Bean, although he did push that nice 4 down the ground. And now 1 stroke away from your ton. You wouldn't want to play a false stroke against the new bowler. Maybe first ball might be the loose one that you want.
That's all you want, isn't it? Mohammed Abbas has finished his spell, and as is customary, has gone off for a quick comfort break. Sammy King is on at mid-off wearing number 1. Big tall man, made his T20 debut at Headingley last season. Not yet seen him in the T20 side this year. Still awaiting his first-class debut. Tall fella, just asking everybody where they want him to field, and he's at wide-ish mid-off.
Here's Farhan then with the set. It runs up to try and convert this try, and that's pushed into the offside by Finley Bean, and Hamid fielding at cover, slip and short leg in place here. Ring field, but there are sweepers out on either side as well. Lyndon James looks like he's the man at cover. There's also a deep backward square. Bean gets a full length delivery. Pads it to the feet of Haynes at short leg. So slow, deliberate progress by Yorkshire this morning. Cloud cover at the moment as Ahmed's in wide on the crease. Bean goes back foot. He's got a good contact on this, but it's only going to bring him 1 out to the sweeping Lyndon James 98 to Finley, 169 for 3. And Dan Moriarty's just walked down to give him a bit of reassurance there. It's a nice stroke, Finley. I thought he could have got over it a little bit more. Maybe if you know, just alter your body shape a little bit, you could have got that away back with a point for 4. Dan, as I'm sure you're probably aware, best pals with Conor McCurr, who's down here, isn't he, these days?
Yeah.
Had a spell with Yorkshire. Ahmed then into Moriarty as more fielders converge around the bat. There's a leg slip in place now. I think he's Ben Slater with the shin pads on but no helmet. Another dot ball there. 2 left in the over. Ahmed in again, tosses this one up. Moriarty with a slightly half-cocked push at it. It's gone down through third man for 3. Running between the wickets. Moriarty onto 6. Came in and flashed the ball around. I think it was at Chelmsford. It half a dozen boundaries. Back end of an innings which at the time actually was needed, just to kick Yorkshire on from a little bit of a hole in the tail. So Finley Bean on 98, final ball of the 65th. Ahmed bowls and he defends. 10 overs into the day then, Yorkshire have moved from 154 for 3 to 172 for 3.
Yes, not overdosing on adrenaline here in the 90s. He's more than content just to bide his time, wait for the bad ball to be put away. Waiting for a chance just to get the 3-figure score and then move on. Yorkshire will not want him to settle there, back through the innings as long as he possibly can. It's going to be Liam Patterson-White to bowl to Moriarty, who was not out overnight, now on 6. Going to be Patterson-White from the pavilion end. The umpire at the far end, Steve O'Shaughnessy. Russell Warren at this end of the ground. The match referee's Phil Whittercase, used to play for Leicestershire. Wicket-keeper by trade, as Moriarty pushes this back to Liam Patterson-White. Yorkshire still 315 behind Nottinghamshire's huge first innings score of 487. One of the larger scores, I would venture to guess, without the Centurion made this season. This is pushed back to the bowler. Ben Slater top scored with 96, and half centuries as well for Asiba Mead, Ishan Kishan, Liam Patterson-White, and perhaps most surprisingly Dylan Pennington. Patterson-White in again to Moriarty. This was a leg stump ball which he tried to whip away but just rushed off the pad, or brushed off the pad. Jack Haynes does the fielding. 172 for 3 Yorkshire. Patterson-White in again. Moriarty will respect the art of the fellow left arm spinner. Just prods at it outside the off peg, drops it away there. There's no run. Kishan's run down to the far end to have a word with the bowler. So he's trying to help Patterson-White cook up a plan here to send back the night watchman and get Johnny Bairstow out there just before that second new ball's due. And this one's gone through to Kishan. Doesn't take it cleanly. It's a good job it wasn't nicked, I suppose. 172 for 3. Worcestershire at New Road haven't lost a wicket this morning. They're 105 for 4, so they've just got a narrow lead over Surrey in that one. As Moriarty pushes the final ball of the over into the offside and takes a single, so he'll keep the strike. And Master Bean Jamie being made to wait.
Quite, yeah, absolutely. It's been an interesting first few overs for me to watch, just seeing how Moriarty's not afraid to keep the strike. Similarly, he looks, dare I say it, quite comfortable at the crease right now. You've seen a lot more of him, Doji, this season. Capable with the bat?
Yeah, I mean, I suppose, you know, like all tale, the lower you get down the batting order, the fewer shots that players have, don't they, really? You know, if you bowl it in their areas, then they will score runs, but if you don't, they find it hard to get the ball away. And Moriarty obviously is just holding things up here as well. Part of the job, I guess, as Ahmed bowls to him, an outside edge from Dan. Lyndon James runs down to third man to do the fielding, and they've got a single, so that brings Finley Bean back onto strike.
He's been very measured as he's gotten closer to three figures, and hopefully he does reach that milestone, Finley Bean, but not rushing at all.
Nor is Farhan with his setup before he runs into bowl now to Finley Bean, who goes back foot, strokes it out into the offside for Hasib Hamid to field. Now I think feature of his game, just an unruffled sort of player right from the word go when he made his debut at Old Trafford, of course, at the back end of the 23 season. Or was it 22? At the back end of a season anyway. He got 43, didn't he, in his first knock. He just pushed another one to Hasib Hamid.
I think that might have been 22.
Yeah, I think it was. He took both seasons in the Div 1 at the top of the order with Adam Lythe. So 174 4-3. Ahmed in again, straighter this time. And Finley playing it on Murray, just turns it into the leg side there for Liam Patterson White to field. He's not yet had the loose delivery I'm sure he'd love to receive. But he's still there. Ahmed wide on the crease, he goes back foot this time. And again, Hamid brought into play, running round from cover to field. Bit of cat and mouse at the moment. Most avenues blocked for Finley. And he's trying to find a way through for maybe one stroke here. Farhan is in. Ooh. Stepping right away to leg. He tries to cut that, and that is not so far away from either a top edge into the gloves of Kishan, or maybe top of off stump, even going 174 for 3 from 67. Heart in mouth time for Yorkshire supporters there, I think, chaps.
I think Ahmed just put that one through a little bit quicker, just to tempt Finley Bean, and we've seen him be so good on the back foot throughout this innings, and just most generally in his career. It's a favoured shot of his, but yeah, that was a nervy moment for the man to run shy of a century. His first in Division 1 cricket, would it not?
Yes, I think so.
Yep.
So Patterson White from the pavilion end, and that one's just tickled round the corner by Moriarty. Like stump delivery, who is there on 8 from his 42 deliveries, coming in late last night following the dismissal of Howard Milan. Night watchman. 2 fielders in short on the leg side, and that's gone through the gate. Bit of bounce, bit of turn, past Kishan behind the stumps, and I think that has been signalled as
buys, yeah.
3
Buys.
So 2 buys. It's a good chase by Pennington.
It's a bit of turn, bit of bounce, and as Jamie said, yeah, went through the gate, missed the top of the stumps, and Completely deceived the wicket-keeper who didn't get a glove on it.
Encouraging signs for Patterson White, as one of those fielders in short on the leg side just moved over to the off, and this one instead goes past the outside edge of Moriarty. So Patterson White just working the magic here.
I think that was in Ishan's gloves before Dan Moriarty played his shot.
This pitch just starting to offer up a little bit. Patterson White into his 30th over. The fourth delivery is met by the full face of Moriarty's blade, and he drops that into the leg side.
Just found the right speed to bowl at, hasn't he? He's pushing it through quite slowly, but getting it to bite. It's going round the wicket.
Change of angle. And he moves that man who had popped over to the offside for a moment back onto the leg side. So 2 in short still to Moriarty. Around the wicket now is Patterson White, and he's got the wicket. Well, he's earned that. Threatened Moriarty, and finally found the outside edge. Good bit of bowling from Patterson White, and McCann at first slip takes the catch. And Moriarty, the night watchman, goes for 8 runs from 46 deliveries faced, and you've got to say Patterson White, he's done the hard work there, he's earned that wicket.
Yeah, made the decision to go around the wicket and struck first ball, so Patterson White's 2 wickets, both left-handers, Malan and Moriarty, both caught by Freddie McCann at slip, this one without the deflection off the body of Ishan Kishan, straight through to McCann. Comfortable catch for Freddie, and let's have a 4th wicket, 176 for 4. Mohammed Abbas is coming out onto the field. He's been off for a little comfort break, having completed his spell, still waiting for the Yorkshire number 6, expecting it to be Johnny Bairstow. It'll be a big surprise, I guess, if it's not.
Yeah, it would. And lo and behold, right on cue, here he is. As he sidesteps out onto the field of play. Well, it's an interesting stage of the game now for Yorkshire, because I was saying, Doshi, earlier about what was said last night, the chatter being that all results are still a possibility for Yorkshire. I can't see that realistically being at all the case now. So how does Johnny Bairstow approach this game situation? Yorkshire 176 for 4. We know his instinct is to be aggressive and try and score runs quickly, but is that really the best mode of attack now for Yorkshire, given the state of the game?
I would. I mean, he's got another go at this. If he's out first ball, he's got another go at this, hasn't he? But and there may be a rethink needed at that point. But I think he just plays his natural game at this point in the match. Can't see what good suppressing those, that positive urge would give here. And he can change a game very quickly, can't he? He could certainly dampen the Nottinghamshire enthusiasm fairly quickly. I'm not sure about change a game here, but just they've got so many runs to play with.
Yeah, go on the counter attack, maybe. Patterson White coming around the wicket to the right-handed Bairstow, who just defends that one ably. And at the end of the 68th over, Yorkshire 176 for 4, and crucially that wicket of Dan Moriarty.
Ian Warrington's been in touch. I was at Trent Bridge for the first 2 days, Dave. I had the wind whistling up my shorts and retreated into Derrick's suite, and that's the Derrick Randall suite in the Hound Road stand opposite. I've resisted the urge to return today, so I'm back in Hunstanton listening. The game lacks energy and urgency. Can't see a result. That came in just before that wicket went down, but it is only the first of the day. You can imagine Notts need a real cluster of Yorkshire wickets quite quickly if they're to move this game into a position, an advanced position where they could perhaps think about winning it tomorrow. From here, the draw's still firm favourite, but focus right back on Finley Bean.
Farhan Ahmed then to bowl to Finley, and this could be it. He's got plenty on that down through third man. The boundary comes, the century comes. 5-star Finley. a first century for a year and a day. And you remember the lyrics from that 1980s hit? Rain or shine, he's been out there for the last year and a day since that 164 he made at Scarborough in that first-class record partnership with Adam Lyth against Gloucestershire. It's been a long, long wait, 22 innings, but he's kept believing, and after a wretched first half of the season, he is very firmly back on the horse.
Yeah, brilliant moment for him. Brilliant moment for his family as well, I'm sure. Big moment in his career.
And he just strokes this one defensively. Next up.
Disappointed we didn't have a cry of 180, which is on the scoreboard.
A sixth first-class century for Finley. And a first, as Jamie was saying a few minutes ago, in Division 1 for him. And that will do him the world of good, I'm sure. 200 the stats were 236 deliveries as he works a single round the corner, and that was a 16th for.
Well done, Mr. Bean.
So 181 for 4.
I remember speaking to Finley on the media day ahead of this season, and a big thing for him in 2025 was feeling like he belonged in Division 1. He was very aware of the fleeting opportunities he'd had at the back end of that relegation season, and wanting to make that upgrade from Division 2 into Division 1. So that will be a huge milestone for him.
Bairstow now trying to get himself in. First delivery of this Ahmed over that he's faced, turns it to leg. Just put a slip in a short leg in place for Johnny and Ringfield elsewhere. Although Mo Abbas, unsurprisingly, is a bit deeper at mid-on to Johnny than mid-off is. Tosses this one up for Hahn and is driven firmly up to Joe Clark. Well, we think it's Joe Clark wearing his own sweater at mid-off, and they get a single. End of the over. Johnny's off the mark, and it's 182 for 4. Joe Clark, if you are out there, will you please reveal yourself?
Yeah, I think there's another ball left.
Oh.
They've done it. Yeah, they just change it over so quickly, don't they? From 4 to 5, 5 to 6.
So far, just switching back to round the wicket for this delivery, looking for his first wicket of the match. And Finley Bean defending. That is the completion of over number 69 then at 182 for 4.
They're playing at Headingley after a bit of overnight rain. 52 without loss. England, both Duckett and Crawley in the 20s. Division 1 then. Durham 274 for 6 at home to Sussex. Still trailing by 87, I beg your pardon. Hampshire 362 for 5 at Chelmsford. I'm guessing Yorkshire supporters are hoping that Hampshire go on and win that one. At Edgbaston, Warwickshire 181 for 3. Somerset racked up 498, and Worcestershire have just lost their first wicket of day 3. They're 113 for 5 against defending champion Surrey. Worcestershire lead by 36, but with only 5 wickets left. Division 2, the batting sides. Gloucestershire 76 for 2 against Derbyshire. Lancashire 155 for 1 against Kent at Blackpool. Leicestershire racking up the runs, 424 for 5 against Glamorgan as Patterson White starts a new over. Bairstow drops it on the leg side, and at Wantage Road, Northants 345 for 6. They trail Middlesex by 68. All the scores, all the text updates as wickets fall and milestones are reached on the cricket page of the BBC Sport website. There's Liam Patterson White, and there's Jamie Rayner.
And Finley Bean on strike with 103 to his name then. Yorkshire 183 for 4. Patterson White with the second delivery of his 31st over. 2 for 66, 7 maidens. And would it be right in saying that this is his 31st successive over as Finley Bean defends that solidly back to him? I can't remember him coming off, but I could be wrong. Obviously, we've had a break between days, but...
And either side of tee as well.
Yeah, there's a fuller delivery from Patterson White is driven, not cleanly by Finley Bean.
Well, he was 8 overs at tee yesterday, and he came straight out and bowled straight after tee.
Here he is again, and a slightly shorter length delivery that allows Bean to drop onto the back foot and work that around the corner backward a square for a single.
So we've had 46 overs since the tea break yesterday. Yes, I think you're right. I think you're right. 31 on the spin now, from just before tea until now.
It's not bad going. Here he is to Bairstow, who is behind that, defending it into the offside. And a dot ball to complete Patterson White's 31st over, the 70th of this Yorkshire innings, and they are 184 for 4, still trailing by 303 runs.
That's Jamie Rayner, not Stuart Rayner, as called here. There is a journalist or broadcaster,
there is.
Stuart Rayner.
Yeah.
Does he work?
Yorkshire Post.
Yeah, I was going to say.
But he...
it was with Durham, with Martin Emerson for a while, wasn't it?
That's right, yeah.
He's a proper journalist.
That's, well, a proper journalist had put their mic on. Oh, that was beautiful.
He was supposed to be in the side.
That's Farhan Ahmed. Mini George Scrimshaw. Round the wicket he comes and bowls to the left-handed Bean and pushes it into the offside. I'm sure you've seen Big George Doshi, former Derbyshire Greek, now with Northants, and I've mentioned a time or two that Farhan reminded me of somebody, and then it came to me that it was Scrimshaw and his setup, and Notts played Northants the other night, and it's exactly the same. Of course, one's 6'10" and one's not, as this is pushed back to Farhan. But
big Leeds fan, Scrimmy.
The standing and then the widening of the legs at the end of their run-up, just before the approach, is absolutely identical.
He had a bit of a nightmare, didn't he, on his England debut here, was it? Was it here?
I think it might have been, yeah. 184 for 4. Finley Bean on 104. Reaches forward, pushes it back to Finley Bean. So still to come for Yorkshire: George Hill, Matthew Revis, Dominic Bess, Will O'Rourke and Jack White. Jack White, on the scorecard, we've got C White. Is there a reason for it being C White? Is that a mistake? Is that a typo?
Curtly.
184 for 4. This is dropped on the leg side and there's no run.
Curtly Jack is his name.
Is that his name? So it should be C.J. White. Right. I never know when he's...
I asked him about it.
Never know when he's pulling my chain or not.
I asked him the obvious question about that, and he said, it's because my parents decided they want to call me Curtly. That's pretty much his answer.
Can't get fairer than that.
No?
71st over of the innings for Farhan bowls, and this is just played on the leg side and there's no run.
I don't often say this, but I quite enjoyed your description yesterday, Doshi, of Farhan Ahmed's run-up, because he's exactly like a tennis player at the baseline waiting for the serve. It's just as he kind of sets up, wide stance, and then he goes, there's the trigger.
Yeah, will it be forehand or backhand? Bowls now. Bean cuts this into the offside. Protection out there with Pennington. Good strong throw. 185 for 4.
I've been thinking about that all season as well, waiting for this match, just hoping that he got selected.
It is the end of the over. We're sort of at that stage where normally you get the, if you like, the alternative bowlers who would bowl between the 70th and 80th over just to get it up to the second new ball, but don't anticipate any change here. Now Patterson White and Farhan Ahmed are bowling in tandem. I think they'll keep going, and then Hamid will have the choice as to when he wants to take that second new ball. I don't think it'll be for a while yet, as Patterson White bowls to Bean. And it's prodded back to the bowler. 302 runs between the two sides. Follow-on mark is 338, so that's still 150 or so away. As Patterson White runs his fingers over the ball, trying to give it a little bit of rip, but doesn't get much response.
Plays underway on day 3 of Nottinghamshire County Championship match against Yorkshire. Dave Bracegirdle at Trent Bridge for us.
Where Notts have picked up 1 wicket this morning in the first hour of play. Yorkshire now 185 for 4. It was the night watchman Dan Moriarty frustrated Notts for another 40 minutes or so this morning before edging Liam Patterson White into the hands of McCann at slip. Notts have an overall lead of 302 runs in the match. Very tough to get wickets on this surface. Yorkshire 185 for 4. Another single taken by Bean. Abbas doing the fielding behind square on the leg side. Brings Bairstow down onto strike. He's faced 5 deliveries so far for a couple of runs. Johnny Bairstow. There's a look round Trent Bridge, which is quite a familiar ground to him, and a little drop on the leg side. There's no run. Made his maiden first class 100 here back in 2011, I think it was. He got a double 100, so really filled his boots. And there was a fella for a long portion of that innings at the other end called Joe Root, who he fell for 97, what would have been his first class maiden 100, but was dismissed just before. 186 for 4 at the end of the over. Bairstow 2, Bean 106. Partnership is still in its infancy. They've added 10 here at Trent Bridge. Cloudy day, but it's not the sort of the day where you're going to pop the seamers on and hope it's going to hoop round corners, and that's due to a couple of factors. A used hybrid wicket and a Kookaburra ball have taken a lot of the fun out of it for me.
I've got to say, Dave, that's a remarkable memory. I mean, I'm looking at your notes and you've got no record of that. That's, you just plucked that from the back of your head there, somewhere up there. That's very impressive.
Should we have a little look? Let's see if we can track it up.
You can remember that, and Doshi can't remember to put his mic on.
Notts versus Yorkshire, match drawn, 2011.
I'll get you, Top Cat. That's the last thing I do.
Ahmed is in, and just beating the outside edge again of Finley Bean, looking to cut away, back foot.
I was slightly wrong in that Root got 95 rather than 97.
I'll still give you that.
It was
come on.
I'll still give you that.
Come on, Girdler.
It was a double for Bairstow.
Goodness me, there's some names in that order. Adam Lythe, top of the order still, 57. As Ahmed is in, and
he's only 37.
Flying delivery. Cleanly defended back by Finley Bean. Ryan side bottom, 45 not out for City. Happy days.
Yeah.
Saw him last week. He was in the same hotel as me at Royal Ascot. City. He was. It's genuine.
Back foot cuts that Finley Bean does make contact with this on this occasion, and finds the sweeper fielder for a single.
Championship winner with both counties, of course, City.
Yeah. And also in that side, just looking, Ajmal Shahzad, who of course is now one of the coaches at Derbyshire, and he of course also played for both these counties. He left Yorkshire, had a little loan spell first of all with Lancashire, didn't he, across the Pennines, and then he came here, had a couple of years here, was a member of the 2013 Notts One Day Cup winning side at Lords, team that beat Glamorgan in the final that day.
Ahmed over the wicket to Bairstow. He leaves.
Did you just say Lancashire was across the Pennines? Because when you go across the Pennines, you can't normally find Lancashire. You usually find somewhere called Greater Manchester. I'm not sure there is a Lancashire anymore, is there?
It's lovely over there, isn't it?
Ahmed over, and again Bairstow solidly defending that. 187 for 4 are Yorkshire, trailing by 300 runs exactly. I'm still amazed at your memory, David. It's very impressive.
selective.
Ahmed with that unique run up and on the back foot. Bairstow again just defending 2 from his 10 deliveries faced at the end of the 73rd over. Yorkshire 187 for 4.
Just going to read an email out if I may. Thanks to Norman Eastwood again, who messaged us yesterday.
What's the email address, JD?
It is yorkshirecricket@bbc.co.uk. You must forget, I implore you to forget the email address that we've ingrained in you for the last 7 and more seasons.
And you don't mind Nottinghamshire supporters sending you emails either,
Absolutely
do you?
not.
So if you want to sign him up for a book club or whatever, the email address is
yorkshirecricket@bbc.co.uk. Well done, Finley Bean, says Norman Eastwood. Great to see him get his ton. I had the feet off the floor David Shepherd style until he got there. He goes on, the mention of how commentators used to describe everything about players takes me back. I grew up listening to John Arlott, who had a wonderful way with words. I didn't hear this gem myself, and so it may be apocryphal, but he's to have said, I'll just do this delivery if you don't mind, as LPW bowls to Bean, there's no run. So he didn't hear himself, but he's said to have described a hapless batsman's double swipe at a turning ball with the words, the first time he hit it, he missed it, and the second time he hit it in the same place.
nice one.
Well, Finley Bean just flicking that one into the leg side in front of square for a single. Patterson White, a remarkable effort into his what we understand and believe to be his 33rd successive over. So of course, break for tea and a break between the day's play. Yorkshire 188 for 4, Bairstow defending. Bit of applause from McCann at first slip to Patterson White. McCann with 2 catches in this Yorkshire innings so far. As Patterson White straighter line and slight inside edge from the bat of Bairstow as he defends. Picked up at backward square leg. Dot ball. Yeah, all modes of dismissal caught in this Yorkshire innings thus far. Kishan behind the stumps. McCann with 2 catches at first slip, assisted in 1 by Kishan, and then the Nottinghamshire captain Hamid with the catch of Wharton, as that one is defended again by Bairstow. Final delivery of this Patterson White 33rd over, and it's cut away by Bairstow for a single. He'll keep the strike. Yorkshire 189 for 4. Finley Bean there on 108 from 258 deliveries. Bairstow 3 from his 14 faced.
Tony Sweeney has X'd in, saying, I remember the Whitby Lara getting a big 100 here a few seasons ago when his place in the side was under scrutiny. This knock could be of equal significance for Finn. Was made to work for it and gives the selectors something to think about. Well, there were no rumblings of any suggestion that he was going to be kind of left out of the side if he didn't get any runs in this match or anything. He did have to step out in the game against Warwickshire, of course, earlier in the campaign. And he's come back strongly here. So interesting as well, because of course we go to Essex at the weekend, and although he didn't start his playing career at York, he's played club cricket for York in more recent times, Finley, so he'll be on his home turf in that respect.
It's Farhan Ahmed bowling to Johnny Bairstow, defends his first ball. Of course, there will, presumably there will be at least one change for Yorkshire next week, with Shafiq coming into the side.
Yep. Interesting call. Ben Coe, Jordan Thompson, Matt Milnes all playing the second team at Wheatwood this week.
Bairstow pushes this into the gap on the offside where Liam Patterson-White does the fielding.
What a splendid mature century from Finley Bean, says Andy Walker. In the context of this game, it could be hugely significant. Good morning also to Bent Nielsen.
I'd agree with that, actually, just given the fact that he was at the other end when Adam Lyth was dismissed first ball.
And going back to Tony Sweeney's comment, you're right, Tony, you got a good memory, because when we came here for the last match of that 21 season, I think it was 21. No, 19 was it? Adam Lyth had been left out by Andrew Gale and got a reprieve because Gary Balance pulled out at the last minute, and of course he got 150. Adam.
Just about ready now. I see Bermude had come across to have a word with his young bowler. Just touch on that in a second. And Bean plays this onto the offside because T says, Dave, this morning, very impressed with Ishan Kishan. I've been watching him. He's often gone up and he's put his arm around both of the young spinners, just giving them a use of all of his experience. That's spot on there, T. He's spreading his love around, Ishan Kishan, and he's certainly helping the skipper out there and certainly working well with these two young bowlers. There's Farhan Ahmed. In again, floats it up, and the left-handed Bean gets a good stride in, just blocks the ball, and it runs quickly up to Clark at mid-on. Just a shot of Dylan Pennington warming up, but we saw shots of him warming up after tea yesterday for about 45 minutes before he actually came on. He'll be thinking, oh, it's 75th over, I'll be on in a second.
I dare you to get into the position that Mo Abbas was just in a minute ago or so, Bryce.
The next ball is
and get out of it.
Fired up there and it's blocked. I was watching Dylan, so I didn't see it. If you'd like to demonstrate. Oh, there we go. Was this it? Crikey me.
Wow.
There we go. If we can get a camera on,
we must have a shot of Mo
Abbas.
Abbas now.
Heavens above. Oh, down on the ground and doing all sorts of strange things. 190 for 4. Very supple gentleman, no doubt. Bean turns this onto the leg side, and there's no run.
His knee was in Nottinghamshire. I think his foot was somewhere out Leicestershire way.
And Pennington as well. Look, he's.
Are they in competition? where are the judges?
It's like the gym test in Superstars, isn't it, going on?
Tiring me out.
Here he goes, Abbas. There we go.
There's Abbas. It's Abbas we want the camera on.
Oh, gosh. There he is, at the back of the shot.
Yeah. The girdle has just gone white. Just looking at that.
Above.
As someone who's coming back from a knee injury, that makes me feel horrendous. How does he do it?
Crikey me, if we can get that camera on Mo Abbas.
Yeah, just watching that, I'm going to have to call my chiropractor, I think. Get some work on the back.
There he is. There he is. What a supple gentleman.
How old is Mo Abbas?
I think he's 35. I'll check on that once you talk us through the next over between you.
Keep an eye on the actual play, but I'm on Abbas watch at the moment as Patterson White drops it in slightly short. Bairstow knocks it towards mid-on, set off for the single quickly, and in the end it was comfortably taken.
It was, but there was just a moment for a stride, wasn't there, of indecision there.
Yeah, born March 1990, so yeah, 35.
The last thing the Yorkies would want now is a silly run out, and there were a few of those up at Chesterley Street in a different format on Friday night.
The thing is, there's still potentially 20 minutes before they're going to get a bowl. They've started early, both of them.
Patterson right over to the left-handed Bean, and he solidly defends that one on the back foot.
Mind you, I think I'd have to start last night if I was trying to get loose for a spell about now this morning.
Very good.
Impressive. As is Patterson White's spell. His 34th over, and Finley Bean again just working that into the onside dot ball.
Disappointing news for Nottinghamshire supporters and for all those who'd like to see somebody different win the county championship. Worcestershire are now 8 down, 119 for 8. They only lead Surrey by 42.
Patterson White a bit quicker this time, and reaching out in front of him. Bean is defending.
They're certainly not going to be having tea at New Road today, unless the rains come. Surrey need 2 wickets and at the moment 43 runs to win, and they will briefly go top of the table.
Abbas moved slightly finer as a change of angle by Patterson White as he comes around to the left-handed Bean, and he clips that one straight to Hamid at mid-wicket.
I say briefly, provided Nottinghamshire get at least a draw out of this, they would.
Well, yeah, I mean,
still
Yorkshire
have
are
more
nailed
points.
on for 575 for
you know what
5
I'm
at
saying?
the end of the day's play, Dave, you know.
You can never be certain.
Patterson White bowling, and a slightly streaky cut from Finley Bean. He picks out the man at backward point, and it's for no run. So at the end of the 76th over, Yorkshire 191 for 4.
At the moment, I guess, you talked about Yorkshire being 9th, Essex 8th. I presume you'd want Hampshire to beat Essex.
Yeah.
Or at the stage where you want
yeah.
every game to be a draw, so you can potentially gain points on everyone. Now, here's Freddie McCann, and this is an interesting one with that second new ball just a few minutes away. Because, if I remember rightly, he came on at Leeds and ended a partnership, didn't he, Freddie McCann?
George Hill.
Was it George Hill who
tried to hit one out of the Western Terrace and
kept a whisker
missed.
low?
Yeah, it didn't it? Yeah.
So if anyone can, Freddie McCann.
Yeah, I think the Yorkshire supporters would definitely want Essex to be kept down as low as they can, so the fewer points the better. I was listening to, just as I walked out of the breakfast room this morning at the hotel, and there were 2 or 3 what were clearly Yorkshire supporters, because they were saying to each other, "Oh well, I've looked at the table and only team that I can see who's going to finish below us apart from Worcestershire is Essex." So they've clearly given up on everybody else except Essex as a proposition to get in front of for Yorkshire.
It's just like we were there, Jamie, isn't it?
Yeah. It always is, Dave. Always is. Wherever in the world.
I'll tell you this for now.
No.
I'll tell you this for now.
Northern
What, you
Hemisphere,
want me to pay for it, dear?
Southern Hemisphere, Central Europe.
Anyway, so Freddie McCann.
Oh, it's Welsh. McCann is going round to the left-handed Bean. Well, it looked like he was trying to play that into the offside. It ended up on the leg.
Kind of nothing.
No run. Yorkshire 192 for 4. The problem is he keeps going. McCann turning it over, and solidly again behind that is Finley Bean. 108 he is.
That's his career best bowling, is that 1 for none at Headingley a month ago.
I remember seeing that shot on the highlights reel. Oh, there's an edges there. There's a bit of turn, certainly. McCann just getting a bit of torque out of this surface. And it was, in the end, taken at first slip. It was past Isham.
Just his 13th first-class match. Does have 3 first-class wickets. Doesn't bowl very often.
44 on his back, and that one's slightly short. And that one's a gimme for Finley Bean, who rocked back, picked up the length quickly, and pulled it away through square leg for 4.
That makes you laugh, doesn't it? A bit like I got one of them texts this morning. It said, there's been a transaction attempt on your account of 14,000 something pounds. I thought, you'll be lucky, I've got about £1.64 in there.
Wrong guy. Full length delivery, almost Yorker length actually, and it lands right under the helmet of Finley Bean.
Tell him I'll go halves with him.
So, at the end of that, McCann first over, 5 runs from it. Yorkshire 196 for 4 after 77 overs. Pennington's still out there in the deep, warming up, stretching out.
Lyndon James not used yet. He's not bowled a single ball in the match. We are going to see the end of the Liam Patterson White spell, which began mid-afternoon yesterday then, because Farhan Ahmed is switching ends.
Has it been changed to the Liam Patterson White end from Stuart Broad? He's bowled there so long.
Yeah.
Mammoth.
196 for 4. Yeah, Lyndon James made just 12 with the bat yesterday, and or was it the first day? Who knows? Yeah, it was the first day. So a quiet day for him yesterday. Still not bowled. So in fact, he's just gone off the field. He's just come back eating a banana.
Some of us were in the Trent Bridge Inn for our evening meal last night, and Liam Patterson White was still bowling at the Stuart Broad end, I think.
No one there.
Anyway, Farhan Ahmed, we got a different view of him because it's not his backside this time. He's running towards us from the Liam Patterson White end as Johnny Bairstow turns that one to Hasib Hamid. Straight mid-wicket, no run.
The thing with the second near ball, once you've taken it, and you can't go back, can you? You can't go back to the old one.
No. And he comes again, tosses this one up. Bairstow blocks. He's having a good look at this, Johnny, before he thinks about getting going. And maybe that 291 run deficit and the fact that 4 are already down, he's also tempering some of that natural enthusiasm, because we know he's had some great knocks, as we've referred to on this broadcast, previously on this ground. Here's Vaughan again. This one just felt like he held it back a little more. It's fuller, and Bairstow gets it away to the sweeper for a single.
The point of me saying that is, it just felt that around about the time he got the wicket of Moriarty, Patterson White was just starting to get it to jack around a little more, and just seeing if Farhan Ahmed can get a bit of turn from that far end. Don't think they'd want to be in a position where it was suddenly spinning quite a lot for him and then take him out of the attack for the 2 quicks, and that slight advantage is lost. But clearly Hamid has got them both warming up, and it looks very much as if they'll be in action at the end of the 80th over.
Going round the wicket now to Bean.
Yeah, see, that one went, didn't it?
Away, yeah, from Finley, but he had it covered and left. Yeah, if he can just get that length right, he might tempt somebody into a mistimed drive. There's a man at silly, well, shortish rather than silly point. 3 strips away. And he's nearly coming into play there, Jack Haynes, with a dive and a miss as Finley Bean cuts that one out into the deep on the offside for a single. One to come in the 78th. And apart from that 289 run deficit, Johnny also obviously got the second new ball in mind here. Make sure I'm there, the skip will be thinking. 13 balls to negotiate before it can be taken. He's on 7. Farhan Ahmed back over the wicket to the right-hander, who just runs one down to deepish mid-on for a single.
End of the over. Not at Somerset this weekend, at Taunton. It's Glastonbury weekend as well, isn't it? But I would imagine they'll all be safely locked up inside before I have to go down the M5 and encounter any of them on the way. I think Adrian Harms, amongst the county cricket commentators, he's the one that applies for Glastonbury every year. He's been a time or two, but I don't think he was lucky this year.
Can you imagine Harmsy rocking away there with the kids?
With his wellies on in the mud. Bopping away to do a leaper.
Up the Chelsea. Big Chelsea fan, isn't he, Harmsy?
Is he?
Yeah. Yeah, we talked about the 1970 final against Leeds on umpteen occasions.
Yeah, presents for the Brighton matches, but Chelsea fan.
Anyone want to talk about the FA Cup 2015 then? Bradford City 4-2 at Stamford Bridge. Yep. Yorkshire 199 for 4. McCann to continue. Second over from the Radcliffe Road end, and Bairstow blocking that one.
Other things to consider here for Yorkshire. Batting points, still 51 runs away from a first one of those.
Low-full toss by McCann that is half-heartedly driven back to him by Bairstow.
Not played a shot in anger yet, really, has he?
No. I wonder if that new ball is at the forefront of his mind as he again solidly gets behind the line of that ball and just drops it back to McCann.
At the current rate, they're probably only going to get 2 of those, but obviously there's a possibility of upping the ante.
4th delivery, and it's a full-length ball that is driven by Bairstow, and that was a little bit more with intent from Johnny Bairstow. It brings up Yorkshire's 200 in the 79th over.
I think it's fairly clear that the first match that will be completed in this round of matches will be at New Road, because Worcestershire are all out for 125 in their second innings, so Surrey need 49 to win. Probably have to wait until after lunch to do it, but Surrey need 49 to win.
McCann round 2, Finley Bean, who just defends that full-length delivery back to him. One delivery remaining. As McCann, 44 on his back. Again, round and a leg stump line delivery that is played up towards mid-on. And a dot ball to finish the 79th over. Yorkshire 200 for 4. Pennington's still out there doing his warm-up routine.
Yeah, what is the word?
Yeah, I was going to call. Is it a plank? And then there's
I don't
side
know.
raise, is it? And Doshi knows all this anyway. Abbas is on his back.
Abbas is at it again.
Oh, he's rolling around.
Oh, and, and Pennington was bowling off one foot, hopping up and down. Calisthenics?
They've done so much warming up.
Gymnastics.
They've got the last 2 overs each, and then they have to come off. Tired.
Yeah.
Any spell, lads.
Pulled a hamstring warming up. Going to be Farhan Ahmed. So Surrey ruthlessly efficient with their squad of 75 Test players have rolled Worcestershire over this morning and on their way to what they hope, I believe, will be 4 titles in a row. 80th over. Farhan bowls to Bairstow, and he nudges this back up the carpet. Jack Haynes bends down to field. So all the indications there are that Seba Mead will be taking the new ball the end of this over, and then Mohamed Abbas will be back into action. Got a wicket with the first ball of the first ball, or the first delivery of the ball we're playing with now. This is dropped on the leg side.
We got that message, didn't we, about how Ishan Kishan has been supporting the young bowlers and been helping Hamid in that respect. Just a question for you, Dave, after this next delivery.
Hope it's not too difficult. You realise you're dealing with an idiot.
I work with Doshi a lot.
Bairstow's on 9. Farhan bowls now, and cut away by Bairstow. Protection out there with Pennington, and there'll be a single. Oh, slight misfield from Dill. They still only get 1.
How has Hamid taken to captaincy? What kind of captain has he been? I mean, the obvious answer is that with them top of the table at the moment, he's doing all right. But what's he like as a captain?
Yeah, he did it for a couple of years in the August competition, the Metro Bank 50 over competition. So that was sort of his first taste of captaincy, and very often he was dealing with a lot of the young lads, obviously, with players away with the other competition, and very much grew into the role over a couple of years doing that. And then obviously when Stephen Mullaney stood down ahead of at the end of the 2023 season, he was obviously the natural successor. Lost his first game in charge, start of last year. It did actually do it once or twice whilst Mullaney was injured as sort of a stand-in skipper, but he had the role for himself. Started last year, first match ended in defeat, but it's got better since, and next ball is defended back to the bowler. I think the players respect him. It's not affected his batting or his concentration at the crease. He's still able to bat for hours and hours and hours. So one of the experienced guys. He's obviously played Test cricket, and I think it was the natural appointment. And as I say, he's grown into the role. Very much leads by example in everything he does. As this next one's cut away onto the offside, and there's no run. 201 for 4.
I can't believe he's still only 28, but I suppose that's a reflection of how long he's been around. I mean, remember when he first came onto the scene, it was at Lancashire, wasn't it? And
2016 was his breakthrough year.
It was and such a start, didn't he, to first class cricket? Sorry.
And he lost his way a little bit. Moved to Notts. Difficult time for anybody, of course. 2020 he came to Notts, had to wait obviously right until August before the season started. It's Farhan Ahmed bowling down the leg side, beating everybody. So that'll go for more buys. Saw a comment last night on one of the social media posts about Ishan Kishan and the fact that he is very much a modern, if you like, T20 white ball wicket-keeper, in that he's not necessarily got all the necessary skills that you would associate with a county championship or a first-class wicket-keeper. He's very much a batter first and a wicket-keeper second, and there has been a few that's eluded him, but he's He's doing a good job, and he's settled in nicely, and it's an absolute joy to see his footballing skills as well. They still like to kick a ball about in the morning, and he's very much part and parcel of that. So that's the old ball got rid of. It'll be Mohammed Abbas with the new ball.
And no hesitation with taking that opportunity. All the warming up that we've seen in the last 10 overs, probably predict that would be taken at the earliest opportunity. Mo Abbas with the ball back in his hand.
Yes, Ian Warrington, he agrees with us about Patterson White and that lengthy spell. He reckons he's bowled 34 overs on the spin. He says, can we say that, or is it too cheesy? You can say whatever you want, Ian, or within reason. But 34 overs on the spin.
I like that. I like that. So Abbas back into the attack. 1 for 25 from his 14 over 6 maidens, and of course that wicket of Adam Lyth.
It's not the sort of cheesy line I'm going for.
No, dodgy, not at all. Abbas into Bean then with the new ball, coming around to the left-hander, and that one's worked up to mid-on by Finley. Dot ball to start, and then he just rests on his bat at the striker's end.
We haven't. Now it's been taken. Look, it's just been held up to the umpire, so there'll be a new column come underneath overs on the Batman board in just a moment that will say ball age. So the second new ball taken after 80 overs and 1 ball. Where's the Seabermead going? He's rushing off. I don't know where he's going. Had they remembered to bring a new ball out?
The ball had just held up.
No, it was the old one. They'd gone to throw it off the field, and it hadn't gone all the way. So Hamid had to run 85 yards there just to flick it over the boundary edge, rather than anybody else on the boundary edge collect it.
He's loose now. He might have a spell at the Stuart Broad end.
Apparently, we were hearing from Ben yesterday. He had a long ball for the seconds this week.
So the new ball in the hand of Mo Abbas, and the first delivery of it, Yorkshire 206 for 4, and Finley Bean gets behind that, defends well.
So that's going to look slightly askew there now. You can see we've had 80.2 overs, and with this ball, just the one delivery.
I might be showing my age here, or maybe a very naive comment. I've never seen that.
It's the Batman board. You see all sorts of things at that end.
But more so, I've never seen the
ball edge.
As in, you can take the new ball, we'll bowl one with the old one, and then we'll second delivery.
Yeah, that's fairly.
There we go then.
It's not uncommon.
Naive comment. As Finley Bean drops that in onto the left side.
Just a loosener, isn't it, really? Just getting back into it with the old ball, and then let's crack on.
Do you mean not taken after 1 ball, or do you mean it up on the scoreboard?
No, I mean not taken after 1 ball. That's the first time I've seen that.
Yeah.
But,
sometimes you'll get 2 or 3, won't you, and then they'll take it.
Yeah.
Which makes sense when you actually put the logic behind it.
But in terms of that on a scoreboard, I don't see that anywhere else on a scoreboard where they actually pop it up there. How old the second new ball is.
As Abbas is into Finley Bean. And again, he's defending.
Clearly not listening enough, doing too much preparation for Bradford City matches while cricket's on.
I can't argue with that, no.
Wondering about you, looking forward to your next trip to Barrow or Carlisle or something like that.
No more of that now, at the moment anyway.
What's your trip you're looking forward to most in the coming season?
Ooh, that's a good question. Well, it's got to be Huddersfield Town, hasn't it? The West Yorkshire derby. First one in, I think it's 15 years. Finley Bean getting a blade behind that ball again from Abbas and working it into the offside dot ball.
How do you treat that, actually? Will you have your own Bradford City broadcast, and Oggy will be doing his own Huddersfield broadcast at the same match?
Well, I asked Dave the same question. If Notts County play Mansfield, which they have recently, how would you do that?
Two different.
So it's the same thing. We'll split the frequency, and one of us will be on FM and the other one will be on DAB.
Oh, there'll be tensions as to who gets the FM and who gets the DAB.
Oh, no, Huddersfield will be on DAB. That is always the way. Abbas in a slightly straight line as he continues to come round to the left-handed Bean, and he solidly defends once more. And that ends the 81st over. Yorkshire 206 for 4.
You stick you and Oggy in an office do they before the season starts for that, and then you just punch up and the winner gets the FM and the loser gets DAB or whatever.
Second over of the second new ball about to be bowled, and it's interesting that, of course, Pennington is now back at the far end. It was this end with umpire Warren where he got himself into a little bit of hot water. He's not bowled from that end since the very start of the Yorkshire innings. He had a couple of spells from this end. Did get the wicket of James Wharton, but also there was the moment where he threw the ball and the umpires decided it was just a little reckless and gave him a ticking off and gave Yorkshire 5 penalty runs.
I'm still not happy. It doesn't sit right with me, that. No. I know it's 5 runs to Yorkshire with my slightly Yorkshire bias hat on, but I don't like that.
No.
Okay, Dylan then, somewhere out in a different postcode at the end of his run-up at the moment, waiting to come this way and bowl to Johnny Bairstow, who's 10 from 30 so far. And this one is a loosener down the leg side. Dylan doesn't get the benefit of a delivery with the old ball first. He's got to crack on with the new one.
Pennington made his first-class debut on this ground for Worcestershire in one of those pink ball games back in 2018. But they didn't last for too long. You must have done some of those, JD, the pink ball matches, 2018, 2019, horrible.
Here he is again. That's turned into the leg side by Bairstow. No, and I can't remember him playing a pink ball game in 2019. My first game in 2018 as a trial was at Scarborough, and Dylan Pennington was playing for Worcestershire in that match when Yorkshire got hammered by Moeen Ali, really. But I can't remember a pink ball game in any.
Or was it 2017 and 18, the pink ball games? Yeah, it might have been 17 and 18. 2 matches in each season.
Here he comes again. Ball just back of length, and Bairstow runs it out square on the offside, no run.
So what was the rationale behind that then?
They'd got a consignment, there were too many of them, and they just thought we'd better use these. So let's try in county cricket.
No, they can never let things sit still for several seasons. They've always got to tinker with something. They were played in the middle of the summer, and the hope was you'd get the work crowd in, so you'd start at 2 o'clock in the afternoon and go on till 9 with the floodlights on, play with a pink ball.
Pennington to Bairstow, runs it down to Abbas at fine leg for 1.
But the issue, certainly with the games here each season, was that either it was a nice sunny evening and it was absolutely pointless because it wasn't dark enough for the floodlights to take effect and it was done with, or it was just very, very cold on a chilly evening and people just didn't come anyway after work. So we were sat here till, by the time we'd finished 9:30, 10 o'clock, wondering, was that really worth it?
Yeah.
And there has been pink ball tests around the world. I think Australia, they still have one. There's been 1 or 2, but in warmer climates. It certainly didn't work over here.
Bean back on strike. Doesn't seem to have seen much of it in the last couple of overs. He's pushed 1 up.
Did they have 1 test match at Edgbaston? I think it extended as far as having one pink ball test at Edgbaston round about then, but it didn't find favour with players or public or broadcasters or anybody, so it went the way of many supposed good ideas.
Pennington making his way in again past umpire Steve O'Shaughnessy. Ooh, now then, that is a rare flash at a delivery by Finley Bean. In fact, the first one of the day by him, and he's been out there for 1 hour and 42 minutes this morning, so we'll let him off. But it was slanted across him, and just a little bit of danger territory for him. 207 for 4 at the end of the over.
England's openers have put 100 on, 59 not out for Ben Duckett, they're still there in the Headingley sunshine, hopefully. Durham 320 for 9, now still trails Sussex by 41. Not yet reached the halfway stage in terms of the 2 first innings being completed at Chesterley Street, nor at Chelmsford, where Hampshire are 393 for 5. Hampshire have got a young Indian playing for them, Tilak. He's gone for 100, but Liam Dawson, very, very fine player, Liam Dawson. He's 132 not out in that one. Warwickshire also racking up the runs, 214 for 3. Before that innings started, you may remember me yesterday saying Jacob Bethel will get 100 in this match. Well, he's nearly there. He's 11 not out.
Bass to Johnny Bairstow, and that will be 4 runs. Slightly back of a length, and Bairstow cutting cleanly, and that had all the pace to run to the boundary edge.
Yeah, he got good contact on it, didn't he?
Did.
Not going to do the new ball too much good. That rattled around a few railings and whatnot down there.
Yeah.
Surrey are underway. They're 2 without loss. Remember, they need 49 to defeat Worcestershire. Gloucestershire 111 for 2 in their second innings at Bristol, trailing Derbyshire by exactly 100. Lancashire 207 for 2 at Stanley Park, Blackpool. Kent made 374.
Bass with his second delivery. 2 slips in place. Bairstow clipping that one towards square leg, and he'll comfortably take the single.
Division 2 leaders Leicestershire building a sizable advantage over Glamorgan at Grace Road. 456 for 7 centuries yesterday for Sol Budinger and Rian Ahmed. 456 for 7. It was that match a couple of years ago, wasn't it, where Sam North East got, was it 400 for Glamorgan?
Yeah.
Northants 373 for 9, just about level with Middlesex. All the scores on the BBC Sport website are now.
Bass and Pennington at mid-on, just having a look at the ball. At the top of his mark, Bass running away from his 38 on his back, around the wicket to the left-handed Bean, who is turning that one into mid-wicket. Finds the fielder, no run.
Outlaw Chris has been in touch on X at Brace Cricket. Hello, Dave. As you know, always enjoy the comms. It's been very enjoyable to listen this morning with your co-commentators. Just the right amount of joviality today. I've got a feeling this game will get exciting this afternoon. Thank you, Outlaw Chris. Chris Morley, whose brother is no doubt here because we've got the Nottinghamshire flag on the Fox Road stand. Chris's brother brings that one.
Bass into Finley Bean, who with a flash of the blade superbly picks up 4 more runs, slightly backward of point. It was a lovely shot.
He had that lovely click off the bat, didn't it? Expensive over this by most standards, a couple of boundaries in it.
Yeah, that's what I said about once you've taken that second near ball, you can't go back and, oh crikey, that was perhaps a decision that we'd like to have again. So just the right amount of joviality this morning for Chris.
Is that a joviality-ometer?
Yeah, well, 8 runs coming from, or 9 runs, I beg your pardon, coming from this Bass over, and Finley Bean turning that one again to mid-wicket for no run.
Good 9-letter word, joviality. You might get that on Countdown this week in your anagrams. Have a look out for that one.
These days, of course, joviality-ometer would have to be shortened. That's far too much of a mouthful for people to understand. Joviometer, maybe?
The crucial conundrum, joviality.
I like that. Nice message.
Thank you, Chris.
Bass coming over the wicket to Finley Bean, so slight change of angle, and Finley Bean just letting that run through to Kishan, end of the 83rd over. And as Doshi says, quite a costly one on Bass's run so far. He had 24 runs coming from his first 14, and now 34 from 16.
We must be doing all right because neither the headmaster, Kevin Howells, or producer Kirsty have been in to complain about the content this morning, so we must be doing all right.
Well, don't you worry, we'll get a note passed through the door. Just slid under the door at lunch.
It's when you come back from lunch and find the door locked. No entry.
There's the message.
I've got a very special alarm set for producer Kirsty, and that's it.
Yeah, take the rest of the day off, Dave.
Saving all my feedback for off air, she says. Thank you, producer Kirsty. She had the first day off of this match.
Pennington to Bairstow, who's leaving one wide of off stump.
Apart from spreading her affection all over the Trent Bridge airwaves, she also looks after Stoke City Football Club, who had an in-house media day and what have you on Sunday. So she had the choice of where to spread her love and affection, either Trent Bridge or Stoke City. And as I said, first time ever anybody has chosen Stoke City over Trent Bridge.
Sounds like you got another message. I think she's spreading,
spreading
the love into the commentary box now as Bairstow plays one to Slater at mid-on, and there is no run. Well, what are you in trouble for now?
That was feedback from the headmaster.
Okay.
Rapidly looking for other games to take some better commentary, says the headmaster. I better turn this off, haven't I?
I'm quite enjoying it, to be honest.
If the listeners don't talk to you, get the producer to do it.
Pennington on his way in towards a short ball, pinged away by Bairstow for 4, backward of square leg. Can't bowl it there at Johnny Dillon, as I'm sure you're aware. Just dropped it, dragged it down slightly. 49 off Dylan Pennington now, halfway through his 14th over. The wicket of James Wharton to his name yesterday. 220 for 4 and Bairstow on to 20.
So there was a nice little bit of curry in line for you boys for lunch today. Did you see that? The menu in the lift on your way up here?
I don't know. I didn't actually.
Great bit of news that, Dave.
I was talking to somebody about the weather, as you usually do in the lift when you don't know them. Pennington in, and that's shouldering of arms. Bairstow leaves. I was in a lift last week that I did mention, and you laughed earlier, but I was in the same hotel as Ryan Sidebottom at Royal Ascot last week, which was the Village in Bracknell.
Right.
To give him a mention. And in the lift, it plastered all over one of the walls. I thought it was really funny because it had various things that you do or say in the lift. You know, sort of like walk in, press number 2, and go, I'm going to that floor as well, and then look at the wall
again.
or whatever. Yeah.
Roman wisdom.
Yeah, the weather forecast today is this, because you'll want to talk about that before you get out on floor 3, as Bairstow is shouldering arms. It was that sort of thing, and you do, don't you? A bit chilly in the morning, yeah. Chilly, not in the lift, it's not. Why have you just pressed 3? I'm going down to the ground floor.
I mean, it's Are You Being Served, isn't it? Grace Brothers and all that. The theme to that, isn't it? First floor.
Yeah.
Whatever it is. Haberdashery, second floor.
Yeah, maybe mention of Are You Being Served. Might have to stop there.
I'm free.
Here's Dylan Pennington in, and Bairstow tries to flick that away down to fine leg, but makes some contact with the body to complete the over with a dot at 2:20 for 4. We've got 9 minutes before the scheduled lunch break, which with these two on will probably allow us to sneak in maybe a third over. Certainly 2.
What have we had this morning? 29 overs, I think. Yes, we were on 55, weren't we? We're on 84 now.
How is City?
It was very good, yeah. He was taking some photographs of his other half and a friend who were doing some very elegant poses in front of an area in the hotel that was set out really for Royal Ascot racegoers. They were obviously trying to appeal to that.
Sorted him out with some free tickets as well, didn't he?
Everywhere.
I know he's looking after hospitality in the Howard stand.
Yeah.
He didn't get up and dance though to the music in
He's
the
all
evening.
over
He
that
was
normally.
back there in the bar area, sitting
like
down
him.
having a nice quiet drink,
That's
and I
not
was
like-
up there having a boogie.
I don't believe that. That's not like City. Abbas over the wicket to Finley Bean, who, as he is so often shown in this innings, solidly behind that.
Apparently he can dance on ice, but he just couldn't dance on the dance floor.
And he'll be enjoying himself at Headingley over these last few days.
He was a member of the Nottinghamshire side that won the county championship at Old Trafford in September 2010, the last time Notts won it, and Yes, he was having a little glass of refreshment with everybody late into the night.
2 slips in place to Bean, who just again drops that into mid-wicket. No run.
So this is Manchester. This is late into the night. The next morning, he was at the Oval, being interviewed all about it ahead of an England ODI the day he announced his international retirement. How on earth have you got from when I saw you late in the night to the Oval the next morning? Which is it's a good effort, very good effort.
Abbas coming around the wicket now to Finley Bean, and again just provides the necessary defence. No run.
Did you not lend him a ride in the Girdler's private jet then?
No, I think that was that was a terrific effort, really. Not just play the part, play his part, an important part in the game as well, and then head straight off for England duty. He hung around certainly long enough to enjoy the moment with the rest of the Notts team and all us hanger-oners. But must have had a driver to whisk him down in the wee small hours.
Bass running away from us at a sunlit Trent Bridge, and Finley Bean again just comfortably turning that one into the leg side.
That was the first and only night in my life that I was introduced to the drink that, what's a rhyming slang for it? Gauger-com. I had one or two Gauger-coms that night. First and only time ever.
I had to give me a second there, and then I was on your wavelength.
Yes.
First and last.
First and last. Yes. What do you remember of Notts winning the county championship? One or two things instantly spring to mind, and that's one of them.
Mo Abbas, the experienced Mo Abbas, just teasing Finley Bean, who wasn't accepting any invitation there, letting it run through.
I think it was also the first of many occasions in which I've been sat on by Luke Fletcher.
Good Lord.
A little discussion in the slip cordon. Kishan leading that.
I think has not spread their love around one or two establishments in Manchester as well. I think Adam Vogers at one stage was in charge of the county championship trophy and left it in one place and was very relieved when he rang back 20 minutes later to find it still there.
That's a great phone call to make, isn't it? I suppose you've seen Abbas into Finley Bean, and slightly straighter ball, and again Finley well set on 118 off 296 deliveries, looking rather unflustered at the crease right now. Yorkshire 220 for 4.
He had better luck than me. I've left clothes in the first hotel of the season at Southampton, and the following day when I rang up they were not to be seen. And I left a heart rate monitor somewhere, and I've rung all the hotels I've stayed in this year. Nobody had seen that. That's probably gone on eBay.
You don't want to leave that hanging around. Well, I'll tell you about his memory days.
It's not bad for your blood pressure, is it? I had a nasty and expensive habit of leaving phone chargers in hotels. 4-day championship matches, and you leave it plugged in somewhere for the 4 days and then forget it.
I've been guilty of that.
They don't realise, people, do they? The stuff we go through just to get these broadcasts out there. The bus lanes that you've got to try and avoid. The incorrect satellite navigation. It took me once through Nottingham city centre on the way back to the hotel one year I was here, through one of those pedestrian areas, and I'm thinking, oh no. And then the police car parked up on the left.
Oh dear.
And, oh no, this is it. 80 quid fine or something like that. I don't know how I got away with it, but nobody mentioned it.
Yeah. There's Pennington, then we maybe getting dangerously close towards the luncheon interval as we've wandered off into other areas again, as this is defended. I think 2 or 3 years ago, last time Notts played Glamorgan in Cardiff, the team and everybody travelled by coach, and might as well leave your car there, Dave, and come in and out with us. So went on the team coach from the team hotel to the ground and then back again, etc, 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 for 3 days. The 4th day, obviously, which was the last day I had to check out anyway, went with my car, same way to the ground, and of course I got a fine for being in the bus lane. This is dropped on the leg side.
It's a nightmare, isn't it? It's definitely a place to leave your car at the hotel in Cardiff. Yeah.
Well, obviously I went the same way as I'd gone in the previous 3 days. But Idiot. I was in the bus lane.
I just walk every year from the hotel. Just avoid the fines.
My sat-nav well and truly failed me last night, leaving Nottingham. I was aimlessly driving around for about half an hour until it finally figured out where it was.
Pennington bowls to Bairstow. This has dropped on the leg side. I need a new one. It's lost its stickiness. It refuses to stick to the inside of the windscreen. Ball getting super glue and attaching it. I think it'd be just easier to get a new sat nav. 220 for 4. Although there is one actually. If I can fathom out how to work it, actually in the controls of the car and the dashboard. But that's a little bit technical for me.
Jamie's sat nav, Ponty way, says, "Hey up, lad. Turn right to Endert Road. Get that sent up A1, and I'll be back home in an hour."
It's Pennington, past umpire Shaughnessy. Bairstow helps it away for another single. He goes to 21, 221 for 4. Is that part of what they call the rhubarb triangle?
It is, yep, the rhubarb triangle, yep.
So what are the points of the rhubarb triangle?
Oh, I knew you were going to ask me that, Dave.
Just say I'm not sure then.
Yes,
and
I
we'll
will
move on.
Well, I know Wakefield is part of it, and Pontefract, and then I was trying to remember where t'other part is.
Is that because the predominant factories and companies that manufacture rhubarb for domestic use are based there, or is it the best soil for rhubarb growing in the country? Here we go, here's technical. 221 for 4. Bowls to the left-handed Bean, who's battered through the morning, began the day on 86. He's now on 118.
Well, I'm clearly an expert on this topic.
Yes,
clearly.
Well, I thought you were.
But as far as I'm aware, from a very novice understanding, is that it is meant to be the best surface and the best soil for it to.
Stop it! You're getting me started. That rhubarb crumble was my favourite pudding.
Yeah, me as well.
Stewed rhubarb.
But Pontefract's famous for which sweet? Can we say the name? We're on the BBC.
Licorice.
Oh, licorice.
They can say licorice.
There's also a sweet brand that's factory is in there.
It's maybe the last ball before lunch to bring an end to this madness as Bean drops it on the leg side. Leonard James has grabbed the ball, not seemed keen on getting another over in. The board's showing, 12.59. It's now showing 1300 though on the big screens.
Yep,
and that's that. So that's the end of your ration. We've had 31 overs this morning, which has seen Yorkshire move on from 154 for 3 to 221 for 4. In truth, the tempo of the game has not altered one iota from yesterday or the first day. This morning, 154 for 3, so 67 runs for the loss of the night watchman Dan Moriarty, who was caught at slip by Freddie McCann from the bowling of Liam Patterson White for 8. That was 176 for 4. Johnny Bairstow, very watchful, has moved on to 21. He's a threat to Notts whilst he's at the crease. May well up the tempo this afternoon, but there'll be some warm applause in a moment for Finley Bean, and so they should be. His 6th first-class 100 completed this morning. His first in Division 1. Johnny Bairstow stands back and applauds his teammate tapping away on his bat there, and Finley Bean leads everybody off. Warm round of applause from the Trent Bridge faithful. Thanks for your company this morning. Those of you that have been listening to Sports Extra 2, we'll now hand you back to Kevin Howells. And everybody else with us on the live stream and on the BBC Sport website and app. Thanks for your company. Thanks to everybody that's taken the trouble to get in touch, or even more important, thanks to everybody that's just been there and shared in the madness this morning. We'll do it all again in 40 minutes' time. It'd be great if you can join us then. At lunch, Yorkshire 221 for 4. Well, hello everybody, welcome back to Trent Bridge with our umpires Russell Warren, Steve O'Shaughnessy. The two sole bodies out on the Trent Bridge turf, just waiting for the players to join them. Johnny Bairstow is skipping his way now, on his way out to the middle. Still knots haven't emerged, and now they come. No doubt a little bit of a huddle down below us out of sight. So, quietish morning. Just 67 runs this morning, 1 wicket to go down. That of night watchman Dan Moriarty was caught at slip by Freddie McCann from the bowling of Liam Patterson-White for 8. That was after 22 runs had been added in the first 40 minutes or so of the day. That wicket went down in the 68th over. Finley Bean reached his century this morning from 236 balls, 16 fours, his 6th first-class 100, his first in Division 1, first of the season, of course. So many congratulations to him. He's still there, 118 not out. He's been joined by Johnny Bairstow, who's looked very solid, very compact, very assured, but he's been pretty watchful, making his way to 21 with power to add. And the morning session, as I say, just 67 runs, so it was a fairly pedestrian couple of hours, but really important for both sides as they try and establish themselves on day 3 here to see if they can just go on and make something happen. Looks as if Freddie McCann is going to open the bowling after lunch, so welcome back everybody. Kevin Howells, Jamie Rayner, Jonathan Dodge, myself, Dave Bracegirdle, bringing you the commentary on this one. Freddie McCann, 2 overs, none for 6 so far. We don't know if this is an end change or if this will be the start of a lengthy spell for the off spinner. We'll get underway in a moment. Welcome back to JD and to Jamie. Hope you both lunched well and you're ready to go.
Oh, we did. Certainly that. McCann in from the Radcliffe Road end, and slightly short of a length that allows Bairstow to, with this first delivery of the afternoon session, pull that one out into the man on the sweeper for a single. Yorkshire 2-2-2 for 4. A lovely lunch. You all right about the curry, Dave? Very nice indeed. McCann, again, that one is short, too short, and again, being punished. He showed that just before lunch with one of his deliveries, and Finley Bean accepting the invitation as he pulled that one away firmly for 4 runs, and that brings up this 5th wicket partnership of 50 runs from 111 deliveries.
Always good to have a plan at lunch and come out and try and implement it. I'm sure that plan wasn't, though, a couple of half trackers, one that's gone for 1 and one that's gone for 4.
McCann into Bean, who, with this full-length delivery, blocks it back to him. Yeah, that will have crashed into the lower brick wall on that side of the ground. That's another short delivery that Bean's got underneath. Shy prize of catch, as in the end it landed safely in front of the man at deep square leg.
It was in 2 minds whether to hit it for 4 or 6, and in the end got into a little bit of difficulty.
Yeah. Halfway through the shot, just lofted it up. So quite a few looseners from McCann in what is his 3rd over. Bairstow on strike, slip in place. That one is a flatter trajectory that he works through mid-wicket. And Ahmed doing the field in the deep. Another single onto the score. So plenty of runs coming from this first over after the lunch break. McCann turning the arm over. That one's short again, and Bean pulls it away. Similar position, a loftier shot this time, but another 4 runs onto the score.
Yeah, just wonder if that might be the last we might see of Freddie McCann for a while. 11, I think, from the over. Yeah, 2:32 for 4. Amongst all the madness that happened here this morning, we managed to find ourselves rambling on about lifts for a moment or two, and there was a mention of the TV series from me, Are You Being Served? Thanks to Steve from Carlton, who's sent me the lyrics, and there's a few notes on it as well. David Croft wrote Are You Being Served, and at the time there were very expensive fees for the union musicians, so he didn't want to waste some of his precious cash on that. So he got the actress called Stephanie Gathercole, who played Mr. Rumbold's secretary, just to voice some words over the sound of a cash register, and they came up with these words: ground floor perfumery, stationery and leather goods, wigs and haberdashery, kitchenware and food going up. There's only 3 floors, so I'll just give you the last 2, should you be interested, because I couldn't remember what they said. Yeah, 2:32 for 4. Farhan Ahmed's going to get the second over, so all spin to begin with, but just wonder how long Freddie will get from this end after a little loose in that first over. This one is played out into the offside by Bairstow. Out into the deep, Dylan Pennington will come round in front of the Smith Cooper stand, a sliding stop preventing the boundary, but they come back for 2. 2:36 for 4. First floor telephones, gents ready-made suits, shirts, socks, ties, hats, underwear and shoes going up, and the third floor, second floor carpets, travel goods and bedding, material, soft furnishings, restaurants and teas going down. Thank you very much to Steve in Carlton, as Bairstow whips this wristily onto the leg side for a single. If you wonder what all that was about, well, it doesn't really matter, but it's just something we were talking about before lunch. But thanks to Steve for finding me the lyrics in the background to Are You Being Served?
Thank you, Captain Peacock.
Was it Mrs. Slocum and Miss Brahms, wasn't it, Wendy Richard?
The young Mr. Grace.
Yes. Mr. Lucas. Here we go, yeah. 2:35 for 4. Farhan Ahmed. He's in his 19 overs. It's in his 19th over. None for 44. Finley Bean will have lunched well, no doubt, and will certainly have enjoyed the dessert that was sent down by Freddie McCann in the last over. He's quickly gone up to 127. Left-hander pushes Farhan Ahmed into the leg side. Noah Bass with the very stylish sunglasses doing the fielding. And there's no run. Ground staff were hard at it during the luncheon interval. They've got a women's T20 international here on Saturday, so they're working on that particular wicket as Bean pushes this back to Farhan, which I think is 3 away from the one we're playing on. That's the one that all the attention was on. It's been cut and will no doubt get a lot of rolling on Thursday and Friday. What's expected to be a high-scoring women's T20 international, England against India. 2:30 here Saturday. This is pushed to mid-on. There's no run, and there are tickets still available if you want to come along. Maybe bring some young uns and get them introduced to cricket or the women's game. Should be decent crowd, good atmosphere. England against India here. The women's international on Saturday, as Bean turns this away on the leg side again, out to Pennington, who's managed to find himself in a position where again he's got to do a lot of fielding, a lot of running. 2:36 for 4 at the end of the over, and we've had 88 overs in the innings. Yorkshire trail by 251. They're going to be sniffing those batting bonus points in a moment. They're 14 away from the first of them. We've got 22 overs left in which points can be accrued, so Notts really need to start taking a few wickets if they're going to get maximum bowling points. 2:36 for 4.
Trapsey has messaged in to say, why didn't Abbas start? Shocking from McCann. New ball too. Very strange bowling spin at both ends. And Ben Nielsen says, I fear that for Yorkshire to avoid relegation, the only way is Essex.
I think the session ended this morning. We're getting the answers here, Doshi. The session ended with Pennington bowling from the far end, so it looks like all that Notts have done with that McCann over is give Yorkshire 11 runs, but just an end change to get Pennington down here.
Interestingly, 15 runs coming from those first 2 overs after lunch, 11 of which coming in that McCann over. So Pennington back at the Radcliffe Road end as he steams in towards Finley Bean on strike. Slightly across the line, he defends that full length delivery out towards the man at mid-off for no run.
Struck me during the lunch interval. I mean, it really is much maligned, this Kookaburra cricket ball, but I don't think we had a ball change at all in the first 80 overs of Yorkshire. I mean, the only ball changes I think we've had in this match was when the Notts one, was it Patterson White lost one down in the building site somewhere at the far end, but it certainly holds its shape, this one, and hardness, unfortunately it seems.
Yeah, Pennington into to Finley Bean, who clips that one towards mid-wicket for no run.
Or maybe not even its hardness. I think that's one of the criticisms, isn't it? It just goes a little too soft too early, so it's hard to work away.
Pennington has, I assume, been reacquainted with umpire Warren.
Yeah.
After their discussion yesterday.
Ben Slater on the live stream there. That's too much for Ben and his fan club. Good looking boy, Ben.
Pennington steaming in again. Really throws himself into that action.
He's got his shades on as well, Bryce.
Yeah.
Is he trying to star in a movie, something like that out there? He's trying to look cool.
There's all that sunlight to contest with at the moment. Cloud cover above at the moment over Trent Bridge. They are a smashing pair of shades though, aren't they?
I'm surprised you've not gone for your shades, Jamie. Usually any excuse.
Well, the back of the box, if you want me to get them out. Well, wind just picking up. You can see that in Pennington's shirt. 18 on his back as he runs away from us into the left-handed Finley Bean, who again solidly behind that for no run.
Is there hope for Worcestershire? I don't think so. Sorry, a 24 for 1. They've lost a wicket, but remember the victory target just 49, so that one will be done in, I'd imagine, the next 15-20 minutes. Surrey are going to defeat Worcestershire, and they will take 20 points from that contest.
Yorkshire 2-3-6-4, trailing by 251 as a slightly shorter length delivery from Pennington is pulled around the corner by Bean for a single.
Yeah, if you're ever going to be used to the pace of the pitch here, then 310 deliveries, 311 deliveries, that suggests that you might have just got a handle on things, Finley Bean.
There's a good word that was used by one of the listeners who got in touch regarding Beans' innings, and maturity for me is a standout way to describe what has been a controlled and measured innings that, barring a few, and I say a few wild shots, he's not really offered anything to this Nottinghamshire bowling attack. Johnny Bairstow on strike, 26 to his name from 50 deliveries, make that 27 from 51, although he sets off and he's sent back by Bean as a man comes round to square leg.
Yeah, subfielder Sammy King out there wearing number 1.
So at the end of the 89th, Yorkshire 237 for 4. I keep looking at the way that Yorkshire has been displayed on that board opposite us. Does it not look a bit like how they would use the same font for Yorkshire tea, Doji? You see that? You know the logo. You know that. Does that look very similar?
Yeah. It's definitely got a Y and O and R and K and S and H
spelt the same,
and R and
It's
E
not
in
the
it.
same, but
Yeah.
do you not think that? Look, if you just lifted that and popped it on a box of Yorkshire tea, it wouldn't look out of place.
Yeah, probably fine on a box of Yorkshire tea. Other brands are of course available. Yep. Who is it? I'm getting confused as to who's doing the commentary here and who's. I'm quite happy to go for a couple of laps around the ground.
Well, go and do that then.
Walk off my lunch.
Farhan Ahmed bowling to Finley Bean. With the Yorkshire, I've just had to get the binoculars, actually. That's my eyes as much as anything, but talk about the font. Without the binoculars, can you read what it says underneath Yorkshire, between Yorkshire and Bairstow?
First innings.
Yes, it does. It's very, very small lettering has been pushed. Oh, and it's been kicked for 4. You don't often see that. And Sammy King out there as a sub-fielder, he's slid to make the stop and would have kept them to 1. And as he's, I'm laughing, but Sammy won't be, and nor will the coaching staff, I'm sure. But as he, great if we can see a replay of that again on the live stream, might be able to put it into words. But as he's gone to slide, his boot has just absolutely met the ball sweetly, and he's volleyed it away for 4 runs. To nobody's amusement bar mine, as Finley Bean pushes it back to the bowler. Did you enjoy that?
I did. It went quicker off his boot than it did off the bat. It flew to the boundary.
It'd be great if we've got a shot of that.
Brian Clough would have been on the phone back in the day.
241 for 4. Yorkshire need 9 more for our first batting point. Bean pushes this to mid-on. So who was the grateful beneficiary there? It was Finley Bean, wasn't he? He's gone to 133 now. What's his best? Has he had a double? Has he had a big one?
173, I think, off the top of my head, is his best. Just check that out.
So we'll see how that goes. Remember, Bairstow told you earlier, and we looked it up for a little bit of confirmation. He'd never scored a first-class 100 until he came here in 2011, and then got to 3 figures, but went on, turned it into a double 100.
Yeah, 173. Well, I was going to ask you earlier on, you two, what's a daddy 100 as the expression that was, I think, initiated by Graham Gooch, wasn't it, to Alistair Cook in their batter-coach relationship or batter-player relationship days. When does it become a daddy 100? Is it 150 plus?
180 for
180.
There's no definition, is there? Next one's the deflected. That's a good bit of work by Haynes at slip to prevent that running away for runs. 241 for 4. Yes.
So you don't call 130 a big 100, you just call it 100. Yeah.
Whatever.
Yeah.
Well, I'm just asking.
No, I mean,
we'll all have our own sort of things in our own mind about it. And
my instinct was to say double 100. Maybe I'm being a bit greedy there.
Well, it's not a daddy 100 then, is it? That's a double 100.
Yeah, but
I think he's properly dipped his bread in if he gets to
there's somewhere between 100 and 200 that's a daddy 100 that is not a double century, I suppose, isn't it?
I know, but you get 100, but you don't want to get a big one. That's
Did you get many daddy 100s in your career so far, Jamie?
Yorkshire 241 for 4. Pennington to continue from the Radcliffe Road end.
What do you mean when you were bowling?
Apparently the replay assistant was otherwise engaged for that Sammy King volley for a 4.
Oh, has
so what about that?
Producer Kirsty's let us down there, has she?
Well, I'm not apportioning any blame anywhere. But
I can nip out at the end of this match and not come back for another season, or maybe more, depending upon the outcome.
That's why I'm not apportioning any blame anywhere. It's one of those things. Like Sammy King, it was missed.
Pennington into Bairstow, who on his toes defends that. You won't be welcome back at Stoke City as well. No,
I think there are a few people in this ground that can put Dave Bracegirdle in his place, but clearly producer Kirsty's got a hold on him.
Very much so. Very much so.
That'll be ringing. That's like surrender. Be ringing round the county.
I didn't say it was producer Kirsty, did I?
Didn't actually, no. Pennington with his third delivery of this over, and that's turned around the corner by Bairstow. Backward a square on the leg side, set off for what looked like a 2, but sent back for just a 1.
Yeah, you see they've moved Sammy King over to that side of the field now, and the ball's still following him.
as is always the way.
It's a bit like the relationship between Arthur Daly and his missus.
Her indoors.
Well, he called her indoors, but he also called her she who must be obeyed, didn't he?
Yeah.
Have you noticed when I go quiet?
Yeah.
Yorkshire 242 for 4. Finley Bean on strike and faces and blocks what is his 318th delivery of this innings.
It's just one thing you'll never have, is it? That we've got. We all watched Morecambe and Wives on Christmas Day. There was 24 million of us, but you don't have that shared experience anymore, Jamie, because you go into work the following day and go, "Did you see that kick over the boundary edge on Nottinghamshire's YouTube channel yesterday?" And somebody else will go, "No, I was watching the Makeup Channel," or whatever it might be. 357.
Makeup Channel, Pennington short. Finley Bean pulling, but finding the man.
I was watching Bradford City's 101 great matches.
And why would they
ran
not?
out after 23.
Why wouldn't they be watching that? Whoa, that was a slide dig at the end. Whoa.
Well, I've got members of the family who do go watch them sometimes.
City fans don't deserve that.
Ryan Sparks will never let me in the ground.
Look, crossing all these grounds off your list at the moment, Doshi.
Sort him out with a few free tickets.
Pennington. Oh, and he does provide the short stuff. There's a look between the umpires, but a regulation delivery to finish the 91st over. Yorkshire 242 for 4.
Botham's Ashes. Did you see that fantastic knock at Headingley yesterday? No, I was still looking for it halfway through the afternoon session. I just got to about channel 475, I think, at the point where he just got his turn.
I thought you were going for a walk.
It's a good shout.
He's off. He's off.
Yorkshire 242 for 4 here at Trent Bridge. Not just the one wicket today, that of Dan Moriarty. So it's been tough going for the home side. Farhan Ahmed to continue. 20 overs, none for 49 for the 17-year-old. Going to bowl to Johnny Bairstow. Ishan Kishan crouches down behind the stumps. Jack Haynes is at short leg, and that's where he fields the first ball as Bairstow with soft hands just angles it down into the ground. Freddie McCann's at slip, bowled one expensive over straight after lunch, but that was just to get Pennington back to this end. Next ball's turned to mid-wicket. There'll be an update for BBC Radio Nottingham in the mere fullness of time. Partnership now worth 66. Finley Bean has outscored Bairstow up to this point. Yeah, they're back out there now. Yorkshire 242 for 4, so just the one wicket to go down today, taken by Liam Patterson-White this morning. Johnny Bairstow, the England internationals, on 28. Finley Bean, who's been there since the start yesterday lunchtime, 133 not out. Yorkshire trail by 244 at 243 for 4. Single was taken there whilst I was doing that update, so Yorkshire halfway to that Nottinghamshire first innings score of 487. Farhan bowls to Finley Bean, cuts it out into the offside. Lyndon James on the Fox Road side with a sliding stop. Makes a better job of it than Sammy King did in Ahmed's last over. Keeps them to 2. 245 for 4. Bonus points situation at the moment is Notts 4, Yorkshire 2, but Yorkshire about to get another one. 245 for 4. McCann and Haynes at slip. Ahmed trying to get the outside edge, but a little too straight. It was a good forward lunge from Bean, got his front leg a long way down, and there was a muted appeal, I think, from behind the wicket as much as anything, just to try and encourage the young bowler. Quite a stiff breeze still blowing across the ground. The flags are at half-mast again today. 245 for 4 as this is pushed back to the bowler. We had the sad news of the death of David Sid Lawrence yesterday. This morning it was announced that Dilip Doshi, the former Indian test spinner, had died, and he had a little period with Notts in the mid to late 70s. Then went on and played some more county cricket over a number of seasons for Warwickshire, but fondly remembered in these parts by those who were around in those days. And flags are at armband. The flags are at half mast, and the players are. Well, many have been wearing armbands over the course of this match. 2:45 for 4.
I was listening to Test Match Special on my drive down to Nottingham this morning, and there was some lovely tributes being paid, and I realised he was a fond watcher of cricket with Mick Jagger. I was reliably informed on the airwaves this morning.
Likes his cricket, doesn't he, Mick?
Yeah, absolutely. Yorkshire 245 for 4, I beg your pardon. Pennington continuing to begin his 18th over. 1 for 52 with just the one maiden. Bairstow just dropping that one to mid-on. 28 from 58 deliveries. His partnership now worth 69 from 146. That light breeze still evident. Pennington, long levers, pounds in, and a short ball that's picked up by Bairstow, and pulls it around the corner to the man in the deep for a single.
It's Fahan down there. T sent a message in for Doshi. We'll fire that one at him when he comes back, T.
Can we see him? Yeah, has he started his lap?
You don't honestly think he's going to do a lap of the ground, do you?
He'll tell us that he's done 2 when he comes back.
Probably.
Now the sun just creeping out at Trent Bridge. And just the 1 wicket to fall today. What was it? 6 on the first day, 7 on the second?
Yep, 1 today.
Pennington over the wicket to the left-handed Bean, who awkwardly looks to try and turn that around the corner, so much so it drops about a yard away from him and spun back towards his wickets. He had to, I don't think it was ever in danger, but he managed to just kick it away just to be doubly sure. And Bairstow comes down the wicket just for a quick word and a tap of the gloves to Finley Bean, who is very well set at the moment. 135 to his name, 324 deliveries faced.
If a fielder needs moving, it's usually the sub, isn't it? And it's Sammy King who's been brought over from extra cover to leg slip, to try and work a little bit harder at seeing who's off the field. So I'll do that over the course of the rest of the over.
So the field is set. We're going to see some short stuff. Pennington in, and that one is bounced over the head of Finley Bean. Didn't trouble him one iota. He just subtly ducked out of the way, and that ran through to Kishan behind the stump, still sporting those turquoisey blue gloves. Yeah, there's a man at gully, 2 slips, leg slip, mid on, mid off, mid wicket.
Yeah, it's Pennington who's not on the field at the moment. Oh, he's bowling. He's bowling.
I was about to say, that's a good length delivery that's just driven to Hamid at mid-on. A man who's on the leg side boundary as well for Nottinghamshire. Do we have...
Start again. It's Freddie McCann. It's McCann. We've got Liam Patterson-White and Jack Haynes at slip. No sign of Freddie McCann.
Pennington at the top of his mark. Into Finley Bean. That's a short ball that's not cleanly connected, and then the man at a wide, longish leg really does the fielding. Single taken, 247 for 4.
And here he comes now.
Right on cue.
Yep. There's a shot of you on the live stream. Can't see me because I'm hidden.
Sammy King is quickly jogging off.
Got to go back and explain to the coaching staff what that was about. Volleying the ball for 4. So Yorkshire require 3 to get that first batting point. We're in the about to begin the 94th over of the innings. Going along at a run rate of 2.6 in this innings. Yorkshire already you sense, even more than we did at the start of the day, that a draw the most likely outcome for Farhan Ahmed. Bowls to Bean, turns it gently out to mid-wicket, and there's no addition to the score. Next one's pushed back to the bowler.
Just keeping an eye on proceedings at Headingley. I know we had a message yesterday to let people know that if we're going to mention the score, that to give them fair warning in case they're watching the highlights. Probably won't do that for every single time we have a look at the score at Headingley.
Bean pushes it to the Notts captain.
So consider this your warning. England 145 without loss. So going nicely at the moment. Duckett leading the charge, 82.
And what's the target there? 380, 370, 380?
371. So 225 runs behind.
They've got the platform. Ahmed bowls the 4th ball of this over to Bean. Again, it's eased out as far as the Notts skipper. Seba Mead gathers it. Those fingers, as always, heavily taped. Lots of sticking plaster on those fingers. He's had a lot of damage to his digits over the years. This ball is pushed to the right this time of Mead and will be fielded by Lyndon James, but a single taken. 248 for 4 Yorkshire. Bairstow 29, Bean 137, and this stand now extends to 72. At 96 runs now. No, we haven't. Yes, in the day we've had 96 runs. There's Ahmed. Past umpire Steve O'Shaughnessy bowls a ball that was certainly arrowing in on middle and off, and defended by Johnny Bairstow. 248 for 4 at the end of the over.
Gradually making their way to that 250, aren't they, Yorkshire at the moment? After that flurry of runs in the first over after lunch. 11 runs from that McCann stopgap, so to speak. And it's been a bit more controlled.
I wouldn't wish to speak for everybody, but this is my experience of the vast majority of games played with the Kookaburra ball, that they all tend to just peter out a little bit like this. Don't really know the ideology around why perfectly good competition, which, you know, as I always say, loses a bit of its integrity everywhere, every season anyway, with the first division teams not playing each other home and away. We've got to play with a different ball for part of it.
Pennington using it with ball in hand, and it's tickled around the corner off the hip by Finley Bean. It goes to the right of the man at leg slip, and it's fielded in the deep for a single. It's a big talking point. I've heard a lot of discussion around it. I know Yorkshire's former head coach Otis Gibson had quite a strong view of it, and it wasn't a positive one. Yeah,
I'd be saying exactly the same if Yorkshire had racked up 487 and Notts were 249 for 4 as well. It's just my experience.
It's not spectacle, is it?
No,
It's
no.
You know, it's
No, it's a great product. Don't interfere with it. But they always do.
There will be ECB directive and reasoning and pitches down under and all that, but how does it?
Yeah,
how
but
does
they
it benefit
don't trial it in one of the test matches, do they?
Quite. Pennington, second delivery of this over, and a similar shot by the right-handed Bairstow as he works it around the corner down to fine leg. There's a fumble by Ahmed in the deep, and that allows Bairstow to race back for the second, and that sees Yorkshire go past the 250 mark. 251 for 4, and they'll get that bonus batting point. And eventually got there. They trail by 236 runs.
Yeah, it's already up on the board then. Yorkshire getting their third bonus point. We do have a result. Surrey have defeated Worcestershire by 9 wickets. They take 20 points from the contest, at least for the time being. They go above Notts, top of the table. Worcestershire stay bottom. They look bang slap in trouble. And again, the integrity, the fairness of the competition, if you like. Worcestershire, the whipping boys at the bottom of the table. Notts only play them once. They don't play them here this season. So the sides, I think, that will be able to play and defeat Worcestershire twice will definitely be an advantage, it would seem, over anybody else.
A bit of discussion at the moment between Hamid, Pennington and Abbas, and thus we've had a bit of a field change. So the man at first slip, which was Patterson White, has been sent out to deep third. The
field's spreading in all directions.
Yeah, there's 4 men on the boundary edge, backward of square on both off and leg side, so 2 apiece. So I think we can glean from this that with Pennington opting to come around the wicket to the right-handed Bairstow, that Johnny's going to get a bit of chin music here.
Yeah. You've got a 251, you've got a batting point, you've got to try and take it on if you want to get another one. This is going to be the message.
Will he take the bait? That's the question now, Johnny Bairstow. Pennington in, it's short, and he just leaves it across the line, and it goes through to Kishan. I mean, he started his guard on middle stump, and then he backed away to behind leg.
And crucially there, the glare from Johnny Bairstow's blue eyes down towards umpire Russell Warren, who then says, yeah, that's one for the over. So, you know, that's very much advantage Johnny Bairstow the first ball here, because he obviously is aware what's going to happen, was expecting the short ball. It is the short ball, but he knows that Pennington can only give him another one like that, and then he's got to pitch it up a little bit.
Here he is again, Pennington, and Bairstow backs away and opens up the offside. And there's no fielder down there, and finds the boundary. 4 runs.
Yeah, I don't know what I said after the first ball. Was it advantage Johnny Bairstow? Well, it's not quite game, set and match, but he's comprehensively won this duel so far. The first 2 balls of the over. One he's watched go sailing harmlessly wide of him and through to the keeper, and the second one he just backed away and cut it into the one gap that there isn't a boundary rider.
And it barely got higher than the height of the stumps, really. That shorter ball, so it was a comfortable shot for Bairstow. I think Pennington's going to come back over the wicket now, and Bairstow moves on to 35. Yorkshire 255 for 4. Partnership now worth 79. Pennington, the field stays the same. Short again, and Bairstow backs away. Almost in disgust, the nature of him leaving that delivery. And well, Pennington having another chat with umpire Russell Warren.
It was almost, you often see a player back away like that if there's been a little bit of late movement behind the arm, and then you'll see a waving of I'm not ready. And now he is keeping Pennington deliberately waiting here. Look. I think Hamid's still moving fielders round there, so that's absolutely the right and proper thing to do from the Yorkshire captain.
And he waits now for Pennington. Good battle this, as he goes for a full-length delivery that turns out to be a low full toss. Bairstow hits it on the drive, but straight to the man who'd moved into that position. And thus a dot ball to complete the 95th over. And Yorkshire are 255 for 4.
England have just suddenly put a spurt on their 160 without loss, and Ben Duckett 94 not out is leaving Zach Crawley in his wake. Crawley on 57. Surrey have defeated Worcestershire. Elsewhere in Division 1, Sussex, second time round up at Chesterley Street, are 29 for 3. So they lead Durham by 53, but with only 7 second innings wickets remaining. Hampshire bat on down at Chelmsford. Essex made 296. Hampshire 431 for 8. Liam Dawson is now out though for 139 as the innings moves towards its conclusion. Going to get Farhan Ahmed to continue. At Edgbaston, Warwickshire 253 for 5. Replying to Somerset's 498. No century for Jacob Bethel. He's out for 20. Give you Division 2 during the course of this over, if it ever gets started. Notts at lunch, +3 on their over rate. I can tell you at Bristol, that's we're waiting. Gloucestershire 156 for 2 in their second innings, still 55 behind Derbyshire. Farhan Ahmed now is ready. They'll bowl to Finley Bean on 137 and will then be required to field off his own bowling. At Stanley Park, Blackpool, Kent on the first day 374, Lancashire 255 for 2 in reply. But of course in Division 2, 125 not out to Keaton, to Luke Wells. Almost automatically say Keaton Jennings there when there's a big score, but it was Luke Wells as Bean gets another single. Speaking of big scores, at Grace Road, Leicestershire 506 for 7 in their first innings. Glamorgan, the opposition, they made 353. Tons for Sol Budinger and Rian Ahmed, and good contributions all the way down the card. 506 for 7 is the score there at the moment. Not too far away from here. Bairstow back on strike on 35. Farhan bowls to him. Bairstow down on one knee just to lap it away down to long leg. There'll be well, just a single. Ben Slater got there quickly and got the ball in the air. Sharp enough for Bairstow to say no. And one other score is at Wantage Road, where Northants 435 for 9. They have a lead over Middlesex, who made 413. Safe Zabe with a century. Lewis McManus made 71. Justin Broad 70 not out. This one's played back to the bowler by Bean. And it remains 257 for 4 as yet another aeroplane goes over the top of the Batman board. An endless supply of aeroplanes making their way into East Midlands Airport this afternoon, seemingly. Holiday time. This one's pushed into the covers, straight to Hamid. One ball left in the over. This partnership has galloped along to 81, if gallop is the right word. We have now had more than 100 runs in the day. 103 for the loss of Dan Moriarty, who made 8 of them. A little bit of intense sunshine for the first time today as the over ends with a defensive block. 257 for 4. We've had 96 overs. You may remember back to the start of this innings about 24 hours ago. Adam Lythe caught behind for naught, first ball of the innings. A partnership of 99 for the second wicket ended when James Wharton was caught at mid-off, just driving Dylan Pennington uppishly to a Seba Mead. He made 36, and then just before the close it became 154 for 3 when Dawid Malan snicked Liam Patterson White, and the ball deflected off Ishan Kishan, the wicket-keeper, and just looped up gently to Freddie McCann at slip. And that was that. Stumps at 154 for 3, and it's now 257 for 4.
Yeah, and that sunshine, I feel like it's just picked up temperature-wise. Little breeze coming into the comms box. And further conversation between Pennington, Hamid and Abbas about how they go in regards to Johnny Bairstow. It's still a spread field with 3 men deep, backward of square on the leg side, 2 on the offside. There's a square leg, a wide-ish mid-on, mid-off, and a man on the cover boundary. As Pennington steams into Bairstow, who ducks out of the way of this one. And again, a look towards the 2 umpires, and that's Pennington's 1 for the over already.
I don't think that was too high, you know. Johnny Bairstow had to crouch down for that one. It does seem like Ross Warren's got it in for Dylan at the moment.
Well, O'Shaughnessy was quick to signal to Warren, who then confirmed it. I agree with you. I thought he crouched down enough for that one to be okay. So Pennington goes full and driven firmly by Johnny Bairstow, but picks out the man on the cover boundary, and they'll come through for a single. So will it be the same tact for Finley Bean as he just kicks away at the crease underneath him, just reapplies the strapping of his left glove. Not quite the same field. In fact, there's a man coming in at leg slip, so they've clearly seen something in Bean's game that they're trying to attack. 2 conventional slips as well. Pennington over the wicket to the left-handed Bean, who crouches down and out of the way of the short stuff, and that was signalled as a wide. Well, O'Shaughnessy at square leg giving that one. I've got to say, I think that's a bit.
It's also said it's 2 for the over as well. I don't know. I don't know. It's a very, very good effort from Dylan Pennington to get the ball above shoulder height, let alone anything else. Well,
I think the amount in which Bean and Bairstow have crouched out of the way of those deliveries would suggest that it's not that high.
Tell you what, we expect the players to switch formats from short form to long form. It seems like 1 or 2 of the decisions here are still T20.
Well, that's chipped up into the air by Finley Bean, but safely makes its way towards the man on the square leg boundary out there.
Seems like they're more T20 orientated. There's been 1 or 2 that you felt, well, that normally in first class cricket would be allowed to go unpunished, but not so in this one. Now then, the right-handed Bairstow's on strike and the field is spreading again.
That's interesting. Hamid orchestrating his team. There might be a first slip coming into play, so it's not as spread as it once was. In fact, there's a second slip coming in now as well, so a tad more conventional, but there are still two men on the leg side boundary.
Somebody will have pointed out that Pennington's had his 2 for the over.
Yes.
So.
Maybe Pennington himself, as Bairstow faces up to him, and that's a fuller length delivery that strays down the leg side, and I reckon Kishan is at full stretch there, diving to his left to take that behind the stumps, which he does successfully. Yorkshire 260 for 4, this partnership worth 84, and the sun continues to shine here at Trent Bridge.
Just a 53-year-old's been in touch. This post-lunch session's been a tough watch so far. Funereal progress between overs and sometimes even between balls as the field of a post-lunch on day 4 draw already. Spot on.
Yeah, absolutely. Pennington steaming in, and that one's clipped away by Bairstow through mid-wicket for a single. Yeah, maybe go back to that Kookaburra debate.
Yeah, can't blame the players on either side if this peters out into a tame draw. They're all giving of their best, and I'm sure they all want to get into a position where they can press on for win points. But sometimes you just find that things are against you, and it's again just going back to my own experience watching Kookaburra ball cricket. It's just not as enjoyable a watch as county championship matches played with the Duke's ball. Agree or disagree? That's up to the individual.
Left-handed Bean on strike, and yeah, rather comfortably just picks up the length early and works that through mid-wicket for another single onto the score. And he'll keep the strike as well at the end of the 97th over. Yorkshire 262 for 4. I mean, the pitch as well plays its part, no doubt, but you can see that Hamid and Co are trying everything they can now to force the breakthrough.
Dylan Pennington is not exactly enjoying his Tuesday as much as he enjoyed his Monday, and he's just had Seba Mead with his arm round him at the end of that over, just giving him a little bit of a lift and a boost. He might be saying have a blow, or he might just be saying, well, we'll try something else in the next over. But great effort whilst it lasted.
Do you feel like it's a
he looks fed up with life as he's picked his sweater and his cap up.
Slightly thankless task, isn't it, when it's like this? Fast bowler.
He's not doing his planks or his yoga exercises right at the moment, Dylan. He looks pretty cheesed off with the way it's going. LPW's back into the attack after his 34 over mammoth stint. I wonder how many he'll get in this time.
It was some effort, that. I mean, yes, it was broken up with the tea interval and the break in play between days, but
there's Patterson White bowling to Finley Bean, cuts it to backward point, and there's no run.
He's quick onto the back foot, Finley, particularly against the spinners. He's tried to use that cut shot to effect throughout his innings so far.
Bean up to 140. BBC Radio Nottingham at the cricket, watching top of the table, not as were 262 for 4, of course, as it sits in the live table. Surrey have gone past them. They've already wrapped up a win in 2.5 days at New Road against Worcestershire, who sit on the bottom. Pennington bowls. Bean advances his tally up to a gross now, 144 for Finley Bean, 266 for 4. No protection out on the offside. Lyndon James had been brought up on the one, and it was just cut past him and effortlessly away to the boundary.
Yeah, a couple of cheers from the Yorkshire balcony, and when that shot was made. And go back to that point, he's quick onto the back foot, Finley, and he likes that cut shot. Just offered a bit of protection out there.
There's Patterson White in again. Quicker ball, again cut out. This time Lyndon James had been left out on the fence in front of the Fox Road stand. Keeps them to 1. 267 for 4. Being on to 145. We're in the 98th over. So Yorkshire should certainly be able to get to 300, get the 33 in the next 12 and a bit overs. Whether they can get 83 and get up to 350, I guess, is a rather more taxing ask. Next one's played by Bairstow out to Pennington. Cap back on his head. And good arm straight into the gloves of Ishan Kishan.
Whether it's a reflection of just how long these two have been out at the crease now, but there definitely feels like there's more of an intent, there's more shots being played.
Patterson White to Bean, turns this to a shortish mid-wicket, no run. 92 this partnership. That's the end of the over. Been very good for the over 8, Liam Patterson White. 35 overs now, 7 maidens, 2 for 77 for him. Dylan Pennington at the call of over doesn't leave his position on the boundary away to our right, so we're going to get a bowling change, and for the first time in the innings, to bowl the 99th over, we're going to get a bit of Lyndon James. So he has caught the skipper's eye at long last, with the biggest surprise in the world if he got a wicket straight away. That's sometimes how these things manifest themselves, isn't it? They just go round everybody and then eventually bring somebody on and he gets a wicket straight away. This season with the ball, Lyndon James, just 10 wickets at quite expensive at 47 apiece, best of 5 for 22 though. That second innings victory over Hampshire, I think it was. Just double check. Yeah, 5 for 22 against Hampshire. Jonathan Doige is back in the building. His last comment was about Arthur Daly and not her indoors, but she who must be obeyed. T has leapt down your throat, JD. She who must be obeyed was Rumpole of the Bailey.
Oh, was it?
Not Arthur Daly. There you go.
Yeah, I knew it from a well-known television programme. Lyndon James sneaks one through.
Is it the pad? First time today the pad's been hit.
A yelp from the Nottinghamshire fielding contingent. Yorkshire Steve, who's just down on the around about third man. I've just been sitting having a chat with some of the Yorkshire supporters down there. He was saying, "Why they haven't bowled Lyndon James yet?" I'm right on cue, Steve, just for you. Maybe Haas heard it from a distance. It's quite a pretty stiff breeze out there,
Yeah.
I'll say. It's nice though. Nice to go have a wander around and catch up with one or two people.
Yeah, nice of you to pop in.
I thought I might bob back just to remind you I'm here. Pick up the paycheck at the end of the day as that's slid down the leg side, no run.
It did seem as if Russell Warren still had it in for Dylan Pennington a little bit. I don't know how much you're observing that last over and the calls of wide and what have you against him.
A very nice lady downstairs who'll be listening to this right now from the television broadcast in reception.
In reception?
Yeah, she just said to me as I came back in for the lift, are you the one who've been taking the mickey out of upstairs for being late? Didn't get there till lunch yesterday?
No.
I said, no, that's Jamie Rayner. That's JAMIE RAYNOR. I said, no, I didn't, but I said that's one of our other colleagues, not me.
So that's postcode Pam you've been talking to
Is that
downstairs.
postcode
That's
Pam? I love
postcode
postcode
Pam.
Pam.
That's postcode Pam.
Another dot ball there, by the way.
Yeah. Do you do the postcode lottery?
No.
I don't know.
No,
Not unless it's free entry and you don't have to put any
you
chitty
talk
in
to
for it.
postcode Pam. She'll convert you.
Okay. It'll be interesting chat next time I'll go through reception then as James is in and that's dropped into the offside. Bairstow looks at Bean knowingly and Finley says, yeah, let's go then. They've got a single out of it.
Does that mean Pam's won?
I'm not at liberty to say. But she's...
Well, if she wanted to remain anonymous, she's
Yes.
she's blown her cover completely now.
I'm not at liberty to say, but she's just back in between cruises to the Caribbean and a trip to her villa in the Maldives. No, it's only it's an in-joke. Sorry, postcode Pam. 269 for 4.
Being back on strike then to face Lyndon James for the first time. Finley 145 from 345. I think it's fair to say he's played himself in just about now, and that's a beautiful drive wide of Mo Abbas at mid-off and will make the boundary. Lovely timing from Finley. I think it is a pitch, well, I suppose most pitches are really. You've got to just dot the I's and cross the T's before you let loose. Hybrid pitch used as well, so tendency would be that it'd be a little bit on the slow side, and I think if you join the dots from some of the dismissals in the match so far, you'd have to say yes to that. Finley would be a good person, very good person to talk about in terms of the pace of the pitch, wouldn't he now, as he turns that one to the onside, no run. Hopefully get a chat with him at the end of the day's play. 273 for 4 after 99. Yeah, Jamie, that'd be a good job you could go doing for us. 99s for the Girdler and I. What? Is the office junior here? What's going on?
273 for 4.
Jonathan Agnew's lackey. From his Test match special days.
You've just been out for a lap. Surprised there. You didn't use that
Couldn't see
time
any ice
wisely.
cream. I did go through the David Milan tunnel though at the far end of the ground.
The Tunnel of Love.
Yeah.
There's going to be Liam Patterson White to continue. Bairstow on 40, so he's approaching a milestone. Finley Bean, though, is 1 away from the 150.
You get a obviously great view from up here, Brace, but just down on the little turret at the end of the Fox Road stand.
LBW shout. They're asking umpire O'Shaughnessy, who doesn't seem particularly interested, but an LBW shout against Johnny Bairstow, and he doesn't move his legs out of the way. just turned round, and whether he said anything to Ishan Kishan or just looked at him, I'm not entirely sure from here, but not so confident. The umpire less so. There's Patterson White in once more and bowls, and Bairstow eases it into the offside, and that'll get Finley Bean back on strike and over to one of you two guys to escort him through his next milestone.
Yeah, from the little turret, you know, just if you're here with your deck chair, that'd be a good little spot really, because you feel quite close to the game. I know you're not straight on or anything, you've got a bit of an angle on it, but it's a nice little spot there. It's this typical sort of spot where the steward would move you on if it was painted yellow, but fortunately there was no yellow beneath my feet. As Bean turns one through mid-wicket, and there we go. Another half century on top of the 6th first-class century put on the board earlier today. 2 runs takes him to 151, I think it should be. 348 balls, 23 fours in a 388-minute stay at the crease. He might get his own something named after him in Nottingham after some of the knocks he's played down here. On his back foot and just easing one out into the offside for a single.
Yes, he's been a good player whenever he's been here. Yeah. So are you now classifying, and no issues if you are, this as a Daddy 100?
Yeah, for me I'd have said so. Yeah, 150 plus. But no, Jamie's curling his nose up. He demands more from his daddies than
100 partnership as well.
Yeah. So what's it? 61 to avoid the possibility of being asked to follow on as Bairstow defence.
1 ball left in the 100th over, so 23 required for second batting point. Don't think they're going to push to get 73 in 10 overs.
Oh, Johnny, did you hear that, Johnny? He just defends one into the leg side and there's no run.
Message coming out from the dressing room, couple of
red rag to
12thers on their way out.
The girdle has just said, Johnny, that you cannot get 70 odd in the next 10.
Do you know what? Well, it looks like we're going to have an orchestrated, choreographed, call it what you like, but we're going to have a drinks break to the satisfaction of both sides here on a warmish afternoon. But I think both sets of players will relish the opportunity just to take a minute out of the game here. So a proper drinks break midway through the afternoon. 277 for 4, and we've got 19 overs to go until tea, so it is roughly the midpoint of the afternoon. We've had one result today already, Surrey defeating Worcestershire quite easily. It's raining at Headingley, I should tell you. They're off there, where England are 181 without loss. And Ben Duckett has reached his century. He's 105 not out, almost lapping Zach Crawley, who's 59 not out. So in Division 1 of the Rothesay County Championship, Sussex are 35 for 3 in their second innings at Durham, leading by 69. Hampshire bat on at Chelmsford, 453 for 9, leading Essex by 157. And the one other game is at Edgbaston, where Somerset made 498, Warwickshire in reply 264 for 5. In Division 2 at Bristol, Gloucestershire currently 175 for 3. That's a deficit. They trailed Derbyshire by 36 with 7 wickets left. Derbyshire having a good season. So too Division 2 leaders Leicestershire, who are 544 for 7, leading Glamorgan by 191. They've been at the mercy of Glamorgan over the last couple of years. Remember that northeast quadruple 100 a couple of years ago. Well, they're giving them a bit of their medicine back. Leicestershire lead Glamorgan by 191, still with 3 wickets left. Luke Wells with a century, which may well become a daddy 100 at Stanley Park, Blackpool. Lancashire 275 for 2. Kent made 374. And at Wantage Road, Middlesex in their second innings, 16 without loss, trailing Northants by 6. And there we are. That's your interval entertainment, whilst they've all had a drink. Dylan Pennington's packed his bags and gone. He's just left the field. And Sammy King, who volleyed the ball away for 4 quite spectacularly in the first over after lunch that our replay assistant missed. Is back on the field for another go. 277 for 4.
Lyndon James to continue from the Radcliffe Road end of the ground then. Finley Bean no stranger to 150s. He's had that 173, the 164, which had been his previous 100. So when he gets to 3 figures, he can go big. 349 deliveries he's faced. So a very long stay at the crease for him as Lyndon James comes and bowls to him round the wicket, and he's nearly lobbed the first one after the drinks break into the hands of short extra cover. Sprawled currently on terra firma.
Jack Haynes.
Jack Haynes.
Just out of reach, just chipped uppishly by Bean. Dolly catch if Haynes had been a yard to his right.
A rare false one from Finley in this knock. Slip standing wide, more like a slip and a half, nearly second, as Lyndon James makes his way in again, and this time driven more firmly by Finley to the right of Jack Haynes, straight to cover, no run.
You'd have said it in club cricket, wouldn't you? Come on lads, drinks always bring a wicket.
Yep.
Always a wicket after drinks. Nearly did.
The Cricket Archive search, which I'm just on, when you look for score ranges and you're trying to find how many scores more than 150 Finley Bean's got, if you stick in 150 scores greater or equal to, it brings you up the entire team score when it's been 150 or more, and then yeah, it's really annoying that. It's supposed to be an individual search, as that's driven into the offside and there's no run. So if you're listening, Cricket Archivers, please give us a search that gets an individual's score, or tell us how to do it individually.
Oh, well, do you know who runs that?
No.
Well, he's sat in that box opposite there, working the big screen.
Oh, good, you might tell us then. Oh no, I've just done it by accident. That's good. So it's the third time he's got above 150. Excellent. Lyndon James to Finley Bean, who drops it into the offside, and there is no run. So what did I just do that I've never done before?
Maybe that was just a very quick fix.
I've just clicked on score range list at the top and then done scores of 150 or over. Oh, I've learnt something there. It's going to take me 7 seasons to get to that stage. Oh dear me. I'm a fast learner.
And I'm really pleased for you.
.277 for 4. James to Bean, who again, this is just saying, isn't it, still plenty about the pitch. A man who's been out there for 350 odd deliveries has twice got under the ball off a seamer in this over, and it seems to me, that it's from the seam bowling, isn't it, that it's not coming on. It's more obviously not coming onto the bat than from the spinners.
I wonder if there's a bit of just psychological games at play between these two as well. That Finley hit that first one uppishly, that he wants to show that he can execute that shot.
James in again, he's gone back foot this time and crunched it square, but straight to the man. End of the over, 101 of those now complete. 277 for 4.
And as well, it's it's a different pace. It's been facing Pennington from this end for a while. Now it's another tall, fair-haired seamer, Lyndon James, but a much lesser pace. Finley Bean 152 not out, highest individual score for Yorkshire against Notts. Was it Percy Holmes? We've got P. Holmes, 285, the highest score. I wasn't around for that one in 1929, but I was around for Nottinghamshire's highest score against Yorkshire, Dave Hussey's 251, 15 years ago at Headingley, when he kept smashing it into the rugby league ground.
It's Patterson White. Cries of LBW, and he's got Johnny Bairstow trapped. First delivery for Bairstow to face after the drinks break, and it's brought the wickets of the England man, dismissed for 41 from 80 deliveries 3 fours in that innings, and Patterson White has got him LB.
Yeah, Bairstow LBW, LPW for 41, 277 for 5. So Notts rekindling their hopes of a second bowling point. They now have 9 overs, less that one delivery to get another wicket. Bairstow out, having been 2¼ hours at the crease, faced 80 deliveries, hit 3 fours. It always seemed to me, I don't see him as much as you guys, but always seemed to me like he was just ticking along in 3rd gear, and at some point we're going to see him explode, and we hadn't quite got to explosion point. Patterson White had one big LBW shot turned down, but that one was given in his favour. Very confident shout, and Liam gets his 2nd wicket. Here comes George Hill to replace Johnny Bairstow out in the middle. Well, it's not, because it says George Hill on the board. That's Matt Revis, isn't it?
It is.
Yep. Interesting
Matt Revis.
call.
Just watching a replay of that LB shout, like it was clattering into leg stump. And shot to see raising the finger rather quickly. That LB appeal. So Hill's name is still on the board, but that is absolutely Matthew Revis, who's come out to join Finley Bean. Yorkshire 277 for 5. Still trailing by 210. This is the 102nd over of Yorkshire's innings. 2nd wicket to fall today, following that of night watchman Dan Moriarty in the morning session. Patterson White, 3 wickets to his name. 3 for 81 as he's into Revis, and he beats the outside edge. Revis with those long legs, big front foot forward. Kishan taking behind the stumps. So there's a bit in this pitch still.
Yeah, and the wicket of Johnny there just puts a bit of pressure on the Yorkies, doesn't it? Because they're still 60 or so from avoiding being asked to follow on.
2 slips in place, and at short leg as well, as Revis does meet ball with bat on this occasion, smothers it.
Still need 23 in 8 overs as well.
Plenty of chatter around the bat now. Matthew Revis on strike, crouches down as Patterson White is in, and he gets behind that ball solidly. Plays it back to the bowler. Good bit of pressure this from LPW, from the Stuart Broad end, as he comes around to Revis. He's able to block that one out. 277 for 5 Yorkshire. Sun continuing to beat down here at Trent Bridge. Patterson White with a bit of momentum, and another full length delivery that Matthew Revis is able to defend, block out. At the end of the 102nd over, it's a wicket maiden for Patterson White. Yorkshire 277 for 5.
Yeah, good effort from Liam. 37 overs now, 8 maidens, 3 for 81, his figures. So we have had 102 overs. Yorkshire require 23 from 8 overs to get a 2nd batting point. Notts need 1 wicket to get a 2nd bowling point. And obviously they need 4 wickets in 8 overs, which would be a stiff challenge. What have you got, JD?
Yeah, just it's a little game within a game, isn't it? Matthew Revis, 2 first-class hundreds to his name for Nottinghamshire supporters who might not be aware, and he hasn't had any of those this season. In fact, he's not yet made a 50 this season. 45 is his best. He's currently averaging 28.28, largely been batting at 7-8, and I've got to say, I've remarked on it quite a few times now, that he's been striking the ball well this season, even though he's not made a majorly significant score. Lyndon James in. Now that one dies on Finley Bean as it goes by the outside edge and bounces before it gets through to Ishi in his turquoise gloves.
It's the first bowler that I think Finley Bean has yet to really come to terms with Lyndon James. I mean, it's only 7 deliveries he's faced so far, but
not found his timing against him at all, has he?
It's the first time I think in his innings where he's just looked a little, just a tad off it to his usual comfort.
And he comes again, wide of off, very wide of off stump and left, and also dribbles its way through to the keeper. If you remember, he was kind of the weak link. I remember saying that on commentary at Headingley, 6 overs for 38 in the Yorkshire second innings. He just kind of let the foot off the throat a little bit at one stage, but sometimes that just happens, doesn't it? We all have bad days and all that. But he's not been used, until 100 overs have gone in this Yorkshire innings, which is, you've got to say, a bit of a surprise. He's in again. This time it's straighter, and Bean opens the face, runs it away down through third man. There's a chase on. Farhan Ahmed is going to win the race to the chase, and then Patterson White, I think it was, who went with him, will return the ball, and they've got 3.
Went quickly down there, didn't it?
I was about to say that it looked like it picked up pace actually in the Trent Bridge outfield. See those dry patches in that area of the ground. Quite a few across the surface. Yeah, I don't think it was as intentional from Finley Bean, that shot either. 3 more onto the score.
So 155 for Finley, and 0 at the moment against the name of Matthew Revis, who's faced just the 5 deliveries, but make no mistake about it, he can also play, and he started his career, of course, at the very top of the order. Opened the batting on his debut as a teenager in a match-up at Headingley. Back the Div 1 days under the coaching of Andrew Gale. So he's been around a while, say he's only 23, and he's playing forward to Mo Abbas at mid-on with that delivery. Lyndon James switching to bowl over the wicket to the right-handed Revis.
Playing again up in Leeds. Just a sharp shower, obviously.
I think it's fair to say that Johnny Bairstow may not have been in agreement with Steve O'Shaughnessy with his LBW. He did have a lingering look at where his feet were and where he might have played it, but who is ever out when you're LBW? As James is in again, and there's a shout for one now, but it's clearly looking like it's going down-legged. No, we're not bang on the spot, because just the way Matthew Revis played at the ball there, probably hit him maybe in front of the leg, but would have been missing. So 207 runs the deficit. Remember, got to get within 150 to avoid the possibility of being asked to follow on. And you might think that might be scaremongering from me, but there have been wickets falling in clumps this season for Yorkshire at times, as Revis pushes one to Haseeb Hameed at mid-off. So they're not out of the woods just yet. They still have George Hill, of course, to come in next, and then beyond him, Tom Bess, Will O'Rourke and Jack White.
Just been joined by listeners again to 5 Sports Extra 2 here at Trent Bridge, where a wicket's just gone down. Johnny Bairstow giving out LBW to Liam Patterson White. There was Jonathan Doyes was just saying there was a withering look back towards the umpire from Bairstow, but he had to go, just thrust his pad tentatively forward and was struck in front, in the opinion of the umpire. There's Patterson White, and there's Jamie Rayner.
To continue from the Stuart Broad end, and that's gone through everybody again. I think that's beaten the inside edge of Finley Bean. Kishan behind the stumps might have got a touch on that. It's well chased by McCann from first slip to prevent it from running for 4. 2 byes is the signal. So again, another one creeping through the gate. And again, Kishan just hasn't quite grasped some of those ones that have flown through.
And that's 11 buys now in a total extras of 23, which of course also includes those 5 penalty runs.
Patterson White, second delivery of his 38th over, and it's a competent, controlled cover drive from Finley Bean that is cut out on the boundary edge, and he'll come back for 2. As I said Stuart Broad's name, I was just watching a little video on social media. He's 39 today, Stuart.
Yeah.
That was mentioned before you'd arrived today.
Yeah, we did all that this morning.
Very awkward.
You walked onto that one.
I did. Oh, you love it, don't you? Patterson White. Cut away by Finley Bean. Well, that serves you right, Rayner. That serves you right, yeah. And he'll pick up a single. So Bean, 158 to his name. Revis yet to get off the mark. I deserve that. I deserve that.
It's also Lionel Messi's birthday. I saw.
Is it?
It was on.
Who's he signed for? Sorry.
Well, it was on TV this morning. He scored a goal in that never-ending competition that's going on.
Matthew Revis cutting, finding the man at point. Yeah, I've got to say, as a person who loves football just as much as cricket, the current competition that's happening right now, have little to no interest in it at all. No. Yorkshire 285 for 5. Patterson White full-length delivery that's driven by Revis to. That's Ahmed at mid-on. That's another dot ball. So Revis has faced 10 deliveries. Still to get off the mark. Patterson White around to him, and then there's a slight inside edge that Revis finds as he defends and blocks it out. Dot ball to complete the 104th over. Yorkshire 285 for 5.
15 required from 6 overs to get that second batting point for reaching 300. They've had a quietly productive last couple of overs, Yorkshire, so should be able to manage 15 from the next 36 deliveries. Lyndon James has 3 overs, none for 8 so far, but has had 1 or 2 moments. He's had an LBW shout turned down. He had Finley Bean chipping after the drinks break into the offside, and Jack Haynes been a yard or so to his right. He would have had a very comfortable catch. So there are 1 or 2 issues at this end for Yorkshire to contend with.
And here's Lyndon James to bowl to Finley Bean. First delivery just shaping away from Bean. From outside off stump, no run. Basil faulty for head of ECB, says Alex Roberts. I've long been of the opinion that the administration and organisation of English domestic cricket is the most convoluted, chaotic and illogical in sports. Not really, Major. What with 5 different formats now being played during the same season, the lack of asymmetric scheduling in its Premier competition, whereby teams don't play home and away matches with each team. James to Bean, who shoulders arms. Might just get this in before Dave's update. He says different balls being used at different times in the same competition in the same season. Premier competition. Back to it in a moment.
Well, Nottinghamshire have just picked up their second wicket of this day 3 here against Yorkshire. That of Johnny Bairstow, the England international, trapped LBW by Liam Patterson White for 41. The spinner getting his 3rd wicket. Yorkshire trail still by 202. They're 285 for 5.
Another dot ball there, wide of off stump. Finley Bean cuts. So back to Alex's email. What with 5 different formats being played during the same season, a lack of asymmetric scheduling in its Premier competition where teams don't play each other home and away with each team, different balls used at different times in the same competition in the same season, and with its Premier competition, the County Championship, now bookended with most matches played April, May and September, hardly a way to boost fan engagement, as well as an ever-changing and often wonky point system in the Championship, whereby a tie is awarded the same points as for a draw, as we have another dot ball wide of off stump. Note, the County Championship point system has been tweaked more than 50 times since its inception. It's now my understanding that if the counties vote to further reduce the championship to a 12-match schedule, there'll be no promotion or demotion from this season, effectively turning the entire 25 championship season into a series of friendliest and further reducing fan engagement. What's next? Oh, we've got some music. That's what's next, as Lyndon James is in, and that's punched back down the ground.
That's good timing.
The bowler by Finley Bean.
Who's that? Who was that we just heard briefly in our ears? Not getting any help here.
He's
Was it Britney? Just, let's go, girl, is all we heard at the start of a song.
that was comical timing, maybe.
Yeah.
You might describe.
Lyndon James round the wicket, bouncer high over the head of. Yeah, well, it's called a wide. I was going to say high over the head, and Russell Warren does just wait a moment before checking with Steve O'Shaughnessy, then signals that it's a wide and one for the over. 286 for 5. In the 105th over.
My informant also adds to that email from Alex that any changes that are made to the County Championship schedule would not take place until 2027, so next year they would be playing for their places, knowing what they were doing before the start of the campaign.
Play and a miss from Lyndon James through to the keeper. 286 for 5 at the end of the over, so only one from it, and that was the wide. So 14 now required from 5 balls. So I don't think anything's been ratified yet, has it?
No.
There's all sorts of dark and deep puddles that I don't particularly want to go into, but Kishan and Liam Patterson-White just having a little word in passing there. But for goodness sake, leave the County Championship alone. Or if you're going to do something about it, get it back to 16 games. Because some of us love it. A lot of us love it.
We do.
Here. Patterson-White to continue from the Stuart Broad end as Matthew Revis still yet to get off the mark.
Was Basil Fawlty quite as chaotic as your correspondent had it make out? Was he misunderstood, Basil Fawlty?
And again, that's ably defended by
Hello, dear,
Matthew
just
Revis.
doing the picture.
Well, what do you expect to see out of a Torquay hotel bedroom?
Short leg and first slip in place as Revis works it into the onside.
Straight.
Dot ball.
Strange creatures, women. I knew one once. Must have been keen on her because I took her to see India. At the Oval.
Thank you, T. It was Shania Twain. Man, I feel like a woman.
It
Yes,
was.
thanks, T. Bringing us back to semblance of normality.
Revis defending again. Played that shot well in the opening stages of his innings so far.
Sorry, I must stop doing that. I'm about to speak and I have a look at the monitor and I can see him at the end of his mark, not about to bowl. And of course, the monitor's, I think it's just about 5 seconds behind, isn't it? What's happening out there through the open window?
Of course, a Bordeaux is a claret. But, well, you obviously drink a lot. I mean, not a lot, but I mean...
You can tell he's giddy, Doji. I can tell when he's in that mood. Yeah. There's just a certain stance he takes when he's ready to deliver.
It's not a hamster, it's a rat.
Plenty around the bat for Matthew Revis as Patterson-White comes over to him, and Revis just pads that away. A leg slip, short leg, and first slip in place. Matthew Revis on strike, still to get off the mark. Patterson-White off stump line that Revis just pushes out towards mid-off. And that will end the 106th over. Yorkshire 286 for 5. These two have been together for 29 deliveries
Yes, of course, we do have a table tennis table, which is you'll find in the south wing overlooking the car park, where there is, of course, ample parking. Let's get back to Lyndon, who has so far bowled 4 overs, 1 maiden, none for 9. In this one, the major might be somewhere around in the crowd here. You never know.
Yeah.
With Miss Tibbs and Miss Gatsby.
Still need 14 off 4 overs, Yorkshire.
Here's James. Bean shouldering arms to this one. You would hope that they're aware of that.
Be a little careless not to be, wouldn't it, really? To end the 110th over on 299 for 5 or something like that. Notts will be equally, I'm sure, aware that they require 1 more wicket somehow. Couple of donkey drops.
They had a drive, but Bean plays a defensive push, and then, as batters sometimes do, points at the ball, or maybe just points at his teammate and says, "Stay right there." Matthew Revis does a bit of shadow batting at the non-striking end. Lovely sunny conditions at the moment. Still a little bit of that Simpsons skyline that my colleague mentioned yesterday. And having been down at pitch level, a pretty stiff westerly breeze as well. That's a nicely played shot by Bean, but unfortunately for him, straight to Farhan Ahmed at point. No run. Feels like one of those days though, with a bit of breeze. You'd like to be out there sitting watching some cricket. 1 or 2 have gone topless.
Crikey.
Males, I hasten to add.
Yes, away to our left. Fox Road stand is very much a sun trap.
James in again, up there to drive, and this time invitation is accepted. Nicely played by Finley Bean. Hasib Hamid giving it chase, but he's not going to get there. 4 more to Finley takes him to 162. 290 for 5. They've got it down to within 200 Yorkshire. Still a bit of work to do if they're going to get those extra 10 runs in the 3 overs and 2 balls that remain before the 110 is up. James in again, straight this time, and pushed into the offside by Finley Bean. No run. He doubled, I think I'm right in saying, his run tally for the campaign in this one fell swoop here, Finley, or more than doubled.
England have lost the wicket of Zach Crawley out for 65. Ben Duckett's still there on 115. England 206 for 1 in the Test match at Headingley.
James making his way in again, straightens things up, and that's turned to leg off the final ball of the over. So 107 of those now complete. 18 balls to get 10 runs here for Yorkshire if they're going to get a second batting point.
Yes, 3 overs in which to get those 10 runs, and I guess crucially 2 of them will be bowled by Liam Patterson-White, who's not given an awful lot away, as his figures testify. 39 overs. He's now bowled 9 maidens, 3 for 84. So only just going at 2 and over, thereabouts. It's a fabulous effort from him. 290 for 5. Revis yet to score. So that's 17 balls he's now faced, still on 0. So Patterson-White bowls, and it's 18 dots as he eases it into the covers. Just put the pressure on Finley Bean a little bit here if this is another maiden. 290 for 5. Might look to have to take Lyndon James on in the next over. This is down the leg side, well taken by Kishan. Wasn't, I guess, and I'm certainly no authority on the subject, but wasn't textbook wicket keeping in that he didn't really move his feet there down the leg side, just stuck his gloves out and the ball flooded into them. Next ball is just chopped to backward point. There's Mo Abbas doing the fielding. He fizzes the ball into the hands of his skipper, Seba Mead. 290 for 5. So 3 dots at the start of this over. Revis has now faced 20 deliveries. Make that 21. Lily, the chairperson of the Matthew Revis fan club, has been in touch. England have just lost a second wicket in the test match. Next ball is defended.
Yeah, Pope out for 8. Off as many deliveries. And he was bowled by Krishna.
So 1 ball left in the over. The leg side field. Lyndon James being pushed out onto the fence. And Revis will get this through the offside. He was just a little too short from Liam Patterson-White. Been nigh on immaculate over the last few overs, or certainly in this spell, but that one was just a little short of a length, and relief all round for Matthew Revis and his followers, and indeed Yorkshire and their followers, because that just makes the task a little easier. 294 for 5 after 108 overs.
Yeah, like you say, he's been very, very tidy, hasn't he? He's done a really good job for Nottinghamshire, Liam Patterson-White. If there has been an odd bad ball, it's generally been one that he's just dragged down slightly. But you're not going to knock 3 for 88 off 40 at all. Lyndon James then to continue, giving the other seamers an extended breather here. And so far he's been pretty tidy too. 5 overs, 1 maiden, none for 13. He's going to be bowling at Finley Bean here from the Radcliffe Road end. Yorkshire needing 6 runs in 12 balls to get a second batting point.
Notts need a wicket to get a second bowling point. It'll feel like a big miss if they're only going to get 1 bowling point.
Yep, James in here and punched into the offside by Bean. No run. It's a long time, isn't it, to be out there in the field to pick up fewer than 6 wickets. I guess all teams go through that at some stage. Finley will be just hoping Lyndon throws him up a nice friendly half volley that he can ping away for a boundary, and then they can work on maybe picking up a couple of singles and getting to that point. This one turned just to the onside of straight by Bean. Hamid does the fielding. Finley Bean, 375 balls. That'll be more than lots of club players facing a season, won't it? In 1 knock.
Hamid's doing his thing again down on the ground there. The cameras have picked it up. Those of you watching the live stream, that is extraordinary. Supple body.
Here comes James. There's that nice juicy one for Finley Bean to get his hands through, and that goes through extra cover. He's not absolutely nailed it in terms of how it's travelling, but he's got enough on it. And again, there was just a feeling it's stuck in the pitch slightly, and he's just got under it a little bit. So that's just the way of things with seam bowling on this surface. I think Finley, 166, got over the top of it enough to get it away. So 2 needed for that next batting point, and still the 1 wicket needed by Nottinghamshire for a bowling point. Second bowling point.
Has been in career best territory yet?
Not quite, but he's within range. He's a couple of strokes away from it, potentially. 298 for 5, and he's driving another one through the covers here, and that, will it have the legs? Not quite sure it will. No, it's going to hold up, and Farhan Ahmed gets out there to field, but the applause is because that's brought 3 more to Finley Bean, take him to 169, but Yorkshire to 301 for 5. They have got a second batting bonus point with 8 balls to spare.
Yeah, he's done a very, very good job, almost goes without saying, but he's just paced this nicely just to make sure they got that second batting point. Revis was bogged down at the start of his innings, so Bean had to just make sure they were doing enough at the other end, and he's done that nicely. Very strange field setting here, set by Notts.
Yeah, again, just for that pick up on the rise, they've got Joe Clark in his right foot nearly on the cut strip, just to the offside of straight, and Revis right over the top defends to him. What a weird and wonderful game it is that we love this cricket, isn't it? Finley Bean, you know, I think we've probably all gone through his struggles with him this season, and he's been pretty happy. He's been striking the ball well, but the runs have not come on the board commensurate with that sort of self-confidence, and then he's 3-4 runs shy of a career best here. What a bizarre game at times it is. 22 knocks from that 100 last time a year and a day ago, as that final ball of the over is turned into the leg side and there is no run. 301 for 5 after 109.
Yeah, so Notts have got 6 deliveries in which to get a wicket if they possibly can, to pick up that second bowling bonus point. If this game ends in a draw right now, Notts would go back to top of the table by 1 point, so it really is a very slender margin that they've got over Surrey at the moment. So they could really do with getting a wicket in this over. Of course, if they went on to win the game, that gap would be extended back to 10 again, but bowling to Bean on 168 turns this on the leg side, and there's no run. 301 for 5. In fact, 169 Finley Bean. Revis on 4 at the non-striker's end. There's a short leg, there's a slip. Freddie McCann back in there. Mohammed Abbas just being moved up from a short I was going to say a short long leg, if that makes sense, a short fine, but he's been moved up squarer. This is pushed into the offside to Ahmed. There's no run. Still continues to warm up Mohammed Abbas. I wonder if he's going to replace Lyndon James sometime soon, as the spinner comes in once more and Bean pushes it back to the bowler. Of course, now there'll be the great satisfaction for Finley Bean if he can stop Notts getting a wicket in this over. They'll all know what's at stake out there. There'll have been 1 or 2 comments, come on, we need a wicket here, we need this extra point. This has popped up on the leg side, but I think just off the pad, and in any case it was nowhere near short leg Jack Haynes. So that's 4 balls of the 110th over that have passed without incident. Harry Duke's on the boundary edge in his pink bib with drinks to bring on at the end of the over. This one's pulled out onto the leg side, out to Pennington. A single, 302 for 5, so the final ball of the 110th over.
I think he'd have had that on at lunchtime just to make sure he didn't spill. He's kept it on.
He's been very busy in this match, Harry Duke, even though he's not a member of the playing 11. He's been on and off the field almost continually. There is a second 11 game, isn't there, for Yorkshire at the moment, and Ben Coates gone away to play in that, but Harry Duke's remained here. And that's that, I'm afraid, as far as Notts are concerned, as Revis defends the final ball of that over. 302 for 5 Yorkshire, so we're done with regards to bonus points. It's Nottinghamshire 4 points, Yorkshire 4 points. And at the moment you'd say this will end in a draw, so it'll be 12 points apiece, but we do still have 4 full sessions and 9 overs for either side to try and make something happen. Yorkshire 302 for 5. Mohammed Abbas coming back to replace Lyndon James, who bowls 6 overs none for 20.
Yeah, interestingly, straight after the chance of an extra bowling bonus points gone. Maybe an over before, it might have been handy for him. See if he could nibble somebody out.
Alan Surrey says trying to watch 2 games at once, not easy. Presume that's the little affair going on in Leeds. The other game he's trying to watch. Might not be.
The last time there was an affair going on in Leeds and I was down here, if you remember, was Stokes Test Day 2019. And all that was going on back at Headingley while we were doing I think it was a T20 game on a Sunday afternoon, wasn't it? Something like that, yeah. I can remember being all over that on my laptop watching what was going on and being about a minute and a half behind what was actually going on at Headingley. People messaging me going, brilliant, amazing, and I'm waiting for it to be actually played out on the screen. So 302 for 5. There's still a bit of a debate as to how they're going to approach things here. Mo Abbas, Haseeb Hamid, Joe Clark was involved, Lyndon James standing by as well. So the field set up for Mo here is slip, long leg, sweeper on the mid-wicket boundary, straight mid-wicket, mid-on, mid-off, short extra cover in a catching position, plus a cover just to his right shoulder and a backward point, and that first ball of Mo's spell turned into the leg side and there was no run. Debris blowing across the field of play, that's not ideal.
Somebody's lost something, haven't they? Because
crisp packets,
a
discarded
notepad, isn't it?
cups.
They're all of a similar size.
yeah, so I thought somebody's
Tissue? Sure.
maybe.
They've all blown off in slightly different directions now, so it'll take a bit of clearing up. Finley Bean's just going to lean on his bat until it's all sorted and have a breather.
Like those sponsored balloons, they don't have them now, do they? They let the balloons go and write your name on the bit of paper and see where they land for charity and whatever. They don't like the balloons polluting the countryside.
Here's Abbas then to Finley Bean. He's right in behind that and defending. We did that. I think we did something like a science lesson when I was at high school, where you stuck your school address and your name on this tag, tied it to a balloon, stuck helium in it, and then let it off. And it was,
please send this back.
It would kindly phone the school and tell us where the furthest one landed. Of course, typically 2 or 3 went straight over the wall and popped on somebody's rose bush in the next door garden. I think one got from where I went to school, which was near Leeds Bradford Airport, all the way to Roundhay Park, which would probably be about 8-9 miles, something like that. Has been leaves one wide of off stump. There's no run. I'm sure there's probably some stories out there for people who've crossed a continent or something like that. I thought Jamie was going to come out with one of those.
I did do that though when I was at primary school. I remember doing that. Big bunch of balloons that we let off.
Hey up, gives a ring, Ponty. If that spots this balloon.
You have to put a cut-off date, don't you? I mean, it can be found 2 years later, washed up in Brisbane or something.
Yeah. There's Abbas then, turning and making his way in again. Bean on 170 now, and plays another one into the leg side. I think we know what he might have on his mind. He will absolutely know that another 4 runs gets him to his highest first-class score. But then there's another landmark beyond that.
Yeah.
And he's got all the time in the world there if he wants to do it, because there's not much else going on in the match. There's no call for Yorkshire to be pulling out or anything like that.
And it just massages that overall season average, doesn't it?
Yeah, which started at, I think it was 14.9.
Yeah.
It was up at 20.83 by the end of last night, and that was with 90 or so fewer. So every little helps. He's averaging 35 or so for his career so far. Mo just wants long leg to move a little bit squarer, and also the man out on the boundary to come up.
Chance to carry his bat as well. Something Haseeb Hamid has done twice this season. Open the innings and undefeated at the end. Terrific effort from any opener, but Hamid's done it twice, 2 matches this season. He's been on the field for every minute of the game.
So Freddie McCann has just been brought in off the mid-wicket boundary, and he's standing behind and to the left of Joe Clark. They're both in positions for a short ball catch by the looks of it, and Freddie McCann gets one but drops it. To be fair, it was absolutely hammered by Finley Bean, pretty similar to the one that Finley himself put down off Ishan Kishan at mid-wicket yesterday. He stood right back and you could see him give that one the kitchen sink, and you could really hear that click out of the middle of the bat as well.
Nice to see that again. Whatever pictures we've got, if it did carry on the fall, and how close it was to railing it in.
Got a hand to it, didn't he? It was at him in a flash. That was the ploy, that was the plan. And nearly came off.
Yeah, you've got to, you know, having seen all that, you've got to say that's a great piece of execution by Mo Abbas. You know, to get that delivery spot on to produce what he was looking for. He didn't quite get the end result, but that's proper bowling. Revis on strike now. That's wide of his off stump and defended. End of the over. 303 for 5. Revis on 4 of 27 deliveries so far. And Finley will be back on strike here. 171 of 387. What's the most that Haseeb Hamid's faced in a match you've called, Dave? Would you have a handle on that? I know it's not the sort of thing we normally know too much, is it?
No.
But if he's batted right through an innings, he's got to be, you would think, somewhere up here beyond this sort of mark in terms of number of deliveries.
Yeah, the replay there a little inconclusive as to how close Freddie was to catching it. I think 3 times now he's batted through an innings, Hamid. But in terms of time and how many balls, I don't have that. 303 for 5, Bean on 171. It's the first ball to Ben Slater, no run. Here's Liam Patterson-White from the pavilion end. Balls to Bean again now then. This is into the offside. Will it go all the way for 4? You bet it will. And that's 175. And is that there? Is that it? That's a new career best of Finley Bean, and touch of the bat from Matthew Revis. I think that was just with regards to the boundary, but a huge cheer. So you'd imagine that there's a number of spectators either very knowledgeable or maybe even listening to us. 307 for 5, so he's on to 175. Patterson-White bowls to the left-hander, who drops this down at the feet of Jack Haynes.
It must be such a good feeling to know that you're in your career best territory now.
Yeah, Dylan Pennington's also had that experience in this match. Next one's turned on the leg side, and there's no run. But you know, same thing. 61 for the number 10. It was very clear yesterday to Dylan how much that meant to him, and I'm sure Finley Bean will be speaking to the Yorkshire media tonight, and will be also absolutely delighted with the way this has gone. Might get a few more yet as Patterson-White bowls, and he'll add one more to his tally. 176, 308 for 5. Got 7 overs to go until tea after this one. Tea should be taken in 8 minutes time, so be a little bit of overtime, but not too bad. Lots of spin on offer in this match. Next delivery from Patterson-White is defended, so he's through 42 overs, 3 for 94, and it's 308 for 5 at Trent Bridge.
Yeah, 179 behind. Next little target for the Yorkies to tick off is to ensure that they avoid the follow-on. They'd obviously be pretty strong favourites to do that at this stage, and if they can do that, then it's not done yet, is it, the match? They certainly wouldn't be able to relax on that, but it would be a big help, because the way the modern game's played, even if would Nottinghamshire, if they rolled them in the next few minutes, would they go and have another go again? You would think so, just the way things are. Batting and bowling, and that's turned off the legs by Finley Bean for a single. 177 to him.
If they rolled them in the next few minutes, I think they'd bat for the final session today. But
then have a go tomorrow. Try and whack it around and get some quick runs in a session.
But I think in quick succession at any point in the match, everybody in the Notts side that was dismissed, apart from Farhan Ahmed, at least got into double figures. Adam Lyth, the only player on show really to miss out.
Yep, here's a bat, and Revis turns that to mid-wicket, no run. Yeah, and I think the surface has, as a hybrid pitch, I suppose, is intended to do. It's held together well. It's not disintegrating. There's got to be some deterioration, obviously, there. But it's played typically on the slow side.
Yeah, Notts have got a slip in for a Bass, but there's been absolutely nothing over the 2.5 days that's gone to slip or remotely looked like being edged to slip.
Here's a Bass again. Revis waits. That one, well, he nearly finds a gap between one of the three, or two of the three straight men, but Dylan Pennington round from mid-wicket to field that. I mean, giving somebody a wave. Is he asking slip to come out? Not sure. Kishan's getting it out and getting himself loose.
He wants a bowl.
Wants a bowl, yeah.
Got a big smile on his face.
Probably, yep, look at these. He's going through his warm-up routine. I think that was a bit of leg spin. Get him on as Abbas is in and Revis defends. No run, especially if he bowled in his keeping gloves. That'd be an interesting spin on things. Might get a bit of purchase on the ball there. 309 for 5. Latest up at Headingley, 229 for 2. England need a further 142 to win there.
Yeah, it'll be tough on Rishabh Pant if England do win, won't it? A century in each innings.
Here's Abbas again. And Revis turns it to leg. No run. Yeah, it would, wouldn't it? Entertaining player Rishabh Pant. Meanwhile at Chester Street as well, Sussex 51 for 3 in their second innings there. That's just an 85 run lead at the moment. I know Harmsy had kind of said when Jayden Seale's spell there finished, he thought that points would be harder to come by for them in the back half of the campaign. I know Joffre's obviously playing in that match, Joffre watch and all that. Essex batting for a second time against Hampshire as well. There's a Bass bowls and Revis gets a good contact on this, but a good stop by Freddie McCann in the covers. Completes that over at 309 for 5.
6 overs to go until tea. I think if it were permitted for the teams to shake hands on a session, then I think they'd both be happy to trudge off now. Not an awful lot to be gained. Well, certainly nothing to be gained in terms of bonus points for either side right now. Yorkshire closing in on saving the follow-on. Notts already well aware that I'm going to be in the field almost certainly for the entirety of the day. Farhan Ahmed coming back, 23 overs, 2 maidens, none for 55. Been a tough time out there for the Notts side, as it was for Yorkshire over the first day and a half.
Yeah, a few emails to catch up with. Malcolm in steamy Alicante.
Is that the full name of the place?
Apparently so. He says a few things, but to put it in a nutshell, the end point really is the overseas player issue for Yorkshire. It's difficult to understand, you know, Code being left out of the side in place of an overseas who's going to be playing one match. Makes me wonder if we need them at all, he says, unless, that is, we can get players of the highest class. And I think, Malcolm, I'm sure you're aware, as a learned correspondent as you are, that it's just going to be an ongoing problem, and it doesn't matter how much or little we like it and how much or little we moan about it. Franchise cricket has determined the way that will go, and so has central contracts with players around the world. So getting an overseas player who can commit to more than a few matches is not an easy thing to do, and it sort of becomes, I mean, the expression postcode lottery has been used in a way. It's a bit of a world postcode lottery, isn't it, as to who you get and how effective they are. You know, Ishan Kishan turns up here and he looks $1 million straight away and takes a catch off the first ball he's out there in the field. You know, talk about having an immediate effect. But not always the case. Some players need more time and adjustment time and all that, and I don't know how you decipher who they are when you are the person doing the hiring and firing, and that's not to mention how much budgets come into it and all of that.
It's Farhan Ahmed then. The first ball of a new spell is blocked by the broad bat of Finley Bean. Sammy King on the boundary edge. Unlike Harry Duke, he's not wearing his pink bib, he's just carrying it. Brought a drink out for fielder out there, Mo Abbas. 309 for 5. Let's have Freddie McCann in at slip. This is pushed into the offside. When I said nothing's gone to slip, of course I mean off the seamers. McCann's taken a couple of catches in this innings, both off Liam Patterson-White's bowling. McCann round the wicket. Bean on 177, cuts this into the packed offside. The ball clatters into the shins of the Notts captain Hamid, but wasn't going particularly fast. You wonder what, by way of a motivational speech, the Notts dressing room can have for the players, as this is pushed again by Bean into the offside and fielded by Hamid, after the players have got in there and had whatever they need to have, a little bit of a drink, a cup of tea, a protein shake or whatever, maybe a little piece of fruit or cake or whatever they have, and then, well, what are we going to do? What's the plan for the last session, as this is hit to mid-off and there's no run? You just wonder what they can do by way of a change, and it does seem as if Hamid and his side have explored most options, as, I repeat, Yorkshire did over the first day and a half. It's just not doing an awful lot for the bowlers, either seam or spin, the combination of the ball and the hybrid pitch. But this is cut away by Bean through that packed offside. He'll get a single, go to 178, 310 for 5. Essentially, you're waiting for a mistake, aren't you?
Yeah. Martin Bloomfield says, listening to your reminiscences of the late Brian Johnston, got a flashback to times prehistoric. Whilst I fear my age is around 2 decades in advance of the commentators, my grey cells are reminding me of a programme Brian and Peter West used to present, which I believe was called Good Companions, centred around dogs and their owners. Can anybody confirm my sanity has not been lost, or words to that effect? Hello to Scott.
I can't remember that one.
No, I can't. Hello to Scott in Bangkok, who is listening as well. Unable to get to Nottingham because of still unable to fly post heart attack in April.
Oh, crikey.
Sorry to hear that. Hope you're well on the mend, Scott, and can get back to some cricket in England soon. Afternoon to Lily, who says that Finley came up with a fantastic mature century. He's missing no cricket, by the way, because there's a bit of a break here between overs. Edward Harland Says interesting, entertaining commentary as always. Talking of which, Moriarty was the topic yesterday, being Holmes' nemesis. No mention though of Count Jim Moriarty, Spike Milligan's hilarious character in the Goon Show.
Of course, yeah.
Before my time, you see that one, as Abbas is in, and that's punched to mid-off by Bean. No run.
Neddy Seagoon.
Matthew Fisher, 7 wickets for Surrey as well against Worcestershire. Well pointed out. Matthew Waite with runs in that match for Worcestershire. He's had a good season, Waitey. Good to see. By the way, Ishan Kishan standing up here to Mo Abbas with the wicket-keeper's gloves on.
Yeah, tells you everything you need to know really about the pace of the wicket, doesn't it?
Yeah. 310 for 5. Been on 178 from precisely 400 deliveries. A 401st is turned to mid-on. No run. Steve Carmichael, afternoon all, glad to hear the cricket isn't interfering with the banter.
What are you saying, Steve?
Wasn't it Sir Jeff's mother who used to bat with a stick of rhubarb when she'd misplaced her sweeping brush? Abbas leaving our commentary position behind, then makes his way in again, and once more Bean will turn this to leg, where it's fielded from the incoming mid-wicket, who also fancies a bit of a bowl here. Is that Joe Clark? It is indeed.
Yeah. Just looking at Abbas, just coming to the end of his 20th over, 1 for 36. Got a wicket with his very first ball. He's had a long old wait to try and get another one, but he's given nothing away.
He had that one over, didn't he, for 9 runs? If you take that out of the equation.
Yeah.
2 to come in the over. Abbas round the wicket. Lovely shot. Beautiful shot by Finley Bean. This time he leans on it. There's a yelp from Jack Haynes, who's positioned for a catch. Short extra cover, and Finley split the gap between he and mid-off superbly. 4 runs. He's played some lovely shots during this innings. None better than that, I would venture to suggest.
Take nothing away from the shot by Finley, but it was just airborne, and if that was at Haynes, it would have been a low catch. But he picked the gap. He played it.
Yep.
But that was why we saw the reaction from both he and Kishan behind the stumps.
So Finley Bean passes 180 in first-class cricket for the first time. 18 runs from a double here. Mo Abbas in and bowling again, this time turned into the leg side where Clark is fielding. Of course, the fact that Ishan Kishan is standing up with the keeping gloves on has just dragged Finley back that little bit.
Yeah, the slight pause before the last delivery. Joe Clark went and stood right in front of Finley Bean as a left-hander, and he was just sort of suggesting that Jack Haynes moves half a pace. Well, Jack Haynes will have been well aware where the ball had gone. I think if you want a left-hander to stand there, maybe Ishan Kishan is better placed to do it. I mean, he's right behind the stumps, but Joe Clark ran across. Just with look, they're moving him about, Jack Haynes. Abbas wants him this way. Joe Clark and Kishan are trying to move him the other way.
Just gone about a yard to his left, pretty much where the path of the ball that Finley Bean hit earlier in the over. End of the over then. 115 now gone. 314 for 5.
Very nearly scone time for you, lads.
Oh, not sure I can. I can do it 3 days in a row.
You have to do it for all your other brethren and the sisterhood.
I'd be lying to you if I said I wasn't thinking about it.
The last time I had a blood test, I think they drew a load of cream out of the veins, you know, from my trips to Trent Bridge.
314 for 5. Have you got any messages, Jamie? Anybody getting in touch with you?
No, I've just been having a little look at Sir Geoffrey and the rhubarb triangle. He's not far from my neck of the woods. Born in Fitzwilliam, which is not far away from Aquif, for those that know that neck of the woods. So Farhan Ahmed to continue to Matthew Revis, still there on 4 runs to his name, facing 34 deliveries now as he blocks that one out.
Were you trying to make out this morning that that's where they grow licorice as well, or some such?
I don't think I said that. The question that I still pose to you, as Ahmed strays down the leg side. Revis was looking to use the spin to tickle it backward a square on the leg side, but he didn't make contact. Good take behind the stumps by Kishan. Is, without naming, well, you've got to name it, I suppose. I know it's BBC, but there's a very popular sweet manufacturer that's based in Pontefract. Do you know the answer to that, Doji? A main factory.
Yeah, it is.
Ahmed into Revis, who drives that, clips it up to mid-on. Dot ball.
Pomfret cakes, isn't it? Pontefract cake.
Very, very well known, popular global sweet brand.
Bassett's?
The like of which might be in this commentary box in the back.
Okay.
But I'm going to let that dangle out.
Haribo.
Oh, there it is. Driven by Revis, and he sets off quickly for the single.
That's at the side of the M1 at Cass, isn't it? It's M62, I should say. Cass.
M62, yeah.
Is that where the headquarters are? I thought they were a German brand.
The Haribo, the factory in Pontefract.
Do you call that Ponty?
What?
Where the factories?
Absolutely, I would, yeah. Drive past it every
I
day.
call it Cass, you see.
No.
Oh,
that's the wrong side of the M62, that, Doji.
Dear
You should
me.
know better than that.
Local parochialism coming in here.
Finley
now.
Bean on strike 182 to his name.
I think I know somebody who works there, actually. The Haribo factory.
Ponte Carlo, Cas Vegas. You don't want to get them mixed up.
No. Oh, no.
That's the cardinal sin. Yorkshire 3, 15 for 5.
But you didn't think to bring Annie with you?
Well, I knew Doji had already brought some.
He didn't.
Well, he's been lying to me. He drops it into the other side.
That's indignant comment of the week that he didn't.
A dot ball to end that over. Yorkshire 3, 15 for 5.
Can I just say, because the girdler's mentioned him a few times parading around the boundary edge with his bib on and his shock of blonde hair, Harry Duke has hot-footed it back to Wheatwood. Thanks to Yorkshire lad for sending me a message. Harry Duke's taken a good catch for the 2s at Wheatwood. And I'm saying, you're joking. And he sent me the scorecard, and I just watched the video, and you couldn't actually see him take the catch on the video, but it then does run into shot as they're celebrating the wicket. Harry Duke, what a star.
Well, you've not corrected me any time when I've mentioned it.
No, because he was here. He's obviously gone up the road and started playing in the second team game halfway through the day.
He's been that quick. He's gone.
Presumably, maybe at lunch or something like that, he's gone.
It's a good effort.
Well done, Dukey.
For the umpteenth time in this session, Dylan Pennington pops off for another comfort break to be replaced by Sammy King. We've got, what do we got? 3 overs left in the session. Freddie McCann is going to get another over. Bowled the first over of this session that went for 11, but it was just an end change. Got a wicket up at Headingley. A really important one when Notts wanted it. Is it George Hill?
Yes.
He's in now, the right arm off spinner, and Revis gets a single to move to 6. Been quite a watchful innings from Revis. 6 from 38 deliveries, 316 for 5.
Anyway, I'm just going to pop out and do a quick hit workout before 32 overs just to make sure I can fit in the today's score.
So you are going to do it.
Man v food.
Yeah.
McCann bowls one into the pads of Finley Bean. Number 44 bowling to number 33. We've got number 22 out there, Liam Patterson White, and at this end we've got number 77, Matthew Revis. So
Captain Hamid.
Hamid's 99. Have we got an 11 in this game? This is pushed into the offside.
It's
claimed by Hamid.
Is it in bingo calling down here, Liam Patterson White? Is he 2 little me ducks?
2 little ducks, aye. Lewis Hamilton's, isn't it? 44. Bowls now, and that was very close to bowling Finley Bean round his legs. He was moving to the offside, a delivery that just drifted past his heels and was close to the base of the leg stump when it was taken by Kishan. Here's McCann in again. This one's just outside the off stump, pushed out as far as a mead.
Freddie McCann will surely be paying Jordan Thompson image rights for using the same number. I mean, the big show.
316 for 5. Balls again now and turned away for a single. Is Jordan Thompson a Lewis
44.
Hamilton fan as well?
I didn't
No,
realise.
he's, Ross McCormack, former Leeds United, was his favourite footballer when he was growing up, and when he got the chance to choose his own number, he wanted to be him.
Played here at Nottingham Forest, just behind us. McCormack for a while. 317 for 5. The end of a very quick over in terms of the number of seconds it took McCann to get through the over. 4 overs, none for 19.
He was the greatest footballer in the history of football in Nottingham.
It's certainly not McCormack. It depends if you're a...
Did Notts County have great players back in the day?
I say it depends if you're a red or a black and white.
Farhan Ahmed into his 26th over. Finley Bean on strike, backing away. That cut shot that he met cleanly, hit it well, but it was well fielded.
You may remember Doshi at Headingley. We had one of the stewards pop into us. No, in fact, it might have been the Yorkshire media staff. Bring a letter in to me one day.
Ahmed full delivery that Bean leaves alone.
Was that the death threat?
Addressed to Dave Bracegirdle, cricket commentator, and while we were commentating, I opened it up, and it was from a gentleman. I've got a book for you, Dave, if you want to meet me downstairs at lunch. This is my phone number. I've got a book you can have. I'll say this now in case the gentleman's listening.
Ahmed round, and again Bean looking to cut away. Got ball.
So I was intrigued. There was a phone number, so I texted the gentleman, and it came back. Meet you 1:10 downstairs reception. Look out for Uncle Albert. So again, if the gentleman is listening.
Ahmed again around the wicket to Bean, and that one is pushed a little wider, and Bean leaves it alone.
He gave me a book all about Brian Clough, Maurice Edwards, who had worked with Clough and Taylor throughout their time at Hartlepool, and he went to all the different grounds with them, Brighton, Leeds United, the brief stay, and then obviously Derby County and Forest.
Ahmed bustling into Bean, slightly down leg side as he clips it through mid-wicket for a single.
And just to say, I've had about 2 books on the go since the Headingley match, and I've finished those, and I'm about halfway through that book, sir. So if you're listening, absolutely wonderful, very much enjoying it, and thanks for your kindness. And as per your request, once I've read it, I will pass it on to a chain of people that can pass it around amongst themselves, so a lot of other people can enjoy it. But thank you very much. Just to say, you're spot on. It is a really good read, and very much enjoying it. Nice thought. 318 for 5. So yes, Doji, not all the letters I get in the commentary box are death threats.
Do you get any letters, Doji?
No, I just get physical threats from my co-commentators like you.
And he gets requests for freebies and horse racing tips as well.
Yeah, but if I can believe the latter, definitely. So Ahmed continuing to come around the wicket to the right-handed Revis with 3 around the bat, and that one skews to short leg.
That was spun, didn't it?
A little bit of turn there. Bit of grip to complete that over from Ahmed. Yorkshire 318 for 5. Revis on 6. Finley Bean 184.
If you're Finley Bean at this stage, surely you think 6 more balls, right? Okay, lads, I'll retire now. I'll just go put my feet up and have a shower. I mean, come on, I've been out there since 2:34. When Finley Bean went out to bat in this innings, it was still 10 pence for a loaf of bread, and you could get a pint for 5p. He's been out there forever.
Come on, take us through to tea, and then it's nearly 4 o'clock. I'll have an update to do in 2 minutes. If you can finish in the next 2 minutes, that would be appreciated.
Come on then, Freddie. Freddie McCann. The ball to Finley. 417 deliveries.
Wonder how many faced in his 441. We did say yesterday, didn't we? I'll have a look.
McCann around the wicket. Bean works it to Patterson White mid-on for a 1 run, 185 to him. Now, I dare say those gloves must be a little bit sweaty of palm at this stage.
Yeah, he faced 518 balls for his 441 3 years ago when he was at the crease for 712 minutes. So what's that? 660 minutes would be 11 hours.
Yeah. Well, he's been out there for 7 hours pretty much, hasn't he, now in match time, as Revis turns that one into the onside.
Nearly 12 hours he will have battered. He only got out because Kevin Howells turned up to see him.
McCann floats one up and Revis drives out into the covers, and Lyndon James fields coming in from the boundary edge, 1 run.
For listeners to 5 Sports Extra 2, we will be handing back to Kevin Howells in a moment, and he'll guide you through the tea interval till we come back.
McCann to Bean, who blocks.
Been conspicuous by his absence today, I think. Might have been his afternoon nod time.
Got to that age, hasn't he, now, as Bean flicks one off the legs, backward of square, and they get no run. Some interesting communication from Kevin during this over, as McCann is in and Bean pushes forward back to the bowler to complete that session at 320 for 5. Finley Bean's seen another one out here, 185 not out from 421 deliveries. Matthew Revis on 7. Yorkshire still need 18 runs to avoid the possibility of being asked to follow on their 320 for 5.
Bean has scored 99 today. 320 for 5. Yorkshire trail by 167. I'm just about to do an update for BBC Radio Nottingham. So for listeners to 5 Sports Extra 2, I'll hand you back to the self-same Kevin Howells. And for those of you following on the live stream, the pictures, you'll be able to see the players leaving the field here at Trent Bridge. They're going for a cup of tea. We'll do the same in a moment, and if you're following us on the BBC Sport website and app, enjoy the next 20 minutes. Get yourself a cuppa and a slice of something nice, and we'll return when the players return with commentary of the final session at tea, Yorkshire. Welcome back, everybody, to Trent Bridge as our umpires Russell Warren and Steve O'Shaughnessy make the journey once again out to the middle ahead of what will be the final session of day 3 here at Trent Bridge between Nottinghamshire and Yorkshire in Division 1. We've had another very engrossing day's cricket, but if it's runs you like, this is the place to be. If it's wickets you like, then I'm afraid there's only been 2 today. 15 wickets have gone down in the match, which seemingly seems to be heading towards a draw. At tea on day 3, Yorkshire 320 for 5. That they've got in such a strong position in this innings, down to Finley Bean predominantly. He's 185 not out, career best score for him, and his current batting partner Matty Revis is 7 not out as Yorkshire come out. So 32 overs left in day 3. Yorkshire just a handful of runs away from mathematically avoiding the follow-on, which has seemed to be a formality from a long way out. 3 of the 5 wickets taken in the innings, and both that have gone down today have fallen to Liam Patterson-White. Nothing for the seamers today, but Abbas and Pennington each struck yesterday. For Yorkshire today, they've lost Dan Moriarty, caught Freddie McCann at slip from the bowling of Patterson-White for 8. That was in the morning session, and midway through the afternoon, Johnny Bairstow LBW to Liam Patterson-White for 41. It was 277 for 5 then. Current score 320 for 5. I'm Dave Bracegirdle from BBC Radio Nottingham. I've been grafting through the tea interval. Not entirely sure the same can be said of my 2 colleagues from BBC. And I have been grafting, so I've got some stats.
Cool.
If your man gets there, but it might also be one of these. I've got all these stats about double hundreds at Trent Bridge, so I might do for him. I might do for him what Notts haven't been able to do for him. And I'll tell you in the fullness of time what I've discovered.
Farhan Ahmed then from the Stuart Broad end. Bowls to Matthew Revis, who strikes one into terra firma.
Test match, by the way, has moved on apace. 269 for 4. Ben Duckett out for 149. Do we know about Mr. Brook, gentlemen? Oh, we do know about Mr. Brook. 99 runs for the match.
And again, that's turned to the feet of Jack Haynes, who's at short leg. No run. Yeah, don't doom poor old Finley.
Yes, he's been out in that test match, Harry Brook. The last 2 balls he's faced. That's not very good, is it?
Rubbish. Rubbish Brookie. As Ahmed's in, and Revis pushes back to the bowler, and there is no run. I think he might survive it and keep his place. Will be a big point of discussion now in selection, that, for the second test. Farhan in again, and Revis working to Hamid at mid-wicket. That's the first time in the match, isn't it? The white floppy's come off this time.
No,
is
it's
it not?
Not the first, no.
First time I've consciously recall it. It kept flying off at Headingley. In comes Farhan again. Cocks that front knee and fires that one in a little quicker, I think. Matthew Revis, it rushed onto him a little bit. Drops out into the offside this time. Ben Slater gives it a good polish on its way back round to the bowler.
Hey, what do you do about the form of the number 1 and number 2 test batters in the world?
Here's Ahmed again. Floated up. Revis drives, but no further than mid-off to complete that opening over back from the break at 320 for 5. No change to the score.
What is the current ranking then? The way you've said it as if it's Brook and Root.
You'd be right.
Is that right?
Well, it's Root and Brook if you want to do it in numerical order. Root 1, Brook 2.
Okay.
Quite interesting. The ECB on their social channels put in England number 1 and 2, and the subsequent comments were no, Yorkshire.
All right.
After 42 overs, they've decided Liam Patterson might best be served bowling from the Radcliffe Road end for the first time. What about that?
It's taken 42 overs to have a change of heart.
Not well if he runs through them now. I have discovered, it didn't take a lot of chasing to be honest, that there's been four double hundreds scored by Yorkshire batters against Notts in the history of this fixture. As Patterson White comes in to bowl to Bean, who's within 15 of getting one, turns this on the leg side. If he's going to make his way up from where he is at the moment to get into the top four, Johnny Bairstow's 205 here in 2011 is the fourth lowest. This is pushed back to Patterson White. In 2014, beg your pardon, I'll start again in a moment. 320 for 5. Patterson White. Oh, that's kept low, and Bean rocked back and then wasn't in any position to play. It went under the bat, missed the off stump, and Ishan Kishan, I don't know if it was his boot, something partially stopped it, and it was picked up at slip. 320 for 5. Yorkshire trail by 167. Good stuff from Liam Patterson White throughout this innings. This is whipped onto the leg side. Hamid will field, and there's no run. So 4 previous double hundreds by Yorkshire batters against Notts, the lowest of which was Johnny Bairstow, 205 here in 2011. I'll tell you the top 3 after this ball. This is turned away to leg. In fact, no, that's the 5th ball of the over. He's done me again, Ian Smith, who so quick at just turning it over on the big scoreboard. Comes in again, number 22. Bowling to Bean, who hits it down the ground, and they're just checking. No, it's gone for 6. So glorious stroke to get Finley Bean up and running after tea, and it's his first 6 in this marathon knock to end the over. 326 for 5. Bean into the nervous 190. So the top 3 Yorkshire batters' individual scores against Notts. In third place, 214, Geoffrey Boycott at Worksop in 1983. In second place, a big jump between 214 and Andrew Gale's 272 at North Marine Road, Scarborough. That was in 2013. I remember that scorching hot day when he got his double hundred. 272 for Andrew Gale, and then top, we mentioned it earlier, Percy Holmes, 285 here in 1929. So if and when Finley gets there, it'll be the 5th double hundred by a Yorkshire batter against Notts, and the 3rd here at Trent Bridge. There you are. Now, what were you doing for the last 20 minutes?
I was trying to work out whether anybody had got a double century this season for Yorkshire or not, and the answer to that is no. In fact, the most recent Yorkshire double centurion was James Wharton in the very last match of the 2024 campaign when he made 285. Finley's got a bit to go if he's going to eclipse his mate in this knock, but that's not to say he won't. He's added over 100 runs now today, hasn't he? What was he last night? 86. 86 not out. 105 in addition to that overnight score. But he's not on strike at the moment. Farhan Ahmed bowling to Matthew Revis, who turns it to Hamid at mid-wicket. No run. 4:30 in the afternoon. Bit of cloud cover, but plenty bright enough out there at this moment in time, and they should be not too far behind time when they walk off at the end of today's play. 29.4 overs left after that delivery, which was patted back in the general direction of Hasib Hamid. Revis has painstakingly put together his 7 here. 49.50 deliveries now.
That 6 has taken Liam Patterson White to 3 figures as well. His figures now 3 for 100.
Ahmed. In he comes again, wide on the crease. Revis once again works it to Hamid. It's a bit of a 3-man game at this moment in time. There are other fielders present out there. There you're saying. Ahmed passes O'Shaughnessy. Revis again turns it to Hamid. Can he find another fielder? Can he find a gap, Matthew Revis? Ahmed rocking from side to side again. Second service. Comes in. Oh, and he has found a different fielder. Mid-on this time, Matthew Revis. So 6 successive dots join him up to make a maiden. And Ahmed, 28 overs, 4 maidens, none for 58 so far. 326 for 5.
Still, we've only had 15 wickets in the match that began on Sunday morning at 11 o'clock. 6 wickets on the first day, 7 yesterday, and just 1 in each session so far today on day 3. Bean on 191. It's only scoring shot since tier 6.
Powerful one at that.
Patterson White bowls, LBW shout here. Don't think it had too much going for it. Just hitting the pad above the knee roll, I think, and would have been too high, and maybe even missing a leg as well. But always nice to bellow out a throaty roar. Next one is turned to leg, and Finley Bean will get a single to move to 192. Of course, this is all new for Liam Patterson White, appealing to Russell Warren. He's been at O'Shaughnessy's end up until now. 50 partnership comes up from 127 balls, and a very lopsided contribution there. Finley Bean 40 of the runs, 7 for Matty Revis, and obviously a handful of extras as well. 327 for 5. Been a long old wait for the likes of George Hill and co, maybe with the pads on for most of the day, as the next one's dropped on the leg side. Joe Clark will field. 327 for 5.
He's not come out to score runs, has he, Revis? Thus far, very compact at the crease.
Next ball is defended, and there's no run. What did he do with the ball, Matty Revis? 6 overs, no maidens, none for 26. So didn't really make a contribution with the ball, but didn't get too many opportunities. Just the 6 overs in that long innings, as gets this away into the offside for a single to move on to 8. 328 for 5. Just talking to Aaron in the production office, and apparently he does have lined up a Ben Slater bowling graphic and an Asiba Mead bowling graphic, just in case we run out of all options for Nottinghamshire in this innings. Another one's turned on the leg side. 328 for 5 at the end of the over. And we've had 4 overs since tea. Yorkshire have advanced their score by 8.
Does he have an Hishan Kishan graphic?
Saw him whirling his arms around, didn't we? I think he'd probably jump at the chance. I did have a look when Finley Bean got his 400. He faced 11 different bowlers, but it was one of those second 11 games where you can play 12. I noticed that Schardendorf, the second 11 wicketkeeper, didn't bowl, but the other 11 of the Notts 12 all bowled at him at some point or other.
Here's Farhan Ahmed bowling to Revis again, and as you were from the previous over at Stuart Broadend, because the first ball's turned to Haseeb Hamid. There's a leg slip, an orthodox slip, a short leg, a backward square leg, a man out on the square boundary, mid on, mid off, and a point. And in comes Ahmed again, and Revis with the defensive push.
Doesn't look as if Yorkshire are trying to gallop their way to a parity or a first innings lead any time today, does it?
No. In no way, shape or form. Ahmed round the wicket again. Revis to Hamid. No, I mean, for both Dan Moriarty and John Sadler in their 2 separate interviews, one with Graham Hardcastle for the website, the other me for the Beeb, both said last night that they could still win this match. Well, they certainly haven't approached it out there in the middle as if they're trying to do that, because the scoring rate would have been significantly higher than 2.66, you would have thought. And Revis again plays one to Hasib Hamid. So no, it's just not felt like that at all, has it? I think it's felt much more like it's a make the game safe day.
Yeah.
And by the time they do that, and they still haven't, the clock has run down so that we're comfortably into the final session of the day. Just make a note in the diary, folks. Matthew Revis turned that one square to Ben Slater. 3:28 for 5, and still one final delivery to come in this 124th over. In he comes, and Revis blocks back to the bowler this time. Started to feel quite warm in here, isn't it? Another forecast was that the temperature was going to rise gradually as the day went on. 24 degrees, is that, Jamie, on your phone there?
22.
22. I wonder if maybe we should open the window on this side as well. What do you reckon? That's a yes. I'm getting a yes from the Rainer man. Rainer man.
This is where it goes drastically wrong for me.
He was at school.
Yeah.
He wasn't at school the day when they
Your right hand
did
to start
slide
with.
the windows.
Your right hand. Right, you need to unbutton that.
Oh, I thought I had it.
Right.
Ah.
And then, no.
No.
Presumably you want it to go the other way.
Yeah, you do. Oh, this is horrible.
Oh, crikey me. There's Liam Patterson-White bowling to the left-handed Bean. This one turned back into him from outside off. Dropped away on the leg side. There is a time, and sometimes there's a time and a place still in the current game for what I'm just going to throw up in a second as Patterson-White bowls heaved away by Finley Bean, but there's protection out there for a single. There was a time, and unbeknown to us at tea downstairs, Asiba Mead and Johnny Bairstow have been huddled up at the back of one of the changing rooms while the others were having their tea, as this one turns and goes through into the gloves, and said, we'll save the follow-on, nobody can get any more points, we'll declare 149 behind, the rest of this evening we'll owe you another 150. We're mid-on and there's no run. Doesn't happen in the modern game, but Notts challenging at the top. At the moment, Yorkshire presumably desperate for a win to get away from the bottom. Next ball is driven into the offside and there's no run. Yorkshire would have to make a commitment, of course, to chase the target, whatever it may be, because otherwise I think they could just bat through the day tomorrow. Don't expect it to happen, but just toss that out there, perhaps for the thoughts of our listeners, the old days of the manufactured declaration, the two skippers coming together and cooking something up and trying to produce some last day excitement to give both sides a chance of victory, to entertain the crowd. Like I say, it won't happen, but there we are. If anybody wants to discuss the thoughts about that, then so be it. T says, sorry mate, I've deserted you. Going to watch the test. It's on a knife edge. Be back tomorrow. Thanks to everybody for commentary today. The yellow belly, an odd stat for you from my Yorkshire cohort set next to me by T. Finley Bean had faced exactly 70 overs in this innings. That's a lot of cricket balls he's faced on his own.
Remarkable.
Thank you, yellow belly.
He's going to face another one here to add to the 432 that he already has against his name in brackets on the board there. 193. Ahmed to Bean, who goes back foot and cuts this one out to cover. 1 run. So conceivably, and we've seen him do it in this session, one shot away from a maiden double century in first class cricket, to go with that 441 that we've mentioned on several occasions that he made in second team cricket just down the road where we park our cars at Lady Bay. Ahmed in, and Revis this time punches one out to the sweeper at mid wicket. Lyndon James, another single. 9 to Rev. And Beanie, as the lads surprisingly know him. 33 on his back, 194 on the board.
Rev's been at the crease an hour and a quarter now for his 9.
That's entertainment. As Bean strokes it towards mid-off and gets through for a single, as Liam Patterson-White doesn't pick up cleanly. 332 for 5.
Well, I was just sort of semi-messing about in the last over with contrived declarations and all the rest of it, but what realistically could anybody be playing for tomorrow?
Not a lot. It was almost as if a couple of overs back, when there was an appeal for LBW, that Ahmed bowls to Revis, who pushes it to mid-on, no run. Russell Warren, it's almost as if he I imagined he'd said to the bowler, well, listen, mate, whether I give that or not, to be fair, look, I'm here all day tomorrow, so you might as well stay as well.
It's dull when the umpires start appealing.
Yeah. Ahmed in again, and Revis drives this time, wide of mid-off, who is round to field. And they pick up 1 run. Revis into double figures. Should be getting a round of applause there from those present. 69 deliveries. 333 for 5.
Triple Nelson.
A bit of a Graham Gooch on the board. They still need 5 to avoid the possibility of being asked to follow on. Ahmed in, and Bean goes back foot and drops that one into the offside to complete over number 126 at 333 for 5.
Yeah, Notts made their 487 in 132 overs. I think obviously scored a lot quicker over the first day and a half, but this has been a really good effort, if that doesn't sound too patronising from Yorkshire, because there's a lot of scoreboard pressure out there when you've got to do it batting second, having been in the field for a day and a half and chased a lot of leather.
Yeah, that killer session was yesterday morning, wasn't it, really? Nottinghamshire scored quickly.
Yep.
Yorkshire didn't bowl well.
It's Patterson-White with the ball in his hand to begin 46th over. 3 for 103. Revis again behind that defending.
Just noticed the Notts over rate. It was +3 before tea. They tinker with it. They sort it out. They do the sums and whatever during the interval. It's 0 at the moment, which I'd imagine with the 2 spinners on, would already by now be back into the pluses.
Man comes over from the leg side, 2 slips in place, as an uppish drive, and that must have dropped just short of a diving Hamid, who did ever so well to get to the ball and just couldn't take it into his grasp before it hit the deck.
False shot from Matthew Revis, certainly. Just chipped it up. There's a lot of disappointment out there, wasn't there?
10 from 71, he backs away and he cuts that one firmly through the covers, and that will run away for 4 runs. So he lofted one up to Hamid, the ball before just about survived, and then crashes that one to the boundary rope.
I wonder if we will get a chance to have a little look and see how close that was to Hamid, or did he get his hand underneath it? We can see a replay. That would be lovely.
Patterson White to Revis, who again is cutting. Didn't get the middle of the bat at all with that shot, but got enough on it to run it fine, backward of points, and it's back-to-back boundaries for Matthew Revis, and that moves him very quickly up onto 18.
Yeah, he'll be off to the local hospital soon.
Cutting loose.
Light-headed.
He's almost doubled his score in 2 balls.
Saved the follow-on as well with that one.
Yeah, trailing by 146 now are Yorkshire. 3-4-1 for 5. Revis defending and dropping that into the offside. Hamid's reaction straight away. He took it cleanly, didn't he? But there was no celebration. It was more of discontent between both he and Patterson White. That he must have known in that moment that it hadn't quite carried. It's back of a length again from Patterson White, and it's cracked out to the man in the deep on the cover boundary. I think it's gone through a fielder in the process.
Yeah, went through Ahmed. Yeah.
Keep strike as well, Revis.
It's just a gear change from Matthew Revis. He's got a taste for it all of a sudden.
Yeah, it's a replay, so let's have a little look at this. What do we think? Where's the ball? No, it's evident.
Fractionally close. It was a brilliant effort, nevertheless,
Yeah,
to get down and make that into a potential chance.
great camera work. Thanks for the close-up of it, or the shot of it. Slow motion. Could see him diving away there, doing his level best to scoop it up. So here's a big, well, no, it's not a big moment for Finley Bean, because he's leaning on his bat with not a care in the world.
Yeah, Ahmed then to continue at the Stuart Broad end. And Revis on strike drops that one down by his feet. No run. So 76 deliveries he's been around for, but well, he's really started to open his shoulders in the last over or so. Gone from 10 to 19. And he flicks one to mid-wicket where Hamid does the fielding. On for 62 so far. So while there has been some turnout there, Farhan has not managed to turn it into wickets, as it were. Sticks up the left knee and he comes. Revis gets that ball away for 4. Through square cover. He's slowing up just before he gets to the rope. Mo Abbas giving chase. I think he'd more or less given it up, and then it dragged a little bit once it had left the square behind, but it got there in the end. 23 to Matthew Revis.
He's putting his foot down a bit here, Rev.
Yeah. Well, follow on having been saved.
Yep.
Maybe that was just the plan all the time. Just we make sure we do it, and then we'll see where we're at the time. Well, 5 wickets left. Still Dom Bess, George Hill. Next cab off the rank, you would think, before Dom. Those 2 to come, plus Will O'Rourke and Jack White. Ahmed in, and Revis, with a leg slip in place, was offering to play that way. Didn't do so. Couple left in the over. Slightly overcast skies. Bit of a grey undertinge to much of the cloud. As in he comes again, and that is drilled straight back down the pitch to Farhan, who's got his hair obviously longish on top, and when it blows in the breeze it's almost like one of those 70s footballers, like a Cyril Knowles or a Bobby Charlton. He might need to flick it back over his head.
Cyril Knowles, nice one, Cyril. Crikey.
There he is again, bowling the final ball of the over, and Revis pushes back to the bowler, who's now gone for 66 off 31, 5 maidens from those. Revis 23, Bean 195, and it's 346 for 5.
A partnership worth 69 between these two after 161 deliveries. Yorkshire trailing by 141. Good to see a bit of aggression from Matthew Revis in the last couple of overs, reaching the boundary rope on 3 occasions. Patterson White to continue from the Radcliffe Road end. This beginning his 47th over, a mammoth effort from him. 3 for 112, 9 maidens. Finley Bean on 195, and he's just defending that one back to the bowler.
Getting his money's worth, isn't he, Liam Patterson White? He's paid his tenner to play, like on a Saturday. Scored 87 yesterday. Now in his 47th over.
Patterson White up to Finley Bean, who elegantly drives that through the covers. It's not got the legs to reach the boundary, but he'll certainly pick up 2. And that will move him on to 197, so he's within a shot of reaching a double ton, a maiden double ton. Faced 437 deliveries. Talking about money's worth, these two have certainly got that. Patterson White into Finley Bean, bit of turn on the back foot, he just drops it into the onside. Shown temperament throughout this innings, calmness at the crease. How he's feeling right now. He's got Kishan behind him doing the arm twirls as he just flicks that to short leg, who gets a touch on it, clips it around the post, and Hamid will follow up in the field. Another dot ball. 2 more deliveries remaining of this Patterson White over. That one's clipped through mid-wicket, finds the fielder on the boundary edge, who comes in about 5 paces.
Yeah, I've never don't know anything about those that play fantasy cricket. I know there's a little bit of interest amongst several of our followers and whatever. I don't know what would register higher in fantasy cricket in this match so far. Finley Bean getting 200 not out, say, or Liam Patterson White an 87 and a 3 for 100. I don't know what the weight of points is.
It's arrowed in down the leg side. Full shot from Matthew Revis. Dot ball to complete. I don't know how easy. It would be difficult to pick up this stat, I'm sure, but I wonder how many deliveries Patterson White has thrown down to Finley Bean in this game. 440 Finley Bean has faced. Patterson White has bowled 47 overs, which is 282 deliveries, is it?
Yeah. I think you're whistling in your wind on your own there. JD turned away from you one side and I turned away from the other.
I like how he said it's whatever. Is it?
just to cover myself slightly. Yeah. I'm going to put 282 final answer.
It was a fact that developed into a question.
It's often my way.
Come on then, you better talk him through to his first career double 100.
2 to get. Farhan Ahmed in. Finley Bean working to leg, no run. He's scored 74 runs off Liam Patterson White. Finley Bean. 18 singles, 5 twos, no threes, 10 fours and a 6. Doesn't say how many dots there are. That's the number of runs he's scored, and he cuts this Ahmed delivery.
But it stands to reason that they've scored most of his runs off Liam and faced most of his deliveries from Liam, because Liam's bowled by a considerable margin the most deliveries.
.349 for 5. Ahmed in, and Bean gets one to cut here, firmly out to 350 up for Yorkshire, but they're 19 and a half overs behind getting a 3rd batting point.
Declare once he's got his double.
Probably need the batting practice, to be fair, Brace, after this season so far. Ahmed in. Revis works that one backward of square leg. Dilip Pennington Fields.
It'd go round the country like wildfire. Crikey, have you heard what's happened at Trent Bridge? They've pulled out 150 behind. Captains have set something up there. Both going for a win.
Matthew Revis must have faced quite a lot of Farhan Ahmed. He scored just the 7 runs from him. 1 boundary and a 3. Sorry, 1 boundary and 3 ones even. He just played out another dot. Finley Bean's overall wagon wheel is probably fairly typical. As Ahmed's in and bowling to Revis, who turns it through mid-wicket, and that will complete another over. So Revis will keep the strike, and Bean still on 199. Matthew Revis is just walking away towards the changing rooms.
They've declared. They've declared. They've declared.
They're bringing him in at 199. Now towels coming on. Ben Cliff doing the running. I haven't seen Ben on the first 2 days of the match, so might have just travelled down for today. Still returning from injury, so wouldn't have been able to play in the 2s. Started the season in the first team at Hampshire and got an injury.
So he can carry the towels and the drinks and the spare gloves out to the middle, and that's your lot.
So with the gloves changed, Revis to face LPW.
Yeah, I'll do it till Bean's back on the strike then. Round the wicket comes the left arm spinner. 3 wickets taken. Bowls to the tall right-hander with his new dry gloves. Pushes the first ball out onto the offside. Don't know if they fresh out the wrapper. Unlikely that they would be. We'll use them for net practice, I'm sure. Pushes this into the offside. They don't like brand new kit, do they? The players, they like to have worn them in. Especially the boots, the bowlers. Don't like to bowl in brand new boots.
No.
351 for 5. You can easily go over on your ankle. This is down the leg side and swept away by Revis for 4. Quick to seize the direction of that delivery, and for a tall man, he got down quickly and helped it on its way. Nobody out there.
So it's more about the blisters. A pair of new bowling boots on back in the day. Play that first match and you can't walk for a few days because something's been rubbing you that you're not used to.
Yeah. 355 for 5 Yorkshire. Trail by 132. Got 20 overs left in the day. After this one, slower delivery floated up there by Patterson White, and a single taken. 356 for 5. Finley Bean back on strike on a little matter of 199 not out, and he's faced 4-4-3 deliveries. So this will be his quadruple Nelson.
And the field moves into various positions, mainly within the ring. The sweeper out at mid-wicket, and in comes Liam Patterson White, and he's going to nudge one round to backward square leg. Can't get it wide enough to make that the run that ticks him over onto the landmark. What about this one? Patterson White, left arm over. No. End of the over. He's definitely patient, Finley. 356 for 5.
This is at 1-6 in his innings after tea. Went from 185 to 191, danced down the track, but didn't opt to do it. At the end of that over on 199. Farhan Ahmed having a word with his skipper. Good to see that there's plenty of smiles out there. It's a day where you need 1 or 2 characters in the side. Luke Fletcher shone on days like this with a little bit of dry humour and always do his bit, taking it upon himself to move Mohammed Abbas from one side of umpire Russell Warren to the other side. Russell Warren standing at point rather than at square leg, and Farhan just set off then, but somebody or something disturbed him. Maybe Revis wasn't ready, but he now is. He's quickly gone from 9 to 29 over the last 3 overs. Revis turns this to leg and manages to arrow it in on the shin pads of Jack Haynes, so there's no run. Gentleman just disappears at the far end of the ground into the tunnel of love. Will emerge close to the Batman board, hopefully in about 30 seconds' time.
If he doesn't come out, it could be like Tales of the Unexpected, couldn't it?
Bermuda Triangle. Ben Slater had found himself up at leg slip, and somebody said, what's he doing there? So he's now been moved out to mid-wicket. So that's why we were waiting for Hahn. Legs spread apart.
He's okay, he's out.
Bowls now, and it's dropped onto the leg side yet. The journey has successfully been completed.
Didn't meet any trolls in there or anything like that.
I wonder if there's a toll booth. You've got to pay before midnight tonight, otherwise you get a letter. There's Farhan in again. We're into the whatever time it is, 5 o'clock news on BBC Radio Nottingham, and Finley Bean is on the strike here. So I'll try and rattle through this update from the Yorkshire perspective before he gets a single. Go for this ball, Doshi, go for this ball. They must be 45 seconds away before they come into me.
Okay. So Farhan Ahmed to Finley Bean from the Stuart Broad end. There we go. Over to you, dot ball.
A slow day here at Trent Bridge, really. Only 2 wickets have gone down. It's found Yorkshire on 357 for 5. They trail Notts by 130. They've got to that point with a splendid near double century from Finley Bean. He's 199 not out on strike now. This heading for a draw sometimes tomorrow, I'm sure. Yorkshire 357 for 5 after Notts made 487.
Very smoothly
Superbly done. Just to be in the middle of that, fantastic.
Especially as he dinked it to mid-wicket. It looked like it might be the moment. Final ball of the over. I think Finley Bean can sense the moment. Farhan Ahmed in and bowling to him now. No, he's not doing that one. He's just patting it back to the bowler once again. 357 for 5 at the end of 132 overs, all of which Finley Bean has seen out in the middle.
It's not been a message from the skipper, has there, clearly? You've got 2 overs and then we'll declare. They've been content to play the long game, the waiting game. Really don't expect any declaration, but
they've held up the test match just waiting for him to get. I think Joe's saying, no, I want to know if Finley gets his double century. Just hang on a few minutes, will you? I tell you what, if he does, he'll be one of the first people he gets a text from tonight, I'm sure, when he looks at the scores. Joe Root.
I wonder if Joe Clark got one from Ben Duckett last night. What's all this about you wearing my kit again?
Yeah, and if Duckett's got a century to 149, Joe will be saying that's going on my my analysis on the BBC and the Cricket Info columns. Thank you very much.
Got a bowling change. Lyndon James, who bowled 6 overs before tea, none for 20. Going to get another go. I wonder if Liam Patterson White's been switched to the far end again. Ishan Kishan, the latest to practice his exercises down on the ground, the wicket keeper.
Makes you feel like we should all be doing something like that, doesn't it?
I wonder what the S&C staff are saying at Nottinghamshire. They're all having a bit of a roly-poly, aren't they, on the surface?
Is that a gymnastic term?
A roly-poly.
Official, yeah.
Or a dancer.
Start of a new over, and this is cut away by Revis for 4. It's certainly up the ante, hasn't he? The last few overs, that was their outside the off stump, just hung slightly offline by Lyndon James, and Revis seized on it. Moves the score on to 361 for 5. It's certainly played himself in, having a little bit of a look for an hour and a quarter. Now taking full toll. Comes LJ again down the leg side, and it's gone through to Kishan, the keeper. Bit of an appeal from one or two, wondering if the noise they heard, the sound they heard, was bat on ball. If anything, it would have been Revis just clipping the ground as he tried to work it to leg. 361 for 5. Knott's made 487. Nobody got 100. Ben Slater top scored with 96. Revis on 34 here, pushes it back to the bowler. Johnny Bairstow made 41. Yesterday, James Wharton out for 36. Revis fourth top scorer with 34 so far.
Yeah, you'd think both James Wharton and Johnny Bairstow would be pretty disappointed to have got to that sort of score, 30 odd, 40 odd, and not gone on. Seen plenty of it at that point.
James bowls, Revis just plays it down into the ground, and Freddie McCann doing the fielding. And of course, poor old Adam Lyth really missed out getting a first baller in this innings.
Yeah, it's just one of those things, and I guess good nut from Mo, nailed it first up, and there'll be nobody more delighted in the Yorkshire camp, I don't think, than Adam for Finley getting this big score. They've really enjoyed and forged a good partnership, sort of on and off the field, really.
Revis on 34. This is pushed back to mid-off to Dylan Pennington. $18 overs remain after this one. A full day of more of the same probably tomorrow. So we can probably say that, what's the time now? 9 minutes past 5. This game won't be going on at this time tomorrow. I'm pretty sure about that, as James bowls. And again, it's played up to Pennington at mid-off now. And the focus turns to Finley Bean, who's on 199. Yorkshire 361 for 5. Trail Notts by 126.
Having a chat with Rev. Maybe, what do you fancy for your tea tonight? I'm sure it's nothing to do with how the pitch is playing anymore. Matthew Revis has seen 98 deliveries on it, and they've both given themselves lots of time to get used to that. And even at that, there's been the odd one that's still gone slightly aerial, and it's tended to be off the seamers in this match so far.
Joe Clark's just popped off the field. Sammy King is back out there again. Earlier today, one of his moments on the field as a sub, he slid into the ball and ended up volleying it away for a boundary. That's easy for me to say. Didn't go down too well.
Here's Ahmed to Bean, who's defending, back to the bowler, no run. There's a mid-off. Look at the field here on the offside. There's a short extra cover, Hasib Hamid over his right shoulder. There's another sort of extra cover, as well as a cover point. Lyndon James, a man square and a man backward of square. So 6 fielders all on the one in the offside, plus a slip. And there it is. Finley Bean has turned it to mid-wicket. Mo Abbas can't prevent the single, and for the first time in his first-class career, Finley Bean, fabulous. 200 from 450 deliveries precisely. 27 fours and a 6. Hundreds have been hard to come by this season for Yorkshire's individual players. Adam Lyth's got a few of those, but Finley has now gone double, 362 for 5, and what a recovery from that first half of the campaign for him.
Really nice moment as well. Just a warm embrace with Matthew Revis, who's now on strike. Huge cries from the Yorkshire camp understandably so. And that's driven by Matthew Revis. And the following delivery through the covers, it's fielded by Ahmed, and he'll come back for 2.
Slightly quicker second 100. His first was 236 deliveries. His second 214 deliveries. 450 balls in all.
And the way that he's taken his time to get to that second 100, he was in the 90s for a fair while. As Ahmed is around to Revis, who drills it back towards the bowler. Ahmed gets a touch on it, but it's deflected out towards Sonny King. Goes on, subfielder.
And just what I touched on after tea, it's the 5th time a Yorkshire batter has scored a double 100 against Notts, 3rd on this ground after Johnny Bairstow in 2011 and Percy Holmes way back in 1929.
Fabulous knock, 200 from 450 deliveries. Innings of patience, shot selection, putting away bad balls, and that one there just maybe missing out on a low full toss, which Finley Bean drills back to Ahmed. But it's been a joy to watch, and a big moment for him in his career. We spoke earlier about him wanting to feel like he belonged in Division 1, and a double century certainly does that. Bit of a crowd catch there from Haseeb Hamid at short extra cover as it was driven to him by Finley Bean, and that will end Ryan Ahmed's 34th over. So Yorkshire 365 for 5. This partnership worth 88, and Finley Bean can just enjoy this moment as he walks down the middle of the wicket to meet his partner Matthew Revis.
Got a different sub-fielder on Mr. Beer, wearing number 91. So Notts have got a couple of players off the field. Joe Clark and now Liam Patterson-White has gone off after his marathon spell has come to an end. Yorkshire a run for every day of the year, 365. They still trail by 122. Not really that there's any great significance in that anymore. There's only tomorrow to come, and as we've seen already, I think you could probably play for about 8 days on here and still not get a result. Here's Lyndon James into Revis, pushes it back to the bowler, and there's no run. And on the
285 for 4 on my slightly delayed stream that I've got up. Yep, so it could have improved, but that target 371 at Headingley. Stokes and Root at the crease.
Lyndon James running away from us bowls. Revis pushes it into the offside. No run. But a pigeon just landed on the gantry in front of us. Just having a little bit of a look. In fact, it's just to the right of Rebecca, who's on cameras up here. Watch that pigeon, Rebecca. .365 for 5. It was all part of Wacky Races, wasn't it? Watch the pigeon, catch the pigeon.
Catch the pigeon.
Catch the pigeon, that was it. James bowls. Revis again drives solidly up to Pennington at mid-off, and there's no run. One result in Division 1 in this round of matches so far. Surrey defeated Worcestershire by 9 wickets earlier today. Worcestershire in their second innings rolled over for a measly 125. It left Surrey to score 49 to win. Got there just after lunch. 9-wicket victory. So at the moment they're top of the table. Lyndon James bowls, and this is again pushed into the offside, but assuming Notts don't lose this, and they don't lose any points for a negative over rate or anything like that at all, at the moment they're on course to end this match with that draw. If that's how it pans out, they would be top of the table over Surrey by 1 point. So slenderest of margins with 6 matches to go in the season. Of course, Notts have still got to go to the Oval The only time they play, this season is round 13 of 14. I know it doesn't make any sense whatsoever, but that's what it is. 365 for 5, Revis on 37. Lyndon James bowls to him, and again it's just nicely defended on the offside. Up to Pennington.
I feel like Matthew Revis has just built that platform now, and given the game situation, there's a degree of freedom about his play. Certainly picked up the pace of his innings.
People in the ground here, I'm sure, today have taken a day's holiday away from work to come and watch the cricket. As Lyndon James bowls, this is pushed to the offside. Hope they've enjoyed their day in the sunshine. There's no bigger advocate of county championship cricket than myself. A lot of people love it, but this has to be one of those days that you'd say over the course of a season you'd probably forget it quicker than most, other than if you're a Yorkshire follower or you're very keen on statistics, or indeed your family or friends of Finley Bean, because it's been a masterclass from him and a day he'll never forget, certainly.
Yes, it does feel like we're ambling towards an inevitability in this game now. Freddie McCann brought back into the attack from the Stuart Broad end. Finley Bean readjusting his gloves, be feeling very good about himself. And that will be a big part of the value that Yorkshire will get out of this game, is that for someone like Finley Bean and Matthew Revis, valuable time at the crease with how they've gone so far this season and the form that they've shown, just to find a bit of form. Clearly in Finley Bean's case, find a lot of form and a fair bit of confidence, as I'm sure, as well. But it hasn't been an advert of entertainment, to say the least. But Yorkshire 365 for 5, and Finley Bean on strike, as that one just kicks up off the surface. Bit of bounce and a bit of turn from McCann, and Kishan behind the stumps. He's a short fellow, but he took that about head height on his toes to his left. Right arm round from McCann. It's fired in there, and Finley Bean was looking to use the pace of that to run it down to third, but it goes through to Kishan, who is again around to being slightly leg side delivery that is helped on its way towards square leg by Bean. He'll take the single. 366 for 5 Yorkshire. Matthew Revis on strike, 37 to his name.
81 overs we've had today. Yorkshire have scored 212 for 2 in the 80 overs, so that gives you a flavour of the pace of the day's cricket, but really important for Yorkshire to do it this way,
as it's a firmly defended block from Matthew Revis.
Just made sure they've not got into any difficulties. They've avoided the follow-on and they've guaranteed themselves, I think, draw points.
As McCann pushes it slightly wider, and Revis kind of halfway through that shot. Final delivery of this McCann over, and it's a fuller length one that's clipped into the onside and finds the subfielder at mid-wickets. 366 for 5 at the end of that over our Yorkshire. I mean, yeah, it's, given the context of Yorkshire's season, it's valuable points really if they can negotiate what feels like an inevitable draw with that huge game against Essex next at York. But yeah, I'm with you a bit there on that, Dave. It's as a lover of the game, a lover of county championship cricket, I want to see a bit more, but it's been nevertheless pleasing to see Finley Bean reach his double ton.
And of course, that stat that I started this match with, Notts had not done the double over Yorkshire since 1891, not 1991, 1891. They'd not beaten Yorkshire twice in the county championship in the same season for 134 years.
Quite the start.
It's going to go on at least for another year, because there's There's no way they can conjure up a victory from here. Yeah, it is extraordinary, isn't it? Absolutely extraordinary. I mean, Yorkshire's been the dominant county for decades on end, but you'd think during that time one of the successful Nottinghamshire eras would have managed to do the double. Now this is Lyndon James firing it down the leg side. Kishan got a little piece of his glove on it to keep it to 2 byes rather than 4 byes. I presume that's what's going to, yeah, a couple more byes to the total. 368 for 5 was just poorly directed in truth from Lyndon round the wicket, just angling it hopefully in towards the left-hander, but he got the line wrong from the start, went a long way down the leg side, and Kishan did well to stop it going for 4. James in once more outside the off stump, and this is Finley Bean cutting it out as far as Farhan Ahmed, who lost the ball to start with. He set off sprinting to his left and then either was on the ball, he got a shot. Can sometimes do that on the boundary, can't you? Lose sight of the ball and go in the wrong direction. Revis on strike. Sammy King has also been posted out onto the leg side fence now. Lyndon James bowls and Revis eases it into the offside, and there's no run. So Bean on 202. He's currently the 5th highest Yorkshire scorer against Notts of all time, but very much in his sights is his current captain Johnny Bairstow's 205 here in 2011, and then after that Boycott's 214 at Worksop in 1983. But if he gets into the top 2, he'll be batting till tea time tomorrow, I think, at the rate it's been going. Next ball driven back to the bowler. Andrew Gale, another innings I saw at Scarborough in 2013, made 272 against Notts, and one I certainly didn't see here. 1929, Percy Holmes made 285. So that's what's ahead of him.
Pretty good company, isn't it?
369 for 5. Where's Mohamed Abbas going? He's taking the ball to umpire Warren.
Yes. Have you got a Dukes in there?
Yes, have we got anything in there bar this? 369 for 5. Must have a really good marketing department, Kookaburra. This is what you want to play with. There's Lyndon James bowling to Revis. Steers it square on the offside, no run. Try this. Guaranteed to give you hours of fun.
My first ever bat was a Kookaburra.
I like the design. I like the visual look of them.
Did that go soft? It was a Kookaburra beast. If you remember those the full vinyl on the back of the bat, it was made famous in about 2005, that Ashes series.
There's Lyndon James. Balls down the leg side taken by Ishan Kishan. Talked about it yesterday when cricket first came on the telly on a Sunday afternoon. You know, used to watch the test matches and whatever. When it came on a Sunday afternoon, first of all 1968, the International Cavaliers, who play the county side each Sunday, and then 1969 the forerunner to the John Player League, the Players County League, started, and we had the old black and white telly then, and I used to watch and look and, you know, obviously wonder what the colours were, watching in black and white. And, you know, the time came, the day came when I was a lad, my first cricket bat, and I'd looked and looked and looked, and very confidently I was asked what sort of cricket bat I wanted when I was taken to the sports shop. I want one of those Driscoll ones, they look nice. Of course, it was Gray Nichols. I was trying to read it on the television. I mean, there's no zoom or whatever, but just trying to have a look on the black and white what it said on the stripe. And I was remember, I want one of those Driscoll. I don't know what you mean, Driscoll ones.
McCann to continue, and Finley Bean looking to pull that one away. Doesn't make contact.
I think it was Barry Richards actually, the one I had sort of admired for longest, probably because he batted more than anybody else in those days.
I can't remember who it was as Finley Bean tries to sweep that ball That was aimed down the leg side. Again, doesn't make contact. Who was it who made that bat famous? It was an Australian player, because it was either a woodworm, because Peterson and Flintoff had those, or it was a Kookaburra beast. As a better line from McCann, and Bean drops it into the onside. No run. McCann around, and that's a fuller delivery, a Yorker length actually, that he digs out, but doesn't pick up a run. Yeah, Michael Clark maybe who had it, and yeah, I was a staunch Kookaburra user for a few years, and it didn't help me at all. Good drive by Finley Bean. He hits that one on the up, and he picks out the man sprawling across at mid-on, and he takes a single, moves him on to 203. Yorkshire 370 for 5. Matthew Revis with 37 to his name, and little inside edge as he looks to defend that ball, and it drops into mid-wicket and allows both he and Bean to cross for a single. He'll keep the strike. Matthew Revis on 38. Yorkshire 371 for 5. Come on, Doshi, what was your first bat?
My first bat, it just said on the sticker on the back, genuine wood. I was a bat maker. I'm not sure. It could have been a Duncan Fernley. It would have been a hand-me-down of somebody else, probably, an older player. There was one or two of those during my cricketing life, and then, of course, my brother makes cricket bats for Kipax.
I didn't know that.
Out. Other cricket bat manufacturers are, of course, available, but Matthew does make bats for Kipax that he did for a while, and then there was a gap of I don't know, decade or so, and he's gone back to it in the last couple of years. And so the last bat I used, and it's lasted me till now quite a long time, was a Butte that he made. It really pinged off that one. Here's Lyndon James bowling to Matthew Revis, who pushes up to mid-off, and they get a single. There's a few bits of celebration. Let's just, while he's still out there in the middle, slap him a bit further on the back. Ian, referee Ian, says, afternoon JD, it's been a good listen today, and now after a busy gardening day, raising a glass or three to Finley in my garden micro, the London Bobby. FPL Spartans mentioned for the Girdlers' benefit regarding fantasy cricket points as it stands, and that was at 365 for 5, 134 overs. Bean was 316 and LPW 234. LPW's just lost his ER bonus, and Bean gained the bonus for 200 plus. Congrats to Finley for his brilliant innings. Bent Nielsen says, brilliant from Bean, absolutely fabulous. Think Yorkshire batted well, very determined and holding back to get a big score, especially Bairstow. As for the banter about rhubarbs and licorice, well, you get all sorts on commentary these days. Ba-bunch, as Lyndon James makes his way into bowl to Finley, who nearly chops that on. It's not so far away from the leg stump as it makes its way through to Ishan Kishan's gloves. What a splendid double century for Finley Bean, says Andy Walker. Such an elegant and thoughtful player, and he's getting better and better. A couple of tweets from Yorkshire Lad, one of which says, so chuffed for Finley. For any doubters out there, this lad is the future of Yorkshire County Cricket Club. Remember, he is has been. Lots of that to get, and of course I'd never stray into that sort of territory, would I? Bean's season sprouting into life in the last couple of days as he drives that one down to Moa Bass at mid-off. He's baked out there in the sun for a couple of days in Nottingham.
It's a good runner.
I was about to say, let's hope he doesn't need one.
He could be forgiven, couldn't he, at 464 deliveries. I've got cramp for him, I think, at this stage.
All right, just get on to Moa Bass, that'll loosen it up.
Yeah. As James is in wide on the crease. It's got a bit wide. Surely Russell Warren, he's given it.
That was closer to hitting the wickets on the T20 strip for Saturday than it was to the ones they're playing on. Just quickly, I've got a couple as well. Callum, unless we get a lot of wickets quick and the dust storm happens, not much point playing on tomorrow. Just a 53-year-old, not much better tomorrow. Not sure how much better tomorrow will be to watch than it has been today. Personal milestones will only come into it.
Yeah. James is in, and one who's set one today. Finley Bean back to the bowler. No run.
Sheffield Outlaw. Joe and I are battling it out in fantasy cricket, Dave. Dad's currently in the lead, but I've not got many points in this round. Just a 53-year-old. Positive thing about this is last season we were usually the team needing second innings runs to save matches, but not keen on the Kookaburra ball. Much prefer the Duke. Thank you very much.
James in again. Bean drives to cover, but can't get through for a single.
And then half a dozen messages from Lily as well. Thank you, Lily.
Still no lemon cake arrived here, has it? You'd have thought how much she'd have walked that down after her insulting comments.
That's when his memory is good.
All the way down.
Yeah, he doesn't forget those things.
A carrot cake would be preferable, to be fair, rather than lemon. Final ball of the over. 373 for 5 as Lyndon James goes short and Finley Bean goes bang through the onside for 4 runs wide of mid-on. Don't think you can bowl that delivery at many players, but certainly not when they've been out there for 460 odd balls and got 200 plus to the name. 377 for 5 and 100 partnership for the 6th wicket between this pair, 55 of which have been scored by Finley and 39 by Matthew Revis. 227 balls it took him to achieve that little landmark.
And he's just out Bairstow. He's gone past him with his 205 here in 2011, so this is the second highest score by a Yorkshire batter on this ground. Percy Holmes made 285, but it's the 4th highest score by Yorkshire player versus Notts. Boycott is next with his 214, so he wants a few more and he'll be in the top 3.
I'm sure he'll know about that. And Jeffrey will be breathing down his neck.
Pretty sure I saw that at Worksop.
As Revis looking to cut a wide delivery by McCann. And doesn't make the cleanest of contacts. It's no run. Hamid at first slip. McCann over the wicket to Revis, who drops it into a slightly vacant position on the offside that had Finley Bean setting off, but Revis sends him back very quickly. England have lost the wicket of captain Ben Stokes at Headingley as Revis drive what ends up being a low full toss. So Jamie Smith is out there with Joe Root. Target 371, England 305 for 5.
You'd just bowl Bummer at both ends, wouldn't you?
If you could. If you could, goodness me.
And do we know how long was left in that one? No, okay. Because here we've got 11 overs.
And Revis drives that one down the ground. It goes past a right reached out palm of McCann, and then there's a long chase that is unsuccessful in the end. It was Patterson White who had set off just the 40 plus overs in the tank. Off you go and chase after that.
Just what he needs.
Yeah. So 4 more runs onto Revis's and Yorkshire's score. They are 381 for 5. Revis 43. McCann back of a length, and that one's just punched up to the aforementioned Patterson White at mid-on, and he'll take a single and keep the strike. 382 for 5 are Yorkshire. Yeah, it's a good question that how many overs are left at Headingley, how long is left at Headingley.
For 4 in their second innings. At Chelmsford, Essex 89 for 3, still trailing Hampshire by 68. And at Edgbaston, Somerset batting for a second time. They're 26 for 2. Warwickshire bowled out for 351. So Somerset lead the Bears by 173. So they might look to pile on the runs for the rest of today and tomorrow morning, and then look to bowl the Bears out. Gloucestershire going well at Bristol in their second innings, 312 for 3, leading Derbyshire by 101. And there's a big century there for Cameron Bancroft. He's 148 not out. Graham Van Buren is 75 not out in that one. All the scores on the BBC Sport website. And Appers, Farhan Ahmed comes back into the attack.
26 overs and 4 balls with a minimum remaining at Headingley.
So we might just get the back end of that when we're done here.
Is it me? Okay. Right, Farhan Ahmed then from the Radcliffe Road end. As that's wide of off stump and Matthew Revis leaves.
First session of the match was wicketless, wasn't it? Eden Slater on the first morning. There's been at least 1 wicket every session since then, up until now.
Here he comes again then, round the wicket, wide of the crease, and Revis eases that one out to the mid-wicket sweeper for a single. Sun getting lower. Ishan Kishan just having to shield his eyes as the throw came in. Switching the field for the lefty. Ben Slater's been sent from mid-wicket all the way around to deep backward square, and the square man's been brought up in front of at a straight mid-wicket. Liam Patterson White. Leg slip plus an orthodox slip in place. Ahmed in and looking for his first wicket of the match still as we approach the end of day 3. That was evidence of turn in towards Finley Bean, pushed out into the offside.
You can hear how hard the track is with him tapping his bat.
Here's Ahmed again. Bean this time to Lyndon James coming in from mid on. How many needed now, Jamie, up there? He threw, but throws up some really good test matches as Finley Bean gets under this one, and that has gone for 6 over mid-wicket. Oh, 4 is given. I thought it landed all the way. Okay, well, we won't go for a television replay, but it looked like it had landed right at the base of the brick wall at the bottom of the Fox Road stand. Certainly got hold of it, Finley. 211 now to his name. So just 4 more runs and he'll be into 3rd place and have passed Geoffrey Boycott.
Liam Patterson White's warming up. Can't believe he needs warming up. Might need oiling.
I'm going to say. Might need an ice bath, I think, after this stint. Here's Ahmed again, and Bean this time goes along the ground. Pushes to Patterson White. And that's the end of that over. Bean 211, highest first class score. Matthew Revis 45 is equalled his highest first class score of the season. But he does have a couple of significantly bigger ones to his name, a couple of first class tons.
No idea what the umpires are blathering on about, but they've got together for a chat. Can't be about the light this evening. And thankfully it was only a brief coming together.
Well, who are we going to see here, Paul? It might be
LPW again.
Patterson White.
I think they might be actually saying, from an ethics point of view, is it fair to allow him to carry on bowling after the amount of work he's putting in this match?
And he's just put his cap back on. There we go.
The skipper?
We are going to see the skipper have a bowl.
Well, Aaron will be pleased. Look out if you're watching the live stream, because said he's got a graphic for Haas. Oh, I can only. Oh, there we are. It says leg breaks. I can only recall him getting 1 wicket for Notts. I think he's only bowled a couple of times.
He fired it into Revis there. It's a short delivery down the leg side that Revis just helped on his way. So I don't know how much leg break there was in that delivery. But the skipper's on. I wonder if he just felt a bit guilty asking Patterson White to go again. So I thought, you know what? I'll do you a favour. Bean on 211. And Hamid, better length delivery as he hops away in frustration still, as Bean just works that through the covers for a single.
staggered. He has bowled actually 123 balls in first-class cricket, so that's 20 overs, isn't it?
Yep. Hamid, that's a low full toss, so varying length.
You get those, though, don't you? Where it might be declaration ball. I mean, Finley Bean's bowled quite a few overs for Yorkshire, but it was just tossing it up for Worcestershire to smack it around.
That's a shorter delivery from Hamid, and Revis falling away from the shot pulls it backward a square on the leg side for a single.
His only victim was a Sussex player here in 2023. Just find out who that was. Can't remember.
Finley Bean with a twirl of the bat and then firmly knocking it into the ground as again clipped off the hip and out to the man on the leg side boundary, and another single. When was the last time he bowled? Did you say that, Dave? Made into Matthew Revis. Best delivery of his opening over, and the oohs and the ahs you could hear greet that as found the inside edge of Matthew Revis, looking to defend it back to the bowler, and he'll take a single and keep the strike. And Yorkshire 392 for 5, trailing Nottinghamshire by 95.
Struggling to find that.
I am.
Yeah.
I am.
Spell. I can have a look on Cricket Archive and see if we can find it.
So let's have a look. 2023 was his one wicket. I felt sure it was here again. Oh, no, it'll be against Kent. It'll be against Kent in 2023. Getting me Kents and me Sussexes mixed up.
So far, Ahmed from the Radcliffe Road end to ball to Matthew Revis, who now has his highest first-class score of the campaign, 48. And we'll push one into the leg side. Pick up a single to the mid-wicket sweeper.
Kent's number 11, Arafat Boyan, caught Lyndon James, bowled a Seba Mead for naught. A Mead finished with figures of 0.3 overs, 1 for none. That's his career best. His only first-class wicket. Arafat Boyan of Kent here in 2023.
If you're going to get just the one, you're going to make it a big name. As Ahmed's in and Bean on the back foot pushes back to the bowler.
Don't know as he's played a deal since, Arafat. No, he only played 5 first-class matches.
Here's Ahmed again. Bean opens the face and then tells Matthew Revis to stay put as Dylan Pennington moves in to field the ball. The number of spectators has dwindled in the last hour or so. Not that there were that many here today anyway by comparison to the previous 2. Farhan goes through his routine, tosses this one up, and Finley Bean is going to move past Johnny Bairstow then into 3rd place in the all-time, not Jeffrey Boycott I should say, 3rd place of the all-time rankings of Yorkshire players in individual innings against Nottinghamshire, with that boundary taking him to 217. Jeffries was what, 214 you said, 1983 it works
Yeah,
out.
that's it. You've got it. Andrew Gale 272 is next in his sights. Good luck.
Not beyond the realms the way the game's going. 397 for 5. Yorkshire now 90 behind. And Ahmed is in and Bean defends into the offside.
Should have declared as soon as the follow-on was saved. Or as soon as the 110 overs were up. Make a game of it, lads.
Bean just making sure the springs on his bat handle are working as he whacks the ground, and he gets that one away into the covers for a single to complete that over.
I thought he was digging for coal.
I know, 398 for 5. 8 to go today. We're not going to be too far off the end, but I've got to disappear to go and do a longer two-way than yesterday, apparently, with our presenter Paul Ogden back in the studio for 6:05.
Thank you very much,
Not yet.
Jonathan. Oh, right.
It's about 15
Keep going.
Oh, you can let him go. Let him go, Dave.
Well, I've got to go do some preparation for it, as always, you know.
It is going to be late. Oh, we only had the one over there, the skipper. I wonder if that was because he'd popped off the field for a comfort break before. Because it did seem, I mean, Patterson White came up and took his cap off.
He's ready to go, yeah.
Yeah, I just wonder if the umpires said, hang on, you've got to wait 30 seconds because you went off the field for 4.2 minutes and you've only been back for...
Maybe. So, Steve O'Shaughnessy might have said, I'm just sick of the sight today, mate. Just have an extra breather.
He bowls now to Finley Bean, who's on 791 not out. No, 218 not out. Just feels like 791. Next ball on its way now, and this one just striking the pad outside the line. Chanceless, is it, or has my memory gone?
Well, wasn't there Mo Abbas when he rocketed the ball to, was it McCann at mid-wicket, who I think did well to just get a hand to it.
Yeah. Well, did that carry or not? This one's turned round the corner, and there is Mo Abbas doing the fielding. Oh, they come back for two, and they get home. There was it was almost like a little bit of daring each other. The applause and the Tannoy announcement for the 400 coming up. It's almost daring each other. And the two batters were daring Mohamed Abbas to throw the ball in quickly, and he was daring them to run, and they did run in the end and got home. Bean, who's moved on to 220, pushes this back to Liam Patterson White. There's now 3 for 122. This is his 49th over. He's in again and bowls to Bean. They've seen a lot of each other during the course of the day. Patterson White just won 5-wicket haul this season. Just wondering how many overs he bowled then, because his figures were 5 for 179. This is turned away on the leg side. So that must have been an extraordinary amount of overs as well from Patterson White. 401 for 5. Richard Marshall just pumping a bit of air in the hover cover just to bring it back on at the end of the day's play. And we'll square to bed before the ground.
Not sure about that. I think I was last out last night. I walked all the way to that gate, then I walked all the way right round behind the Batman board to that gate.
401 for 5. It's Farhan Ahmed round the wicket to Bean, pushes it back to the bowler.
A nice man on the gate said to me, "Oh, if I'd have known, I'd have told you to go. There's a little gate down the other side." Thank you.
Breeze gently ruffling the shirt of Farhan Ahmed as he stands stock still, legs apart, and then comes in off his short approach, but fairly lengthy approach actually for a bowler of his pace. Bowls one outside the off stump, just turned away from Bean, who dabs it out into the gap on the offside. Pennington fields, but single taken. 402 for 5. This innings has already gone on 12 overs longer than the Nottinghamshire one. There was a time way back when Yorkshire's target here would be to go beyond the Notts 487 to get first innings points, but those days are long since gone, as another defensive block from Matthew Revis eventually makes its way back to the bowler via Seba Mead. Revis on 49, and this will be the 130th delivery he's about to face. Slip and a leg slip go down, and he's pushed it into the offside up to Lyndon James. No run there. Not entirely sure what Seba Mead could have done any different today. Switched his bowlers round. He's got plenty of overs out of his key men at key times. Tried some innovative fields. As I say, he tried all sorts. As this next one's pushed into the offside, and there's no run. And in fairness, Johnny Bairstow did the same. Bairstow was very proactive throughout the Nottinghamshire innings. We often saw him running down to have a word with the bowler and try and implement a plan. And it's been very much the same with Asiba Mead here. It's just been a tough few days, and there's still another day to go in this one for Harn Ahmed bowls. And Revis will get his half century, very well battered. A real show of defiance and patience and also support. He's done a good job there, I guess, of keeping Finley Bean just nicely chilled. He's got his half century from 132 balls, 7 fours, been at the crease for 2 hours and 40 minutes. Matt Revis, 50 not out.
Nice to see a simple handshake between the two batters there as well, not a glove punch and a touch of bats like you've got to do. What will be next? It's a bit like Morris dances out there sometimes. But one thing they haven't tried, which Yorkshire do often and sometimes for way too long, is that they haven't tried the short ball tactic. That's about it, isn't it, really? That they haven't tried to pick up a wicket or two. Maybe a Dylan Pennington might have banged in a few, something like that.
Well, he tried it for a while, didn't he? And didn't necessarily work well. There's LPW. First ball is pushed back to the bowler. Started the 146th over. He comes in again. This is his own 50th over. Liam Patterson-White. Everybody inside Trent Bridge and the man on the tannoy should announce it at the end of the over. Liam Patterson-White, 50 overs. Really should. 403 for 5. This is a great effort. It's going to go for a run here, though, as this is cut out into the deep. Joe Clark Fields, 404 for 5.
Yeah, I was wondering who was going to win the race. Was it Patterson-White to reach 50 overs bowled, or was it Finley Bean to have faced 500 deliveries?
Yeah, Bean's faced 486. He's on that nervous, anxious 222 right now, though. Finley Bean. Patterson-White, number 22, bowls to a man on 222 and gets another run to move to 223. 405 for 5.
They did try that for a very brief moment, the short ball tactic to Bairstow, didn't they, where they had the split field, but it must have been, what, 2 overs, if that?
Yeah. First one, Bairstow just watched it go by, and then the second one, he ran it away for 4. This one's dropped on the leg side. Both those deliveries were called as one for the over, so he couldn't bowl anymore. So it was very quickly negated by Johnny Bairstow. Stopped him using that tactic. Patterson-White's going to go over the wicket to the right-handed Revis. Freddie McCann at slip, just waiting for the outside edge. Oh, he's fired it in. Revis has kicked it away. Patterson-White knew it wasn't out, but appeals, and then good to see him with a smile on his face. They should announce it now. Liam Patterson-White, 50 overs. 9 maidens, 3 for 125. Well done, Liam. As I say, followed this bowling effort up with 87 yesterday morning, batting with Ishan Kishan, who also got 87.
That's a mammoth effort, isn't it?
Yeah.
300 deliveries. Goodness me.
5 to go here at Trent Bridge. Thanks everybody for your company today, and I guess it's a tough ask to suggest you might want to come and join us just before the start tomorrow morning, but you'll be very welcome. I'm sure we'll find something to talk about in between the cricket.
Farron Ahmed then from the Radcliffe Road end. That was cut away by Finley Bean into the offside. That takes him up to 224. Yorkshire 406 for 5. England requiring 45, make that 44. At Headingley, still 5 wickets down. 5 wickets remaining. Farhan Ahmed, there was that hop, skip and a jump as he starts his run up, and the big vacant space in the offside which Matthew Revis just drops it into. Very much a leg side field set, so not quite the line from Ahmed with that delivery.
When did the last wicket go down? Was it yesterday or the day before?
Last season, I think.
Sun shining here at Trent Bridge, and a leg side delivery with a bit of spin, and that is the end of Finley Bean. Well, he's got his wicket, Farhan Ahmed. He's plugged away in this innings, and he's got one to turn. It pitched in line with leg stump, maybe just outside, and Finley Bean playing across the line. He's got a nick on that, caught at first slip, but take nothing away from an incredible innings from Finley Bean. A career best 224 in first class cricket, lasted 564 minutes, 489 deliveries, 34s, and that 1-6. And a huge moment in the ever developing career of Finley Bean as he raises the bat. Long walk off down to the changing rooms towards our right hand side. It has been a mammoth effort from the Yorkshire opener, who has been at the crease and has looked for near the whole way through, unflustered, untroubled, and in complete control. And he departs for 224.
Tremendous knock. Nice to see. Got a handshake on his way off, not only from Matthew Revis, but also from many of the Nottinghamshire players, those that were on his path between the middle and the way back. It was a third catch of the innings for Freddie McCann, a fairly simple one. The Notts players just having a drink, brought out there by one of the replacements, but it is a replacement who's got the pink bib on and a protrusion of blonde hair from under his cap, and I wonder if that's the young man that earlier I was suggesting might have been Harry Duke, in which case maybe he hasn't just dashed up to the second 11 game after all. 407 for 6, but Finley Bean out for 224, and Yorkshire 407 for 6 in the 147th over.
And George Hill eventually comes out to the crease for Yorkshire. Long old wait for him. And when Matthew Revis strode out, it was George Hill's name that went up on the board briefly, but confirmation that it is George taking guard at the moment. I wonder how Finley Bean is feeling right now.
Tired.
Yeah, I'm sure that is the the overriding feeling, but one would hope there's a feeling of complete joy as well. And an innings that hopefully sets the tone for Yorkshire and for himself between now and the end of the season, surpassing that previous high score this season of, I think it was 31, from what Doshi told us yesterday. As Ahmed around the wicket to George Hill, who across the stumps just drops that into the onside. But yeah, far surpassing that and going past his career best as well in first class cricket. A first double ton. And a brilliant knock there by defending George Hill. Nice for Farhan Ahmed to get a wicket. A lot of hard work in his innings as well. Patterson White has bowled 50 overs, but Farhan Ahmed is just about to complete his 38th. And that one's down the leg side, chipped by George Hill. Wasn't in complete control of that shot, but managed to drop it into a safe area and takes a single and keeps the strike. So at the end of the 147th over, Yorkshire 408 for 6, and that crucial wicket of Finley Bean.
Yes, tremendous innings from Finley Bean. 489 balls faced. Was at the crease for 561 minutes. Hit 34s and a 6. 4 overs to go. So 3 wickets to Patterson White, 1 to Farhan Ahmed, 1 to Pennington, and the very first one of the innings a long time ago now to Mohamed Abbas. do a quick radio update. Just 4 overs left in the day. Notts at long last have picked up the wicket of Finley Bean, the Yorkshire opener, out for a mammoth score of 224. He was at the crease for 8 hours in all. Just been dismissed by Farhan Ahmed, caught at slip by Freddie McCann. Notts made 487, Yorkshire in reply. 408 for 6. There's Patterson White round the wicket to the new man, George Hill. Took 4 catches in the Nottinghamshire first innings. Picked up a couple of wickets as well. Dismissed Jack Haynes and Lyndon James. There's Patterson White in again and bowls, and this is cut away. Bit of a chase on down to third man for Mo Abbas, and they come back for 3. 411 for 6.
I wonder if Doji's going to get a chat with Mr. Bean at the close of play.
That'll just complete his day, won't it, Finley's?
Yeah. That's what
That'll
you
be the
really
highlight
want.
of his day.
Yeah, absolutely. Forget raising the bat after 200. Get to be within a yard of Mr. Doige.
So, well, they got 400 last time they was in Nottingham. Next one's dropped on the leg side. There's no run. 411 for 6. The umpires, of course, well, not traditionally. They definitely, they always change ends after the halfway point of the match in terms of both sides having completed their first innings. And of course, they're still at the same end they began as Revis defends this one. And I guess it'll be pretty unusual to go into day 4 where we're still in the first innings of the match. Neither side has begun their second dig. So Russell Warren has always been at our end of the ground. Patterson White bowls a quicker one, speared in, and Revis was waiting for it and defends it. We've got 3 overs left. 411 for 6.
Yeah, just observing Mr. Warren practicing his golf swing, actually, between deliveries. Just keeping that leading left arm straight.
So the scorecard for Yorkshire in scorecard order: Live, no score. Bean 224, there's a contrast. Wharton 36, Milan 19, Moriarty the night watchman 8, Bairstow 41. They're the 6 players dismissed. Revis 52 not out, Hill 2 not out, 28 extras, of which 5 were penalty runs. There's been 7 leg byes, 3 wides and 13 byes against Ishan Kishan,
who again is just having a chat with young Ahmed and had his right arm around his shoulder. He's done that quite a lot in this innings. But you look back at Finley Bean's performance, that word earlier that was used to describe his innings prior to his 200 was mature and patient, and as Ahmed continues from the Radcliffe Road end to Hill, new man at the crease.
Yes, I wonder what Kishan is on for a fortnight's cricket. How much is it to sign an Indian test player for a fortnight? How much is it to sign a Pakistan test player for a fortnight when he doesn't come for the first of the...
Yeah, absolutely. That's could be a costly error. Ahmed in low full toss that would have been a Yorker length, actually, that George had to dig out, and he did so. But I think, look at the inning, I know there was a chatter, it was seemingly, which it is, that they're going for the draw as Ahmed sees that full length delivery driven by George Hill, and he picks up a single. Is that if that was the modus operandi, then he's played a very strong innings in terms of just staying out there, sitting it out, and frustrating in many ways, temperament and whatnot. But I can't believe that it was genuinely a feeling that Yorkshire could win.
Well, still batting early part of the afternoon, lead of 150, stick knots in. Been in the field for 3 days.
That one's dropped towards point. Yeah, I mean, I suppose at the time of that being said, you could understand it, but then the way that it's been approached today, It's felt very conservative from Yorkshire. Very much a case of looking to try and bat time out of the game.
It's important, though, I think, to leave here with points, and draw points.
Absolutely. A straighter delivery. There will be appeal. And umpire Warren not interested. Strong appeal from around the bat.
I think umpire Kishan had given it out. He doesn't have a say, though.
Busy behind the stumps. Well, Ahmed getting that Finley Bean wicket. Just winding his sails. As again with that unique run-up balls to George Hill. And on the full, it's driven back to Ahmed. And Yorkshire 13 for 6 at the end of that over. 2 more left to bowl today.
Yep. Start of the day, there were 154 for 3. Finley Bean 86 not out. Dan Moriarty came in as a night watchman. 0 not out this morning. 1 wicket fell in that session. Moriarty caught Freddie McCann at slip from the bowling of Liam Patterson-White for 8. That was 176 for 4 in the 68th over. Lunch was taken with Yorkshire on 221 for 4. Fairly slow morning session, 67 runs and 1 wicket. During the afternoon, Johnny Bairstow, who was 21 not out at lunch, fell for 41. LBW to LPW, who's bowling now. Patterson-White, Revis cuts it into the offside. Bairstow went. The Centurion, the double Centurion Finley Bean, he was 86 not out overnight, 118 not out at lunch, 185 not out at tea, and eventually fell for 224. Caught McCann, bowled for Hahn, who gets his first wicket. Now Patterson-White bowling to Hill. He defends on 4. Yorkshire currently trail by 73 at 414 for 6. And we've got 10 balls left in the day. As Patterson-White in once more, and Hill gets the stride in and defends. And we're all but done for 3/4 of this match. Haven't seen Dominic Bess, Will O'Rourke or Jack White out there batting yet. Nice long rest for those 3. Another ball is defended.
Well, that is another plus, actually. It's not something that the Yorkshire bowling attack has had the luxury of being able to enjoy a bit of a rest.
Glowing a little bit, Patterson-White, just sort of close-up of him on the monitors.
How dare he be tired?
414 for 6. Looks as if the sun's caught his neck. Been warmish day. Quite pleasant though, with a little bit of a breeze. Patterson-White, quicker ball fired in, left alone by Hill, taken by Ishikishi behind the stumps. 414 for 6. We've got an over left, and that is 150 overs completed in the innings. He didn't get that all that often. 1 to go.
He didn't have a rocket that in, did he? Just turn the shoulder over quite quickly there.
He'd like to be called for 1 for the over. Didn't bang it in short enough for that, but hurried it through. Test match, England require 28 to win. Still got 5 wickets left, so well on their way. Here, well, we're well on the way towards parity, I think, which should come just before 5 o'clock tomorrow, you'd imagine. Now, youngsters have got lots of energy, but been a tough all day for the 17-year-old as well, Farhan Ahmed, about to bowl his 40th over, last of the day.
And still plugging away, Farhan Ahmed to Matthew Revis. Finds the inside edge as Revis reaches out to defend that ball. 2 fielders in short on the leg side, one of which has come into a leg slip position now. Short leg and an orthodox slip in place. Ahmed with that wide stance as he then hops off into trigger. runs up and bowls a flattish delivery, and again just worked around the corner by Matthew Revis, who has faced 145 deliveries for his 54. Yorkshire 414 for 6. Ahmed with the ball in his hand, and he comes around to Matthew Revis. This time trying to intentionally play it back at a square on the leg side, but it goes through to Kishan behind the stumps. He has been very vocal, very busy. Seen that through the day's play, offering a lot of support to particularly the young bowler in Ahmed. 3 deliveries remaining. It's a better line that has Matthew Revis playing down the line and dropping it into the offside. Another dot ball. 2 more deliveries of the day's play remaining. 3 men around the bat. Ahmed throws it up there and challenging the stumps. Revis just flat bats that back. Final delivery of the day then. Well, felt like a long day at times.
All the time.
Ahmed round the wicket to Revis, and then he just drops that to the man at short leg. And that will conclude today's play. Yorkshire 414 for 6. And a day that has, yes, at times, maybe all the time, felt like a long day, but Yorkshire have battered their way through. And this game meandering somewhat into what feels like an inevitable draw at the moment. Yorkshire trailing by 73 runs. Matthew Revis 54 from 149 deliveries. George Hill, the newest man at the crease, 4 from 16, but all the plaudits must go the way of Finley Bean, reaching for the first time in his first class career a double ton. 224 was his final score. Farhan Ahmed getting that wicket, the prize wicket. And Dave, well, it's been a long old day, hasn't it?
It certainly has. Thank you, Jamie. Thanks to you and JD for your company today and your commentary, your insightful comments on the day's play, which sees Yorkshire end on 414 for 6. They began 154 for 3, as Jamie's just said. The day belongs to Finley Bean. 224. I guess he'll be a little disappointed not to bat right through the day, but it's not a bad thing if you're disappointed in making 224. Maybe next time he'll kick on and make it a really big one. He says tongue-in-cheek. Terrific knock from him, who's at the crease for over 8 hours. Catch for Freddie McCann. Deserved wicket for Farhan Ahmed, who got through 40 overs, 1 for 90. Liam Patterson White 52 overs, 3 for 129. Yorkshire 73 behind at 414 for 6 at the end of the third day. It's been a tough old match for these guys to play in. There's some exhausted bodies leaving the field right now. There'll be 1 or 2 that'll get some well-deserved sleep tonight. There'll be 1 or 2 absolutely fatigued and tired out with their efforts. But we'll come back and do it again tomorrow, and I hope you'll join us then. It seems as if we know what might well happen tomorrow, with this game certainly heading towards a draw. 4 bonus points apiece, with Notts making 487. In reply at the close on day 3, Yorkshire 414 for 6. Many thanks as always to Kirsty and Aaron in the production office, to all our fabulous camera crew out there for being out there bringing you the pictures. And again, we always say it, we do it because of the listeners and the viewers out there. Hope you've enjoyed the coverage today. We'll speak to you tomorrow from the entire team at Trent Bridge. A very good night.